everybody floating good? How's everybody doing on this fan-fucking-tastic Sunday, everybody? I am late. My apologies. I woke up late. And then I had to record some videos, set up stream. Then I ate. Took me a while to go live. So, you know, I'm 10 minutes late. My apologies. Anyways. I lost every single bet I put on the Jon Jones fight. This week has not been a good week for sports betting for the Bartman. It has been a bad week from the Mike Tyson fight to the Jon Jones fight. Jones won. I put Jones to win in round 1. He won in round 3. I put Oliveira submission. He won by decision. Just brutal. Did you watch 309? Yeah, I watched UFC 309. Watched every fight. It's a great fight. Every fight was a great fight. Outside of Bo Nichols. That one was horrible. It was boring. But every other fight was good. But I lost like $350. So, you know, total chat, we are looking at about down 1,000. About down 1,000. Yeah, I think I'm going to stop sports betting for a little bit. I think I'm going to take a little break. I say that, and then the next Eagles game I'll probably put money on. So, you know, yeah, lost, I don't know, 7 bets in a row. So, yeah, that doesn't really happen often for me. You think the fight was rigged with Mike Tyson? No. Maybe a little bit more? Maybe 1,001. Maybe 1,001. I don't know. I didn't really do the math. I know that I'm down money. Time to lock the FanDuel account. Brother, I only use DraftKings. Brother, I'm a DraftKings aficionado. You suck. I have been pretty bad at sports betting. I have waves. There will be times where I'll win $1,000 in 3 days, and I'll make 7 bets in a row that hit. And then there will be weekends like this where I lose every single bet I have placed. I used to think I was really good at sports betting on fights, and that's proving to be wrong. Seeing that I bet on literally every fight last night on UFC 309 and missed every single bet. So, you know, maybe that's a sign that I need to study up on more UFC fighters that I thought I had the knowledge on because apparently I was not prepared. Quitting's for losers. Brother, I am not going to stop sports betting. I just take breaks. Don't model yourself after my sports betting, you know, lifestyle here, chat. When I sit there and I go, "Oh, I'm not going to stop sports betting. I'm just going to take a break." You know, don't oh, I thought that was Dent. Somebody redeemed Flex. Christ. Well, you just got a free Dent. There it is. There's the Flex. Anyways, yeah, I'm not happy. I think I need to take a break from sports betting for a little bit. Because now this month I'm probably down like $500 on sports betting, which is rough. You picked Stipe? No, I always bet round betting. I do round betting or like Bo Nickel. I put round 1. He would win. He won by decision, right? Oliveira, I put by submission. He won by decision, right? Jon Jones, I put round 1. He won round 3. So it's like. I was betting the right fighters, but I was not betting the right round. Just because I'm not going to bet straight Jon Jones. It's minus 650. For me to win any surmountable amount of money, I would have to bet like $5,000 on him, which I would just never place. Cooper, it's Amy in for the sub. Munting Legacy, Is There a Human Sunday, K-Molt, Polsky, Jish, WW, Christian, Big, For Kazuma, Squid Dash Counter, Silver, Brecken, Christian, Psycop for the sub, Mr. for the 3. Your mod, hey Joe, the mod. Your playing got shut down by Nintendo a few weeks ago. Very sad, very hard. I already read that. Christ, I'm reading a donut from yesterday. JFY and Sobe for the sub. Anyways, chat, it is a fucking React day today. Dub in the chat. We got a lot of good videos to watch. Today's a React day. Tomorrow we're doing OG Fortnite as well as maybe some more TCG and / or Arctic Eggs and other sim games. Tuesday's going to be an unbanned stream and Mario Party with the guys. The new Mario Party Jamboree. Wednesday is going to be horror. We're going to be playing either A Quiet Place. We're going to start it because that's like a 9-hour game, or we're just going to do a bunch of other short horror games. Thursday, I'm off. Friday's reacts in the Shatterproof charity stream fighting against drug abuse. So be tuned in for that. We're going to be trying to raise like $3K for them, which should be great. Saturday next week will be driving sim games or games of chat's choice and Sunday's reacts. If you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, videos, /shop games, /episode, I find most of the videos watch games I play. Do you support Palestine? Yeah, we've done charity streams for PCRF. And I've donated money to PCRF. Jemmy for the 3. Joe, you're the GOAT. Thank you. T-Fusion for the sub. XD for the sub. Soapy and GFY for the sub. It's Amia Amario. Thank you. I definitely said that name wrong. Thank you for the sub. Little rundown of the reacts we have today. Somebody said, rip to the 300 you bet on the Tyson and Paul fight. Buddy, I bet 400, and then I got drunk and put another 150. And then another 50 bet on the fight before it. I lost $600 on the Mike Tyson fights, and I lost $350 last night. So I lost, actually, I don't know. I might have lost like 1,001. It's so fucking stupid, dude. And see, like, I just play stupid bets that I'm like, oh, my gut's going to tell me this will hit. And it doesn't. All my friends lost money, too. It was terrible, dude. The Mike Tyson fight, me and all my friends were like, dude, we're just going to put money on Mike Tyson in case he wins. And then the UFC fight, one of my friends just put, like, literally like $5,000 on John Jones. One of my friends put $5,000 on John Jones, and he won, right? But even John Jones at minus 650, I would not be comfortable putting a straight bet of $5,000 on one guy to win, regardless of it was scripted. The Jones fight or Tyson? Jones fight was not scripted. John Jones has won every single fight he's ever fought since 2009. He is the undisputed, undefeated champion for over a decade. That's insane. John Jones is like the best fighter, and John Jones is weak. I'd win. He would murder you. Like, Zod, I think you would actually die in the ring. Like, I think one kick. He has 85-inch arms. That's his wingspan. And he's like 6'5". He's fucking huge. And you know what's also crazy to me? This is the last thing I'm going to say before we get into what I show you guys, the reacts that we have today. You would think, I don't know, maybe it's the difference between boxing and UFC, and a lot of you guys probably think this is boring, but I don't give a fuck. I find it fascinating that the majority of top MMA fighters are in their mid to late 30s. Like, that seems old to me, right? Like, I would have assumed that the best fighters would be in their 20s, right? Like, late 20s. Like, it's crazy that the average UFC fighter that's at the top of the game is, like, 37 or something. Like, literally, like, wife and kids age. Sugar Show. Well, Sean O'Malley is younger. I think he's, like, 30. Yeah, he's 30. But, like, Jones is, like, 37. A lot of the guys do retire young, so, I mean, it depends on the person. But, like, dude, I don't know. Like, are there boxers that are, like, in their late 30s that are still pro? I feel like most boxers that are pro are in their 20s. And then UFC fighters, it's, like, 30s. Maybe it's experience, right? Because MMA is, like, a lot of, athleticism, but also just, like, you have to be a really good technical fighter, and that takes genuinely years to accomplish. It's a lot to learn. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, for you to become a good MMA fighter, you have to be training for 10 years. Like, I mean, Bo Nickel has been, like, in the game for, like, 3, but he was also a fucking D1 wrestler ranked worldwide, and he's been doing that his whole life. So, I mean, it really depends. It just takes so long to get to the top in UFC because you have to fight so many times in a year. Yeah, that's true. You only fight in, what, 2 to 4 times a year? Maybe. Probably 3 max. And most of the UFC fighters at the top of the ring, you're fighting 3 times a year. And they have a record of like 27-3. So that takes 10 years alone to even get that many fights. Spit Rio for the sub, Psycho for the 3. A bet on punches landed. I won $300 on punches landed. Also for the sub, Jemmy for the 3 says you're the GOAT. T-Fusion, XD, Soapy, GFY. I didn't even know you could bet on how many punches are landed. React to Internet Anarchist. If you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, videos, /shop games, search it up. It's how I find most of the videos, watch games I play. I say that all the time. And the Nostalgia tab. If you have any nostalgic videos, we're going to watch some nostalgic videos soon. Spit and West for the sub. Little rundown of the videos we have today. Starting out with a Duolingo video, not sponsored. Bring my parents back. It's kind of a funny ad for Duolingo. Kind of want to watch that. Somebody recommended it. Then we're hopping right into usually the middle of the stream content. We're not really watching a body cam Darman type video today. Starting out with a big tug video. Big tug. The U.S. education system super sucks. Celebrity car tier list. This is a different one from the previous one we watched. The billionaires car tier list. The ideal male body throughout history. The kid who stole $230 million. The hidden killer in contact sports. We were going to watch this Friday. Didn't have time, so we're going to be watching it today. It's about CTE. The worst types of YouTubers may or may not watch this video. And then we're going to choose one of these two because some people have been asking for philosophy. A very old Vsauce video. Not very. Yeah, very old. A very old Vsauce video 3 years ago. 3 years in YouTube time is fucking a decade ago. Or Boys Don't Cry. Also old video. You guys will choose betwixt the two of those when we are. Why am I not sub to Vsauce? Betwixt the two of those, you guys will choose for us to watch. And then we'll yap about that. Those are like good fucking video. I'm assuming you guys are going to choose Vsauce just because he's like the goat of YouTube. But this one could be a really cool video. I think I've seen it when it came out, but you know, if it's philosophy, I'll just end up yapping. I don't really give a fuck. Those are the only videos that I don't really care if I've seen them before. Psych over the 3. Are you going to watch the new Fern? Fern came out with a new video. What was it? There's a lot of Fern videos that I have on my watch later that I've yet to see. The CIA's scariest weapon. We're swapping that out for the worst types of YouTubers. That sounds so intriguing. I need to see that. And you know what? I already know about it because I'm intertwined with the fucking CIA realm. I already know the CIA's scariest weapon. It's going to be the gun that gives you a heart attack, but it leaves a prick on your body. And chat, I'll get into this fucking ramble. Don't get me on this fucking CIA technology UFO type shit because I'll fucking ramble about this for the next fucking goddamn 30 hours, chat. The CIA developed a gun in the fucking, 70s or 80s that they would shoot you. It would leave a little prick, like literally the size of a bug bite on your body. The fucking dart would dissolve and then you would die of a heart attack. The autopsy would show no foul play and you would just die. And they had to tell the government that, hey, this is like cruel and unusual that we're allowed to have this. So they had to get rid of it. Imagine what the CIA has now. The CIA could probably hit a button right now and your head would explode. It's that damn COVID vaccine. It's that damn COVID vaccine. They put it, there's a tracker. There's a tracker in that COVID vaccine that you Gen Zers all got in your body. That fucking damn COVID, that monkey juice, there's monkey blood in COVID vaccines. They got a damn tracker. If they hit a button, your head, it's going to turn the frogs gay, okay? All right. Jonas for the sub. Are you playing TCG today? No. It's a React day today. I just said my schedule. Tomorrow's gaming. We're probably going to start tomorrow with OG Fort and then go from there. Don't really know what we're going to do after that. Hurry up. Watch the videos already. Yo, y'all got the patience of a peanut. Now we're going to sit here. That was a great Robert F. Kennedy Jr. impression. No, RFK Jr. impression would be entirely different. That would be offensive, though, if I did that. I'm not going to do that. I don't like doing impressions if it's like somebody that has like a speech disorder or something like that, because then it just feels fucked up. Do it? No, I'm okay. I'm not going to do that. No. Laced for the 3. The gun is stonefish poison that they would freeze into a pellet and it would fall on your body, releasing the poison that would kill you, leave no trace. See, why are you spoiling the video now? And I just said that. I just said I already knew about the dart. I didn't know that it was a stonefish poison. My bad. Zlinth and Jonas for the sub, Alex for the 3. Are you planning on watching A24's philosophy-like horror movie Heretic? When is that coming out? Is there a trailer? Oh, this shit? Oh, no, that's already out. Yeah. No, we watched the trailer for this. I wanted to watch this the other day. I do need to go see that. Is it in theaters right now? Brawl, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. WJW Streamer, thank you for the fucking 1,000 biddies. And Scrumpy for the 5K bits! If you have time today, watch Vita Carnus. What is that? Psych for the 3. Scrumpy477, thank you for the fucking biddies, bro. What is Vita Carnus? Why does that sound familiar? Oh, the meat documentary? Dude, I think we've seen this. I don't want to be that guy. I've definitely seen this. Because it says I've watched it. Yeah, the Living Meat documentary. I think we watched this when it came out. I think we watched this when it came out. I don't know for sure. Maybe we watched part of it. I don't know. I think we've seen that, though, Scrumpy. All right. Chat, lock in. First video of the fucking day. Bring my parents back, Duolingo. I gotta say, Duolingo has, like, the best marketing out of any company that I've ever seen. Zlin, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 5 gifteds, dude. You know, they have really good marketing. I think the people they have on hand are very attuned with, like, memes and trends that they can, like, come up with, like, funny random shit. It feels more like a skit, right? Like you're watching, like, Rick and Morty, like, interdimensional television rather than, like, an actual Duolingo ad.
The only thing I want on Christmas Day is my mom and dad who were taken away by an owl with a BBL who said I should have studied. Now I find myself here all alone. They're not picking up when I call their phone.
The Duolingo bird said I won't have my parents back until I pass a fluency test in Mandarin. I don't think I'm ever going to see them again.
Wonder if they're okay, hope they're thinking of me. He said Spanish or Finnish, thought it was a joke. Now I'm clinging to one strand of holiday. Hoping my parents back. That's all I ask of you today. I don't need Minecraft or any plastic junk.
Do you think they're going to do another Super Bowl commercial?
Want you to let my parents out of that trunk. Bring my parents back. No mistakes are in the past. I swear I've changed. The frozen pizza's gone and I don't know what else.
Holy shit, those are burnt as fuck. Oh my god.
What else to make.
Yo, that's like, yo, chat, you ever cook? Okay, well, I don't know if half of y'all even know how to fucking cook. Some of y'all probably know how to make, like, toast and cereal. And you burn Pop-Tarts. Anyways, for the people here that actually cook shit, do you guys know how to, like, okay, have you ever been cooking something, walked away to do something real quick, literally forgot about the fact that you were cooking something, and then came back and it was just burnt to shit? I've never done that with an oven. But, like, I've made, like, a grilled cheese before, and while it's, like, starting, I'm like, oh, let me go get this done real quick, and it'll take, like, a minute. But then I, like, just start scrolling on my phone, and I go, and you run out, and it's just fucking char black on the bottom, and you're like, oh, is this salvageable? Am I able to fix this?
I don't know what else to make. I promise that I'll study.
Yo, do you guys eat the crust on sandwiches? Yeah. Dude, I'm too lazy to cut the crust off. Okay, better question. When you were younger and you got a sandwich, did you like when you were like 6 and you had a sandwich, did you like it cut diagonally or horizontally? I always liked mine horizontally. I didn't like diagonal. I thought diagonal was weird. Like, it just felt weird. I always liked just straight down, just cut it straight down the middle. If it's peanut butter and jelly. If it was anything other than peanut butter and jelly, I wanted diagonal. I know that's odd, but peanut butter and jelly was good vertical. Like a vertical slice. Diagonal slice, triangles. Fuck you mean triangles? Oh, like, it's not really a triangle. It's more, chat, what shape would that be? Because it's not really a square. Like, bread isn't a square. It's more of like a curved, like not like a rhombus, but like, it's not a triangle. Chat, it's not like a trapezoid. No, it's not. Because it has a it has a curved top. It's like this. What shape is this? Wait, no. This is a sandwich, and then this would be the piece. What is this? What is this shape? That's like a trapezoid. It's like a semicircle. I don't know. How curved is your bread? Bro, what bread do you have that's just like a fucking square block? Diagonal cuts. Diagonal cuts sandwich. I love how there's just stock images. Can somebody tell me why, if you Google a picture of fucking any random thing, there's like a GIF of some random fucking person holding a sandwich in a triangle? Like, why is there an image of like, if I Google, like, give me, bro, old white man drinking a cup of coffee that's too hot. And then it's here. It's just like it's just like a thing. Like, why is that? Like, you could any picture, like any random specified image, there's just gonna be a fucking GIF. Like, who paid this guy? Who paid this guy to do this? When did somebody pay this old white man to hold a fucking mug? Am I like, I don't understand. Of course it's Alameda Pro. I don't understand though. This is AI? Are you sure? This looks like bro, even if it is AI, it's just so random. Like, why is that a thing? That's not AI. That's an actual old guy that just took an image. Why? Why does that exist? It just doesn't make sense. If it was AI, it would be like, oh, okay, it's just generating it. But like, give me another random sentence and you could just Google it and it'll fucking show up. Like, someone in a movie theater, person in a movie theater that spilled popcorn on themselves. And there's just always images of it. Like, what? There's just an image of everything. What? It's why? Why is that? Why is there an image of that? Fat donkey eating a shit omelet? I don't think that's gonna come up. I'll look it up. Fat donkey eating a shit omelet. Okay, maybe that's a little too specific. I mean, this is what shows up. This is AI, but it's like, it's almost there. It's almost there. You know, it almost got it. I don't know if it'd be able to show a shit omelet. Oh, see, what is this, bro? Like, what is this? Like, what is this image? Who took this? You know? Like somebody, like, this is a real image. Is that poop? No. Because it has carrots in it. What is that? That looks disgusting. It looks like a chewed up Cliff Bar that was left out in the sun too long. 10K viewers? Oh, I might be on fucking front page again. Random for the sub. Paulie for the sub. Kylo for the 3. My sister microwaved mac and cheese one time, forgot to put water in it, so it was black noodles. She just threw dry ramen into a microwave. How fast would that burn it? Ad for the 3. I genuinely can't even make toast. There's no way. Undead for the sub. Random for the sub. Chat, what's the most complex meal that you know how to make? Like, well. Like, not fuck it up. Like, you don't need to Google a recipe. Also, I'm done with the Duolingo video. Chopped cheese. Filet. Like, I'm saying like a meal, though. Risotto. You know how to make risotto? Tiramisu. Lasagna. Pizza. Bro. Frozen pizza. I feel like even then, some of y'all would probably butcher that. Chicken parm. What's the video lineup? We already showed it. We're just going to hop into ice water. We're just going to hop into the next video. Ramen noodles. Bro, spicy ramen is probably like a top 5 food. Genuinely. Like, not too hot, but like a good spiced ramen. Oh my God. So good. And then chat, let me put y'all on. Angel hair protein pasta and shrimp, right? With a little bit of garlic and butter. But not too much butter. Maybe a little bit of olive oil, right? Then just douse that bitch in fucking Tabasco hot sauce. I'm talking cover it. My mouth's I'm spitting thinking about this. And sriracha. And then just fucking mix it together. Oh my God. Yo, the next day, you're shitting fucking fire, dude. Tastes so good, though. Tastes so good. Kraft mac and cheese. Kraft mac and cheese sucks. That's a bad take I have, and I know it. But I don't like Kraft mac and cheese. I think Velveeta is really good. I thought you were doing Mario Bros. When did I say that? Dude, I feel like you guys have, like, dreams of, like, I've never said I'm playing Super Mario Bros. On stream, ever. I don't think I've ever said that. I said I'm playing Mario Party on Tuesday after I do Unbans. Today's Sunday. Never said you just did. Yeah, in relation to me responding to that. Velveeta ones are so good, I know. I don't like liquid cheese, but Velveeta's liquid cheese is really good. The problem, chat, Kraft mac and cheese, hear me out. Velveeta is good when it's made, when it's reheated. Kraft mac and cheese still gets beat by Velveeta when it's made, but it's good. Okay, have you ever made Kraft mac and cheese, ate some of it, put the rest in the fridge, and then when you want it next, it's like an emulsified brick that's like gross in the fridge, right? And it's just sitting there, and like you could like pick it up like a block with your hands. It's so gross. And then even after you heat it up, it's just still bad. Bunge, T-Boy, Snooze, random for the sub. My sister microwave mac and cheese. I already read that. Since you made a beaver moment emote. Oh, I did, chat. We have a beaver moment emote. I forgot to let y'all know about that. Psycho for the 3. One is the skin of a goose emote. I don't even know what that would look like. Just a goose. A goose with maybe somebody touching its skin. Moochie for the sub. Yeah, beaver moment. Beaver moment. Classic beaver moment. You know what's crazy is that one chatter probably doesn't even watch my streams anymore. Bro got banned for spamming beaver moment like 100 times. Unbanned him. Now I have an emote from what he came back from what they're saying, and they probably don't even know. Just some dude's intrusive thoughts just coming into my stream, just going beaver moment, beaver moment, beaver moment, beaver moment, beaver moment. Ad blocker for the 1,000 biddies. Sorry to ruin the mood, but I literally don't know anybody to ask. My parents are semi-abusive, and I really need mental health support, but I don't know what to do because I don't want to get my parents involved, and I'm really suicidal. I would say go to a school counselor in that aspect. That might be, if you don't want to involve your parents, I mean, I don't know how old you are. You might be, in college or something. Regardless, they still probably have some sort of, system or person that you could go to. If you are in high school, I would say go to a school counselor, talk to them about that, and then they would probably be able to put you in the right direction on what you're able to do mental health wise. If it is urgent, obviously call 988. Suicide is never the answer, and I need you to know that. But I know what you might be going through right now is obviously, rough, and I'm sorry that you're going through that, but suicide is never the answer to the problem or any problem that you are going through. HM for the sub. I mean, if your parents are semi-abusive and you feel that's something where you need to be removed from the household, if it's that serious, that's something that you're going to have to take into your own hands on that regard. But if it's more so just like, hey, your parents are like, verbally, screaming at each other and the household situation isn't really that good. I understand what you're going through. And I can tell you that the best thing you could probably do in that situation is maybe talk to them, depending on how they are. I don't know you. I don't know your parents. But also, go to an outside person for help and see what they're able to do to help you. HM for the sub, Blurry for the sub. I really think I'm getting botted, chat. I really don't think I'm on front page. I don't know, man. I like it, every time I have a viewer spike, it's always like a very specific. It's always a very specific amount of viewers. Run an ad to make up for the fight, and everybody leaves. What? Run an ad to make up for the fight. The fact that I lost $600 on Mike Tyson and fucking $350 on John Jones. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not gonna run an ad. I'm not gonna run an ad. Chat. Last time you guys made me run an ad, everybody dipped. I'm not running an ad. We're gonna hop into this first video though. Chat. Lock in. Type locked in. Stop yapping about the views. Type locked in. Run an ad? Oh my fucking God, bro. I'm running one 30-second ad and we are hopping in. No, I don't want to run an ad. Fuck no, I'm not. I don't want to run an ad. I said I don't want to run an ad. I'm not running an ad. Type locked in. Type locked in. Beaver moment. Type locked in. It'll drop to normal and then return to botted. That's what I'm saying, dude. Brady said, I elect we don't do Vsauce because he copyrights all of his videos. Does Vsauce really copyright all of his videos? That's understandable, though. At somebody his level, where, you know, he makes, like, that level of content, I understand that. Because people just try to rip it and re-upload it. Especially since he's been in the game so long. All right, lock in. Lock in, lock in, lock in. ST and Blurry for the sub. The U.S. education system super sucks.
Tugging, go to extratug.com. Can't get enough tugging? Go to extratug.com for exclusive
Did we watch this?
content that YouTube won't let me post, and also a bunch of other cool things. Okay, thank you.
School, the place where you
No, we never have. He's just done that promo before.
go to learn how to read books good. In the United States of America, school is the place where you go and learn all the skills that will stick with you for the rest of your life. Skills such as basic math, knowing what a verb is, and finding out just exactly where you stand.
Dude, the craziest thing that I always think about is I still remember prepositional phrases from 5th grade. About, above, across, around, at, before, behind, below, beneath, beside, between, by, during, except for, from, in, off, on, over, through, to, without, some shit like that. Like, I could just keep rambling. Like, why do I know that? Like, why do I know that? Lee Tan, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank them if you got a sub. Thank you for the 5 gifted. ST and ZZ for the sub.
Stand in the physical appearance pecking order.
I forgot what a verb is. Bro, why do I need to know that shit, though? I will say that. Like, knowing what a verb and a noun is makes sense. But, like, having to know, I don't know, man. Like, I think it makes sense to learn it in the moment. But after you know it and you subconsciously just know how to write, there's no need for you to know what an indirect and a direct object is. As long as you know how to fucking write, like, you're good, right? If you don't and you write like you're a 3rd grader, right, that's a different story where you need to learn those things. But once you know it, it just comes, like, naturally, right? Just being able to write normally, right? There's no purpose after you know it. It's like Glenn for the sub.
It's also where you go and learn how to accomplish 8 hours of work off of 3 hours of sleep. That's a very important skill to learn in America. The weird early hours and the lack of any real-life skills being taught are just a few.
Dude, the most relatable shit I think everybody's had is when you have, dude, also Ned's the Classified Fire Show. When you are going to class and the period starts, or like any time but right before class, right? To where you don't have enough time to do an assignment, but you literally, you didn't like just decide not to do it. You literally forgot you had an assignment, and then you're scrambling to get any amount of work done that you're able to get done within the fucking 15 minutes you have before class starts, to like not get scolded by the teacher that you like are a lazy piece of shit and didn't do it. That happened once for me. That's happened so many times where you're just like, I don't know. I think it's, you do it more in high school than college, right? College, if you do it in college, I think that's a lot of it is on you, because you take like 3 to 4. How many classes do you guys have in high school? 8, 9? You take a shitload of classes. It depends what schooling system you're in. Sometimes you might do like a semester-based thing like college. But for the most part, you have like 8 classes. The people that have 4 probably do it where it's like one semester you have this class, one semester you have this class, and they split it up. My high school, it was 8 classes that you took all year round. So, like, I had AP Bio from the start of the year to the end of the year, right? And same with, like, you know, fucking British literature and philosophy and theology and fucking calc and all these other classes, right? When you have that system, you're prone to forgetting assignments because you have to balance too many classes, right? Because there's going to be days where you're going to go home and you're going to have homework for literally every single class that you have. And that's horrible, right? College, it's easier because, I mean, the classes are harder themselves, obviously, but it's easier to keep in track of what you have to get done because you only have 3 to 4 classes, right? Those classes have a shitload of work assigned to them, but you're not going to, like, sit there and just forget.
Two of the reasons why the education system in America has been noted to be one of the worst out of the most civilized societies. And it's not just the kids. Education sucks for every person involved in the system. Teachers, parents, even the...
Wasn't there a recent study they updated where, like, the average American has a reading level below 6th grade? I can't do this, chat. Don't get me into the illiteracy rate in the United States. I'm going to get into a ramble of this again. I can't get on. If I open my eyes and I see that, like, I see the statistic that like 30% of Americans can't read, it's just gonna it's gonna put me down a fucking rabbit hole that I'm not gonna be able to get out of. I do it? No. It's just there's no point. 21% of adults in the U.S. are illiterate. How do you live? How do you survive? How did you get through school? How did you pass fucking 3rd grade? How do you fucking live life? How are you able to fucking drive a car and fucking pay taxes without being able to fucking read? I don't know. 54% of adults have a literacy level below 6th grade. The average reading level in the United States is 7th to 8th grade. Does that mean it's does that mean that the average person in the U.S., their reading level is decreasing, or that they never excelled beyond 7th or 8th grade reading level? Because I feel like it has to be decreasing. There's no way that these people just always had a 7th to 8th grade reading level. I feel like it's, they haven't read in fucking 5 years, so now it's just decreasing. But even then, like, I'm not reading every day, but I still don't think that I have a reading level of a fucking 7th grader. 90% of your viewers don't know what an anecdote is. Bro, that has nothing to do. To say, my viewers don't know what an anecdote is. That has nothing to do with what your reading level. Yeah, it's your capable knowledge of understanding. Hold on, I gotta move my light. It's your knowledge of understanding, specific words and being able to read more complex sentences that have, harder, I guess, words in them to understand. But even then, not knowing what an anecdote has nothing to do with that. Also, an anecdote, a short, amusing, or interesting story about a real incident or person. Okay. I thought it was just a short story. Like a quip or a phrase. I didn't want to say my definition and seem like a dumbass. Because my definition was wrong. I thought an anecdote was just like a little phrase or something you say. It's a story, a short story. Similar. I was almost on it. But like, see, that's the thing is, somebody not knowing what an anecdote is fine, because when are you ever using the word anecdote? Never, right? I think people's reading level is terrible is because conversationally, English is spoken at like a 5th grade level, right? What I'm saying to you guys in the words that I'll use, sometimes I'll use big words here and there that some of you guys might not understand, but for the most part, any Twitch streamer or politician is speaking in terms of like a 5th grade, like words that a 5th grader can understand or a 3rd grader could understand, right? So that, I think, affects reading level as well. What does part mean? What do you mean, what does part mean? Bagel, Tiny for the sub, Fluffies for the 3. Think of this. Blind people live without reading. Illiterate people can get around. blind people live without reading, but they still know how to read Braille. And they probably have people help them with their taxes and other forms of documentation that they're unable to read. You're saying exactly, but even so, if I had a friend that told me I can't read, can you do my taxes for me? I would look at him in the eyes and say, how do you have a job? How are you alive right now? I would say, it would be a task I would put on myself to teach my friend how to read. If I had a friend for 3 years and never knew by some means, right? Because you would probably, if you have a friend that can't read, you're going to fucking figure out that guy can't read within fucking 2 months, right? Because there's going to be a point where you're like, hey, can you go grab this? And he's not going to know what you need him to fucking get, right? Or some other shit. Or he's not going to be able to read a sign or directions. Moth of the three. I have like 7 classes a semester in college due to a scholarship I have. It sucks. Hunter, how many credits are you taking this semester? Jim and It's Cyclone and Hunter for the sub. 7 classes? Are they 3 credit classes or 4s?
Janitors. The American education system is in desperate need of an overhaul. Because from what I've heard, all the same problems that were...
I can't swim, Joe. That has nothing to do with your inability to read or not. Oh my God. Not being able to swim is probably just based on where you live geographically, in the fact that you probably don't live near an ocean, you might live in the Midwest, and you don't go to lakes, so there's no point or purpose for you to be able to fucking swim. That has nothing to do. Oh my God, half of the people in this chat probably can't fucking swim. I can't ride a bike? That's crazy.
On when I was in school still exists and actually have gotten much worse than...
It's so... I don't know. And see, now you're getting me on that. Stop, chat. We're never going to finish this video. I know this is stupid, okay? But coming from somebody that knows how to swim, it's not hard. I don't... Like, you literally just get in... I think the reason people can't swim is out of fear, right? Of drowning. If I believe that if you revoked my capability to swim and I just wasn't scared and you threw me in the water, literally you just do this. Bro, I doggy paddle. Dead ass. I don't know how to do breaststroke or some stupid shit. If I'm in the water, I am swimming like either A, Michael Phelps, or B, a toddler. There's no in between. I'm either full force power swimming. I am going all out, or I'm doggy paddling. I don't, or maybe back, I could do like a backstroke, right? I could swim backwards, but I don't know how to do the breaststroke shit. You look dumb. I'm not doing that.
A lot of cases. So let's take a gander at what's broken.
Do you not learn to swim in the U.S.? It depends where you live, right? Like, I would say that everybody I know knows how to swim. I do not know personally somebody that lives in New Jersey that doesn't know how to swim. But I also live in a state that's by the water, right? And there's also a shitload of lakes and rivers and all these other places that people swim.
What needs fixing and how maybe we could fix it if we're smart enough, I guess. Because it's important to learn from our mistakes. Because
somebody redeemed Flex.
We don't, kids can't read. And I don't know if you guys have been paying attention, but like, have you talked to a 6th grade teacher recently? The kids can't read anymore. I don't know if it's because of the pandemic or what, but like, that's a huge issue. The biggest problem...
Bro, the most fucked up thing was popcorn reading. Because you would just pick the kid. Oh my God. It's like actually fucked up. I feel like every class did it too. Popcorn reading was fucked up because you would just pick the kid that sucked at reading. Which honestly might have been the goal by the teachers. But, like, you would just go, the popcorn, and then just say their name. And then now they have to read, right? It was funny, though, bro, but it was fucked up. I hated that as the shy kid. I would always get picked, bro. That shit was funny as fuck. Bro, I mean, it helped them read, but still. It was just like, make everybody read, like, 3 sentences, and then go down the line. Rather than being like, bro, because I would start crying. Bro, I remember my elementary school class had like 20 kids, and it would literally just bounce around between 5 kids. It would literally, like, no one would read outside of, like, 2 or 3 kids that sucked at reading, and then 2 kids that would get picked on that would literally just pick the kids that sucked at reading.
With lower education in this country, besides a crippling nicotine addiction plague and, I don't know, the fitness gram pacer test or whatever the fuck that thing is, starts with one thing.
Or you would have that one kid. I remember there was one time we had popcorn reading. And they were going around, and then they picked me, and I just read for like 10 minutes. I swear to God, and you never, when you're the kid that's picked on for popcorn reading, you're never absorbing the information that you're reading. You're just trying to enunciate everything perfectly so you don't get made fun of. So it's like the worst way to learn because you're not actually trying to understand anything that you're reading. You're just trying to like focus on saying everything perfectly because otherwise people are going to laugh at you. So you're just like, and then the cow walked across the bridge to see his fellow friend cow. Oh, his fellow cow friend. And then everybody would laugh, right? You stutter. Yeah, you'd get nervous.
And that thing is funding. It's the money. The amount of funding a public...
Dude, it was so fucked up when we read Shakespeare. I remember that. I read like a Shakespeare script in some... Because like my teacher was obsessed with like British literature. And we were probably in like 5th or 6th grade. And all the words, a lot of the words there are like new shit that you've never heard. And we would do popcorn reading, and they would pick that one person that sucked at reading, and they would just literally, it would be one word they were stuck on for like 5 minutes. And the teacher wouldn't help. It was so bad. It would be like some random, what's Shakespeare's favorite word? Poisons or something? Egregious. Like something like that. Egregious. And they would just be like aggregate. And they would just be sitting there trying to pronounce it. And you would just be like, oh my God. Please.
School gets depends on the state that it's in, which is good, I guess, if you hate
buoyancy. There's people that don't know how to say buoyancy.
Big government. For example, New York spends the most, about $30,000 per student annually. I assume most of that money goes towards big puffer jackets, chopped cheeses, and classes how to teach kids that when someone asks about bagels, you tell them it's the wada. On the other hand, you have something like Utah, which only spends about $10,000 per student. But, you know, it's Mormons, you know. Who needs education when you got them gold tablets? But not having enough money to properly educate children is a shockingly big problem for the richest country on earth. Low budgets at public schools make it hard to do several things that make going to school worthwhile. I mean, for one, pretty hard to find quality teachers when you could literally make more money flipping burgers. And plus, when you're flipping burgers, you don't have to deal with children who haven't discovered deodorant yet, and if you do, you just kick them out of the burger store. And also, a lack of funds forces schools to make some tough decisions, like canceling programs and electives. No child should go all through middle school without being forced to go to a Christmas pageant where you watch your friend terribly play the tuba. And God forbid we get rid of...
Yo, why did we do that, though? Like, why did we have to perform Christmas concerts and, like, shit like that? I never understood that. I was so good at the tuba. Bro, I just played some big-ass drum. I remember it would be like, I would be going, dun, 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 and then everybody would start singing, and they'd be like, the one holy night, and I would just go, dun, dun. That's all I did, or I would just die laughing on stage. And then I remember my music teacher. His name was Chris. I forget his last name, but I used to call him Chris, and it would piss him off. He'd be like, it's Mr. Something, and I'd go, okay, Chris. Oh my God, I was like disrespectful. Like, looking back at it, I was like, I would never do that, right? But it would be like Chris something. I'd be like, okay, Chris. And I was in like 5th grade. I would just be like, all right, Chris.
Non-athletic programs like chess club
and he would get like blood red. He'd be like, I swear to God, I'm going to fail this. I'm going to fail you in this class. Be like, ugh. And then I would go quiet.
Theater. I mean, what are the dorks and dweebs going to do to get dorkier and dweebier?
He would make us stand up. Dude, oh my God. He was so passionate about music. That's why I felt so bad. He would make all of us stand up individually to try and find our pitch. And he would be like, you got to sing. I'd be like, what? He would be like, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la. And he would have to do that in front of everybody. in a round circle. Like, talk about embarrassing, dude. Not knowing how to sing, he's just like, do it.
But back to the teachers. That's like the main note I want to hit in this segment. I don't think it's controversial to say that teachers should be getting...
And then he would mark it down. He'd be like, okay, you're probably baritone. Okay, you're probably... Thinking back on it, yo, he was definitely on some type of shit.
...paid way more than they are getting paid.
Probably hyped up on Adderall.
Right now. According to Education Week...
Locked in. He was so... I remember he was so ecstatic about it. I remember one time we walked in, he was like, we got ukuleles. And he would be fucking handing them out to everybody. He's like, let's fucking go. I bet he wanted to start cursing. And I would just be like, oh my God, ukuleles.
For teachers in 2023, the lowest average salaries were in West Virginia with $52,000, Florida with $53,000, and South Dakota for $53,000 again, averaging at around $53,000. So it seems there's a stark disparity.
Dude, and the problem is now that teachers are at such low supply in most U.S. states that you don't even have to be a qualified teacher to teach. You could just have a degree and you'll become a teacher and they'll pay for you to go through schooling while you're already teaching on how to become a teacher.
Between payment and actual responsibility. And like, let's all take a second as a unit and really consider what a teacher does for work.
Really? Yeah. I have a friend that is currently, bro. Hold up. Brooke's texting me. Holy shit. Hold up, bro. She's in the same... Bro, give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Yo, count me down 30 seconds, bro. She's fucking calling me. She's literally in the other room. We're back. Right. It never ceases to amaze me that she's like 2 rooms away and will call me. Moth for the 3. All 4 years of high school, I never had a real teacher for science. Really. Free buck for the 7, Becca for the 3. My Jewish ass didn't do Christmas or Easter shit. We had to do plays related to Jewish festivals. Dude, I remember there was a lot of Jewish kids in my, elementary and middle school, so we would sing, I remember I would sing, dreidel, 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 I made it out of clay, and when it's dry and ready, oh, dreidel, I will play, some shit like that. Yeah, I used to sing some, Jewish kid songs. Those were the best, bro. They got some fire beats. We would play with dreidels, too. Remember I got one of those?
They're not just teaching. That's not the only thing teachers do. They don't show up and read a book in front of disinterested children. They have to do a lot of shit. Their job requires them to, 1, teach students, obviously. You have to come up with a lesson plan, which, Jesus Christ, that's a very complicated system that I was shocked
Bro, we're an hour into stream, and I'm not even 4 minutes into the first video.
About when I was reading it. They have to
Let's lock in.
make tests and homework to make sure they're doing
I don't think we're going to finish 9 videos today.
Their jobs. Then they have to grade and test that homework, which is such a time suck I can't even get my mind around. Have you ever talked to like a 5th grader? Have you ever looked into their brain and realized there's nothing going on? Well, a teacher has to look at paper that they wrote on all day, every day. That would make anyone go insane. They also have to pay for school materials out of their pocket. Like a teacher has to pay for the arts and craft shit and like the pens and pencils.
Yeah, which is actually wild that they don't just have a budget for that in a lot of schools.
Where are my tax dollars going? They also need to attend and plan assemblies for the student body, which that's going to take you away from doing your job. I don't know why we have assemblies. Assemblies always suck. Sometimes you have to be a coach or a chaperone, which just sounds like wrangling cats to me. And also, last but not least, they are like somehow the enforcer of school rules while also trying to teach, which is ridiculous. Why is a teacher the one who's trying to educate and inspire a generation of children while also like being the one who has to, keep them in line all the time with dumb school rules? And all of this for an average of around like $60,000 a year. A salary that is begging people not to consider this as a career path. If you take all that into account, a teacher should not be making 5-figure salaries.
Well, here's the problem is I think that teacher salaries are going to get upped by demand. It's just going to be a problem whether or not they get more public funding, depending on who's in presidency and also the state itself on what they're going to fund those students with. But if they up how much teachers get paid, there will be an influx of teachers, which will be good. But every career that ever has an obscene salary increase also just has an even higher job market increase for how many people want to get into that. And then the issue there is there's too many people and not enough jobs, like computer coding. Like, you know how many CS majors there's been in the last fucking 5-6 years? Because comp sci majors make a shitload of money, but now there's so many fucking comp sci people with degrees that they can't get jobs in that field in. Atlas for the 3. You missed my what? You missed my question mark. Back up for the 3. Really sorry I missed 2 of my bet donos. Moth for the 3. I don't think I did. Hold up. I might have. I already read the Jewish one. How many bits for you to do a GCSE exam? I don't even know what that is. For all the British folks, I'm a celebrity. Get me out of here. Tonight's going to be Bart Parts. Needs to get Joe on it. Oh, my God, dude. Hold up. Free bet for the sub. Back up for the sub. Alex for the 3. Remember during popcorn reading, I punched my organism and, you know, it almost started crying. Bogey, definitely for the sub. Uga for the 3. Never learned how to ride a bike when I was younger. Now I'm too embarrassed to learn in public because I'm 15. You could still just learn how to ride a fucking bike. Just go on like a back road. Just fucking learn how to ride a bike. It'll take like 20 minutes. Laura for the sub. Moth for the 3. Got 16 credits a semester. You get 16 credits a semester, but you have 7 classes. I did 16 credits a semester and 4 classes. So your classes are like 2 credits. Sai for the 3. I can't ride a bike or tie my shoes, and I'm in high school. Am I cooked? You don't know how to tie your fucking shoes? What do you wear, Velcro? Riding a bike, I wouldn't say is cooked, dude. You don't know how to tie your shoes, bro? Fucking just Google a YouTube tutorial. That'll take, like, actually a minute. With your brain capacity, you're not 4. You look at 1-minute YouTube tutorial, how to tie your shoes. And then it'll fucking show you. Do you guys single knot or double knot? I always double knot. Always. Can I get a happy birthday? Happy birthday, Atlas. 72 for the 3. What about teachers? Is trans when we had a substitute? All the kids were just shitting on her for being trans. Really says a lot about people. Yeah, that's fucked. Kayla for the 3. Well, that kind of change come with the Department of Education being shut down, put back to the States. I'm curious. I have no idea.
They should be making 8-figure salary. They should be the richest people in town. That and politicians. Hot take. But I think we should be paying politicians like a shit ton of money. That way they don't need...
That's a horrid take. I think you could pay politician. No. Actually, fuck no. That's a horrid take. That's the first big tug take that I'm going to fucking hard disagree with. I think congressmen should not be able to invest in stocks, and they also shouldn't get paid. And there should be heavy penalties for insider trading or other sorts of financial benefits. They should have literally zero payment from anybody for their joke. They should be like priests. They should have everything paid for them. Like they should get a house, they should get food and like bedding and maybe a car that's given to them that they could use in their time in office, but they should get no money. Because it incentivizes people to hold that position for personal gain rather than actually wanting to change the country for the better. And if you up their salary, then people will get into politics for the sole purpose of making money. And you don't... Getting people in comp sci for the sole purpose of making money, fine, right? You'll do your job and leave, right? But, like, if you're going to have people that want to do the bare minimum but just get money, that's horrible. Just because then they're going to get into the job because they know it makes $400K a year, and then they're just going to fuck around.
Take bribes and lobby.
Kind of an L take. I hard disagree. I think that politicians that have... Every politician that's in the Senate or the House of Reps has the greatest stock market portfolio you've ever seen. Always. They always have crazy fucking stock portfolios that have profits that are absurd, comparable to the average person that even invests with like a hedge fund or something that like people, financial managers that know what they're doing, right? Because they just have insider trading. And it's not counted as that because it's like, oh, well, you just know about this. But it's fucking bullshit.
obvious money and they can be like genuine people and not worry about making themselves rich. That's probably a bad take, but we should.
I think his goal in saying that is the same as mine. I just think the approach is bad. Atlas for the 3. What camera do you use? Sony A7 Triple I.
Make politicians rich. Anyway, another big issue that the U.S. schools are dealing with is childhood poverty. That's a fun topic we're going to talk about right now. Child poverty, obviously, is going to have a huge effect on how a kid performs in school. Children living in poverty are 2 to 3 times more likely to be frequently absent because of a myriad of reasons. And also, I mean, being the poorest kid in a public school is not a great way to boost lifelong self-esteem. Obviously, we shouldn't judge people on what they have and instead the merit of their character, but these are kids we're talking about. Kids are stupid and mean. You go to school wearing the wrong shoes and eating the wrong lunch, you're going to get verbally crucified at the cafeteria.
Dude, I told y'all this. I remember I used to go to Payless for shoes, and I remember the literal bottom of my shoe fell out one day, and I was just walking to my own feet, basically, and I got made fun of so much. I went home that day, and I was like, Mom, I need regular shoes. I was like, they're bullying me. Like, that was, like, the one time that I actually thought I was getting bullied. Was, like, that, like, it was bad. Like, I remember, like, I was, like, crying. Like, I was like, dude, they're just fucking grilling into me. But it's also just the biggest pussy shit ever. Like, motherfuckers grilling other people for being broke when nobody in elementary school has ever made their own money.
But at the end of the day, personally, I don't understand why poor people can't figure it out. Stop being poor, you idiot. You dumb idiot. Another issue that is unique to American school children is all of the dying. A lot of dying happening. I don't know how much I can talk about this. The only reason I'm going to be delicate with my language during this part is because of YouTube guidelines. Otherwise, I'd be talking a lot of harsh shit and bringing up a lot of horrifying statistics about it. But genuinely, just put yourself in the shoes of a modern school kid. How the fuck are you going to pretend to concentrate on what the teacher is saying with the threat of that bullshit happening every day? Active shooter drills, weird kids making off-brand comments. Companies are literally selling bulletproof backpacks. But yeah, make sure you're listening to...
What the fuck is that gonna do? What the fuck? That is the dumbest product. I understand the purpose there.
Comments.
What
Companies
the
are literally...
fuck? I have one. Bro, what are you gonna put it on your chest? They're just shoot you in the head. A bulletproof backpack. Better than nothing? Yeah, I guess. At that point, just go to school in a bulletproof vest.
Selling bulletproof
$170 for you to just have a fucking plated backpack that protects 1/5 of your body.
Backpacks. But yeah, make sure you're listening to the lesson. Go ahead and try and pry your eyes away from the opening door in your classroom. And then there's the fact of school lunches. That's a shit show. I'm torn between public school lunches because we used to have super unhealthy school lunches every day, like pizza and chicken nuggets. And I don't know how you're supposed to like be smart with that shit in your body, but it was delicious. And then Mrs. Obama showed up and made things healthier, which is good for like, childhood obesity. But also, I don't want broccoli. I don't want broccoli. And also there's the whole matter of paying for school lunches and like school kids are going into lunch debt so they can eat every day. Free school lunches was a weird...
Dude, I remember they would stop selling my classmates food. They'd be like, you're like $20 in debt. If you have one more day of this, we can't give you food. I was like, bro, no way.
Weirdly politicized moment in the election cycle in America this year. And I don't want to live out on you kind folks, but like, let the kids eat. Just fucking what? It's how much is that? Like $3 a day.
I got
for kids?
free lunch. Yeah, it depends what school you go to. Some schools have free lunch. Mine
Just
didn't.
give them the fucking food. No kid.
I remember the only free lunch they had when I was younger was a cheese sandwich. And I remember I used to be really picky too. And so some days I would just eat the cheese sandwich purposefully. Even if I had the money to buy the food, I would just be like, yeah, let me get that cheese sandwich. Because they would have like fucking chili. And I was like, I don't want that.
Kids should be worried about how much debt they are in with their fucking middle school. There's just so much going on with the so broken with the middle school and high school system in America. I just don't have time to break down every aspect of it because we need to save time for the next step in this video, which is college. You guys know how I feel about college? Do you have any idea? I don't like it. College is dumb and stupid and is a fucking joke nowadays. And I understand that the people who normally say that...
I think that a lot of colleges are dumb and stupid. I think a lot of state schools aren't. Just because if the college is under like $20K a year, I think it's a reasonable thing to amount that debt to get a degree, rather than like a college that's $70,000 a year.
That are like hacky Republican podcasters that are saying that the woke mind virus is eating your children's brains at college. But I'm not saying that. I'm saying that college is generally and genuinely a scam. I've made a whole video about this, and I've discussed, it was actually the first video I ever made on this channel, but there were some points I wasn't able to talk about in that video that I want to address now. Higher education used to be a standard milestone on the path of the American dream. It used to basically guarantee you'd be employable even if you majored in like Latin or ceramics. And that's why every child of my generation was told growing up that if we didn't go to college, we would be worthless losers and our lives would amount to nothing. So, seems like a pretty good move to go to college.
How old is Big Tug?
Does it not? But unknown to the boomers and Gen Xers, while they were raising us to be good little college students, the colleges themselves were becoming a bastardized version of what they originally were. For one, tuition prices slowly but surely became completely out of control. The price to go learn about some shit you won't use after you graduate used to be reasonable. You could pay for it with a small loan and a summer job. But the price of tuition...
Yo, and where's the money going, bro? Because some Ivy League professors, different story. Bro, you can Google how much your professors make. I was looking up how much some of my philosophy professors make, and it's like 90 grand a year, which is a good salary. But I'm like, that guy got a doctorate and has been working here for 10 years, and he makes less than 100K. And there's fucking 20,000 students that go to this university, and most of them are paying at least a few $1,000s a year, maybe more, probably fucking 10 grand. Like, where the fuck is this shit going?
Tuition has increased, and this is not a joke, by 169% over the last 40 years. I wouldn't say that's a not noticeable number. And meanwhile, income for workers out of college increased only 19% in that same time. So clearly...
You should become a professor after streaming. Dog, I would want to peel my eyes out of my head if I had to go back to college. I have, chat, I've said I was thinking about getting a master's. No. Fuck school, dude. I am like, yo, you should do it, right? You should go to college if you think it's going to benefit you. But I'm so happy I don't have homework. I love class, right? And that's a crazy thing to say. I loved philosophy class. I would go pay to sit in on a class. But then when it's done and they're like, okay, you have to do this. Bitch. No. Right? I'll read a book and go to class and talk about it. But the second you're like, okay, we have an exam, fuck you. No, I don't want to do that anymore.
Math's not mathin'. Oh, but Tucker, if the prices...
That's the shit I don't miss.
...are getting higher and higher, that means probably the colleges are giving better and better experiences for their college students, right? Don't be fucking stupid. You know what this is gonna be.
What degree do you have? Oh, the most useful degree in the world. A Bachelor's of Arts in Philosophy and Religion.
Last dollar at college becomes much harder to justify with bloated amounts of administrative staffers with make-work jobs for people who are basically unemployable anywhere else. If you're in college right now, I suggest you to go to your college office or whatever the administrative area and just look at how many people are sitting around doing literally...
I love psychology. I said philosophy. I have also realized the amount of people that think I have a degree in psychology is crazy. Like the average person doesn't know the difference between philosophy and psychology. I've come to realize that they think they're the same thing, and they're not. A lot of psychology majors and philosophy majors take classes that intertwine together, and a lot of the topics are similar that you might speak on, but the approach is entirely different. Psychology is a science, right? Philosophy is, I guess you could say, there's scientific basis, I guess, but it's more so just like a logic class. June and Fart for the sub, Gaby for the three. On Google, it says you make 2.5 to 39K a week. That is the biggest margin I have ever heard. Google says I make 2.5 thousand to 39,000 a week. I don't know who the fuck wrote that. I mean, that you could just say, well, I bet you make $1 to $1 million a week. I mean, yeah, it's going to be somewhere in that margin. T's for the sub. It is in that margin. T Gamer and Ghost for the sub. AKO for the sub. Folk for the 5. I am in that margin. That's still a very broad margin. It says you make $26 an hour. On Twitch, I don't even know how much I make. It depends on the day. There's days on Twitch where I'll make like $50 an hour. There's days on Twitch where I'll make fucking $200 an hour. Right? It depends. Still pick somebody on for light up shoes. Well, that's different. That's a choice. Atlas for the 3. Having light up shoes is cringe.
Enough, and all the excess funds they get because they raise the prices for no fucking reason.
That's still rich, though. I mean, I have a very good salary, yes. But to say that I make more than 2.5K a week, right? But, like, 2.5K a week is very wealthy, but that's not, like, I would say that's high class. I would not say that's rich, right? Because if you're providing for, like, you could have 250K a year and provide for 4 kids and still not be obscenely rich. That's still a very wealthy salary. You're wealthy. Right, rich. I think rich and wealthy are terms that vary depending on opinion. But I think wealthy is like 100K to like 250K. I think rich is like you have like, what's rich? Multi-millionaire, I would say, is rich.
Can't just all give themselves better salaries because that would
Aren't you taking care of 4 kids? Brother, I have no children.
be suspicious and bad.
We gotta finish this video. Everybody shut up.
So instead, they just keep building new facilities and sport complexes in order to attract new students and prove that the money is going somewhere worthwhile. And meanwhile, college football teams basically justify the existence of entire universities, and yet the players aren't paid anything for creating millions of dollars in value. And the whole time,
Well, now can't they get sponsors?
academics are not improving. They're not getting better at teaching you shit. The focus of studies are also all made up. You can graduate being a fucking toe studier, and they'll give anyone a degree for putting in the bare minimum. You can graduate college so easily nowadays, and I know that because I'm me and I did that. This is God's honest truth. I am not joking. Throughout all of college, I did not end up reading one book. I didn't read one goddamn book, and that seems completely incorrect. And yet I got out of college with a degree and a smile. Now, yes, I did graduate with a communications degree, something that is, you know, equivalent to a
This is the first time that I'm saying this. I cheated on my entire Sharks class. That's kidding. I'm kidding. I didn't cheat on... I didn't read any of the texts. Google may have helped me with every written assignment. Dude, I feel like I'm, like, getting a rash here. Degree revoked? No, I'm kidding.
Kmart coupon. But my God, they knew that.
I did not try in my Sharks class, though. The tests, I couldn't cheat because they had, like, proctoring things. But the written assignments, read 5 chapters and write about the fucking weird sensors that hammerhead sharks have. Googling that.
They'll know that. They know that they're giving you dog shit when you walk out of there. They don't give a fuck, dude. They just want your money, and they want to put you in incredible debt because they don't give a fuck. And then the older generation has the gall to say, well, you knew the risk going into this. Maybe I did. I was 17. I had no idea about the concept of lifelong, life-changing debt. And you told me I had to do this. You all said we had to do this. Seriously, I really wish I didn't do it. And I know it's not good to tell kids don't go to college, but, like, unless you're going to be a fucking doctor or a scientist or a mathematician, don't do it. And even if you do it, there's no guarantee you're gonna have a job anymore. It was a fucking waste of time besides the lifelong friends I made in college, and I could have gotten the same experience by going to summer camp every year. And also, I just want to make a fun little note here. I want to talk directly to the audience. Hello, DePaul University. It's me, Tucker Lindgren. Remember me, your favorite alum from 2019? So listen, I'm already upset with you, okay? Point blank. If I could never see your logo again, I would be thrilled. But the fact that you call me once a month asking for a donation, asking for money from me, go drink some art.
Bro, I already get emails from my university asking for money. It is wild that they I liked my university, so I mean, I'm not going to like shit on them, but at the same time, colleges, even high schools, your high school if you don't go to a public high school, even if you do, you can still do donations depending on where it is, especially choice schools. They'll ask you for donations or money, and they'll be like, we'll put your name somewhere.
Arsenic. And what's worse is you make foreign exchange students make the calls, something that I'm sure they don't want to do, but they have to in order to be allowed to stick around. You guys fucking suck. Fuck you. Unless you're going to be, a doctor or a lawyer or something, just don't go to school. It's not worth it anymore. Just go from high school directly into whatever job you want, and you have a better chance of learning way more. So I've exclusively bitched about the U.S. education system, but why is that? It seems like every other developed nation has a better system set up for this type of thing, but is that true? Or are British people just lying on the internet again? Well, let's look at the numbers. U.S. schools, by definition, are being lapped by high academic performances from other countries. For example, if you want to become a mathematician, don't do that shit in America. There are 30 other nations that are doing better than U.S. at teaching high-level math, and they often do it for free. Could you imagine? Free higher education? That's got to be...
But don't you have to be a citizen of that, country to get free education.
Possible. But it's not just the higher education segment that's getting our dicks kicked in, because our kids are much stupider than the average tot. We are ranked 19th in the world K through 12 education. 19th. And also, when they did the study, millennials in America are tied for dead last for math and problem solving. We can't do math. I'm Gen Z, but like by a year. I'm pretty close to millennials, so I'm gonna tie myself to the Harry Potter bacon lovers. We cannot do math, guys. We can't. We are terrible as math. As a unit, we're terrible at math. Here's a quick example of how bad me and my generation are at math. I was making a recipe with my roommate, and we were trying to half the recipe because it was too big, so we wanted to only make half of it. And the recipe called for 2/3 of a cup of cheese, right? So we needed to half 2/3 of a cup of cheese.
2/3 of a cup of cheese would be, you need 1/3. Wait, no. Listen. 2/3 of a cup of cheese is 4/6. You need half of 2/3 of a cup of cheese. Half of 2/3 is 1/3. It's 1/3.
So I'm gonna pose the question to you, and I'm gonna give you, the viewer, a second to try and figure out this math problem. Ready, set, what is 1/2 of 2/3?
It's 1/3, right?
Okay, do you have your answer? It's 1/3. Obviously, it's 1/3 when you look at, when you just take a second to think about it, but we could not figure that out. We could not get it done. First of all, you can't put fractions into your iPhone calculator.
It's not 1/6.
So we were shit out of
1/6 plus 1/6 is 1/3.
luck there. But like, obviously, 1/2 of 2/3 is 1/3. That's what it looks like. But I'm sure some of you fucked that up. We were calling our friends, seeing if they were as stupid as us, and no one got the answer right. We called like 5 people. And also in America, the fun fact, our workforce is the most undereducated in the world. A statistical fact. We are acutely the stupidest people. It's not just a meme, guys. It's real. But hey, at least we're good at sports. Right, team? At least we can catch ball, run far. That'll make sure we maintain global dominance. God damn it, it's so over. It is so jover. After looking at all of this, I pretty much think that the US education system seems, I don't know, almost designed to leave people turned off to learning and sets us up to take mundane and soul-crushing jobs. Oh, fuck. Okay, we can fix this. We can fix all of this. School.
Well, I think the gap of educated people and uneducated people in the United States is also a lot further because higher education costs so much in the US that it turns people away from even attempting to do it. So I think like other European countries that have cheaper education probably have a more closer gap between like high school grads and like college grads, or not even high school grads, college grads, because that gap would be similar. But I think the average citizen in Europe is more around the same level of intelligence comparable to the U.S., just because most people are just not even going to try to go to college.
Schools need more resources so we can give every student the best training to do whatever they need.
As the years go on. How many people, what is the statistics of that? How many people go to college in the U.S. now? What percent of high school grads go to college in the U.S.? 61%, but how many of them graduate? What percent of high school go to college in the U.S. and graduate? Enrolled in universities. What percent of college students drop out in the U.S.? 33%. So only 2/3 of 60% of students graduate. So less than half of American students go to college.
Need to do. The price of colleges should be slashed since the degrees are worth less. Kids
or
should
go to college and actually finish. It's like 1 out of 3 students that enroll into university drop out.
be warned about money and how much debt you can go into and just what money does, because we are all financially illiterate, and we should focus more on paying teachers so that they give a shit instead of leaving the workforce in droves. And all of that is going to cost money, which is a shame because we're so poor, guys. America is so poor. Obviously, we don't have money to give to the kids. Oh wait, no, that's a joke because we have all of the money. We have all of it. We have more money than God knows what to do with. And yet we can't figure this out. New videos every Wednesday and Saturday.
W fucking vid, dude. All right, that only took an hour and 20 minutes to get through. We're going to fucking speed through some of these other videos. Count me down 30 seconds, chat. I got to piss real quick, then we're hopping into the next. All right. Appetizing. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank them if you got a sub. Thank you for the fucking 5 gifteds. Song Still in the Paint. Denzel Curry just came out. I've been playing it a lot. Everybody keeps asking what the song is every single time I play it. All right. Let's lock in here, chat. Hold up. All right. Lock in, chat. Next. Celebrity car tier list. Zywash for the 5. I think that when we die, nothing happens and you don't know and you see nothing. But I don't know. Literally no one knows. So I think there's no point in worrying. Just live your life out instead of worrying about it. I believe some religions are a way to help you deal with something hard in life. Is this an L take? No, I usually say the same thing. I don't think you just don't know and you see nothing. You just cease to exist. It's not that you see nothing. Most people think that when I say I think nothing happens after death, it's just like a dark void, but you're not even conscious. It'd be like going to sleep with no dreams, but forever. That's what I think death is like, right? Do I know that for sure? No. But I believe that what you're saying in that you'll never know, you should just live your life is very true, but it's still worth something. It's worth the value of thinking of it. You know, I don't think it's a waste of time to think about life and death. I think religions are a way to help you deal with hardships in life. That's why I think the afterlife was also created, in my opinion, to serve as a means of mourning or comfort to the individuals that have loved ones pass and for themselves, right? Because if somebody dies that you know and you sit there and go, well, they're somewhere better now, it makes you feel a lot better than they're dead, right? Zywash for the 5. When I see somebody I know die, I think they're dead, right? I don't think they're anywhere. I think they're just gone, right? Which is really sad, but I mean, that's why I also see why religions value the idea of an afterlife. Ad blocker for the 3. How long do you wash your hands? I just did not wash my hands. Took a piss, walked right back. If I'm in public and I take a piss or I take a shit anywhere, in public or not in public, I'll wash my hands probably for like 20 seconds. I do a rinse, then I do a soap, rub it, rinse, and then dry my hands. Devoted for the sub. The whole minute of washing your hands bullshit, no one does that. And for everybody that's saying ill, I challenge you to go to a men's bathroom where you watch somebody. I challenge you to go to a public male bathroom where more than half of the people wash their hands. If you just stand like a fly on the wall in a men's public restroom, I don't know about women because I've never been in a women's restroom outside of the time that I was 3 and I used to have to go into the women's restroom with my mom because I was a toddler, right? If you go into as a fly in the wall and you stand in a men's bathroom, you will watch 20 men walk in. 8 of them will wash their hands and 2 of them will just do a rinse, right? The other 10 just walk straight out. And the 8 that actually wash their hands are going to go and then walk out. So before you say ew, maybe reevaluate how you even wash your hands because you probably don't. Devoted for the sublation for the 5. Just ordered a Memento Mori shirt yesterday. Can't wait to get it. Dub. Hope you like it. What about when you went on vacation and went in the girls' restroom? That was by accident. In Mexico, the figurine for men and women looked very similar, and I was drunk, and I walked in the women's bathroom, didn't see a woman. I took a shit, or I was using the women's bathroom in the stall, and a woman walked in, and she said, "Is somebody in there?" And I went, "Yeah." And then I went, "Is this the women's bathroom?" And she went, "Yeah," and laughed. I went, "Oh my God," and I ran out. And then as I left, her husband was standing out there and went, "Don't worry, I did it too." I swear to God, I think I had a picture at the time of the story time. Bro, the images literally looked identical. So I just walked in, right? And I'm taking a piss and I'm like, I'm almost ready to take a shit. And I'm standing there, I'm like, why is there no urinal? And I'm thinking that to myself. And then a woman walks in. I go, holy fuck, dude. That was the only time I've actually walked into a women's bathroom. Dude, that shit was, I was like, why does that, I was like, that person sounds so feminine. And then it clicked. And I swear to God, I wish I had like a picture of my face then. Because I probably went, in my drunken state, I probably went, am I in the women's bathroom right now? And I just walked out. Advertising for the 5. Full Family Guy episode reacts when? That would be copyright. Celebrity car tier list. Lock in.
From million-dollar hypercars to the strangest rides that you'll ever see, this is the celebrity car tier list. Leonardo DiCaprio drives battery-powered cars because he cares about the environment. F tier. Christian Bale.
Well, aren't battery-powered cars also not great for the environment and how they're made?
Drove a Lamborghini Murcielago in Batman, a Ford GT40 in Ford vs. Ferrari, but in real life he drives a Toyota Tacoma. D tier.
Nah, that's a badass vehicle. That's a badass vehicle. Toyota Tacoma, it's beat up, you know, but it's got a lot of miles on it. It's a reliable vehicle.
Mr. Bean, also known as Rowan Atkinson, is a true car enthusiast, driving everything from a modified Aston Martin race car to a vintage BMW Roadster. But he's most known for his 1 of 64 McLaren F1 that he bought in 1997. It has 620 horsepower, it weighs as much as a Miata, it has no stability control, no power steering, and no driver aids.
That's actually terrifying, dude. That's just a fucking death trap that costs $1 million. Oh, he crashed it.
Bean crashed his McLaren F1.
Really? Really? Oh my God. Was he riding it in the UK, the country where it rains every fucking day?
Twice. The first time he rear-ended another car and damaged the hood. The second time he smashed into a tree and a road sign and his car caught on fire. The $1 million repair bill was the biggest car insurance claim in the UK, but thanks to the magic of
$1 million repair bill, bro. I'd just say it's totaled and buy a different car.
Appreciation, he was able to sell the F1 in 2015 for $11 million more than what he bought it for.
That's a crazy investment. $750,000 car. You sold it for $11 million.
Very tasteful collection. S tier. Kevin Hart is a subcompact human, but his cars are massive. One standout in his collection of classics is his 1970 Dodge Charger Hellraiser. The modified muscle car has a 7-liter supercharged engine with 1,000 horsepower and a lightweight carbon fiber body. The performance company behind the build also installed a roll cage for safety, a precaution likely taken.
I don't know, bruh. The one thing that I'll always say about fucking really fast sports cars is, like, I would love to own one, but unless you're bringing it to a racetrack, a lot of it is just looks. Like, I've thought that if I ever get a nice car, I would more likely buy a luxury car than a really fast supercar. Because unless you're bringing it to a track or illegally speeding, you're never going to see the max capacity or capability of that vehicle. Like, if you buy, he has a 1,000 horsepower vehicle, like, he's not going to go on a highway and fucking gun it. He's just going to get arrested, right? Like, because he's going to go fucking 200 miles an hour.
And after Kevin's last car got totaled. So unlike
versus, like, owning just a really nice luxury car that still has speed capacity, but is more so just a nice car.
Mr. Bean, Kevin didn't make any money off his car crash, so he only gets A tier.
Hey guys, I woke up this morning to find this giant spider on my front doorstep. Check this one out. Holy mackerel. Wow. Wow.
The LaFerrari is an ultra-rare hypercar. It combines Ferrari's most powerful V12 engine with an electric motor.
Ferrari really is just a rich people car. Like, obviously, so are Lamborghinis and Porsches and all these other vehicles. But if you drive a Ferrari, that's like the epitome of you have money. Like, if somebody sees you in a Ferrari, they know it's expensive. No shit. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying, right? There's a lot of really nice cars, right? You could own a Nissan GTR, right? And that's $160,000 car, like MSRP. But you could drive by somebody and they won't even know it's expensive, right? Or a Lamborghini, it's expensive. But if you see somebody in a Ferrari, they're going to assume you're giga rich, right? And everyone knows what a Ferrari is because it's always the car villains drive in movies. It's always the car that's driven by, like, the really fucking expensive rich aficionado or investor in whatever business film or whatever you're watching, right? Ferraris are always just brand known as rich people cars. Whereas if you drive, like, you could drive a $500,000 Cadillac or Rolls Royce and most people aren't going to know that it's an expensive car. Like a G-Wagon. Like, you know how expensive a G-Wagon is? You ever see a G-Wagon? Some of you guys have probably seen a G-Wagon. A lot of you guys know about cars. But if you see a G-Wagon, that's an expensive-ass car. Most people drive by that and just think it's a fucking regular, like, Jeep-esque car. That's probably worth, like, 60 grand. But a souped-up G-Wagon could be, like, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
To produce 900...
G-Wagons are ugly? I agree. I don't think G-Wagons are good-looking vehicles. But there's a lot of cars that are really expensive that you probably pass on a regular basis, but nobody knows.
50 horsepower. The 499 recipients of this street-legal race car were handpicked by the brand for being their most devoted customers. If you want to get on Ferrari's exclusive list, just buy 20 of their cars, attend all their events, build
20 of their cars to get on their list.
insider connections, and be an ambassador to their brand. You'll have to ride Ferrari if you want to ride in a Ferrari. It's not surprising that Gordon Ramsay was one of the lucky 499. Not only does he have an insane Ferrari collection from the F12 TDF to the SP2 Monza, but he also has a strong relationship with the brand.
I think my career runs parallel to the understanding of the word Ferrari because it's...
Oh, this is so cringy.
By the way, you might have noticed that God tier only has room for one person. That person has the best collection on this list, and it is not Gordon Ramsay. Pope Francis got a Lamborghini Huracan in 2017.
What? The Pope? Nah, that pisses me off. Why does the Pope have a fucking... The Pope has a Lamborghini.
As a gift that was hand-delivered to him by the Lamborghini president. The Pope
okay. I thought they bought it for him. I was going to say, no way they're taking church donations and buying him a Lamborghini. Okay, that's different.
signed the hood.
No, I was actually about to get so pressed for a second. I was going to say, if they're taking church donations and buying the Pope a Lambo, that's so dumb.
Then blessed the Holy Huracan, but he never ended up driving it.
I mean, yeah, it probably just sits in a garage.
Rather than doing heavenly highway pulls,
The Pope's like fucking 90.
Francis donated his miracle whip to charity and instead drives an old Renault 4. The Pope encourages his followers to drive humble cars and focus more on helping the less fortunate. He says that before buying a fancy car, just think about how many children are dying.
And then you look at those shit-ass televangelists that are literally just con artists and don't even, in my opinion, believe in the religion and just con people for millions of dollars so they can own private jets and fly hyper-expensive cars because they need to travel quick to help their followers. Fuck out of here, dude.
Dying of hunger in the world. Not enough?
Yeah, so as soon as you turn 16, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna let you rock this every time you come in LA. So every time you come in LA, it's a little dusty, but you know, when you get 16, you're good to go.
Justin Bieber.
Oh my God, dude.
Got a Diddy flavor.
Jesus Christ. P. Diddy gave him this car?
The Lamborghini Gallardo as a 16th birthday present, and he's been acquiring crazy cars ever since.
P. Diddy gave Justin Bieber a $200,000 car for his birthday?
Like this Batmobile-style Cadillac CTS.
Nah, that is weird.
The car was fitted with suicide doors, and it's fully blacked out. Just like
that is a sick car.
Diddy's victims. Justin also bought a Ferrari 458 that he decided to cosmetically modify. Despite a colorful wrap and a wide body kit, he still somehow managed to lose the car for 3 weeks. He also has a leopard print Audi R8, a hazardously shiny Fisker Karma, and a Rolls-Royce Wraith that was modified to look like a concept car.
Oh, see, that's a badass car. Nah, that's fucking sick. That's some ugly as fuck. Nah, that's some shit out of the movies, chat. I would drive that. That's fucking, bro. That's turning heads.
Once you get enough money and status, normal things just don't cut it
That's ugly as fuck. A leopard print Audi? No.
anymore. This applies to
I hate leopard print.
more than just cars.
A leopard print clothes is fine. Leopard print anything else is just overstepping, dude. Like, it's just like, it's just people obsessed with leopard print.
Justin's
Clothes and bags are the only thing leopard print that should be leopard print.
collection isn't nearly as bad
And leopards.
as some other people here, so I'd say B tier. In 1999, Jerry Seinfeld bought $1 million building in one of the best neighborhoods in New York City, but it wasn't for him.
That building's $1 million.
B tier. In 1999, Jerry Seinfeld bought $1 million.
God, chat, just look at the beauty, dude. 24-hour active driveway. Lovely.
building in one of the best neighborhoods in New York City. But it wasn't for him, it was for his cars. Seinfeld owns the rarest Porsches of all time, with his most valuable being his 1969 Porsche 917K race car. Its 4.6-liter 12-cylinder engine makes a measly 515 horsepower, but the car is incredibly lightweight, giving it a violent 0 to 60 of 2.7 seconds. Seinfeld's model was the same one used by Steve McQueen in the movie Le Mans, which helps push its valuation to over $20 million.
Sell it! Sell it! Sell it to some dumb rich fuck. Any car over $1 million is fucking pointless. Oh my God. Bro, I would so much rather own just like a nice fucking Stingray Corvette. Why the fuck would you keep this vehicle?
Fun fact, this car is actually about to be up for auction. So if you're in the market,
Oh.
now's your chance. Travis Scott has a $1.6 million open-top Maybach, a 1500 horsepower Bugatti Chiron, and an ultra-exclusive LaFerrari Aperta. But the artist says that getting a nice car was never enough for him. He likes to customize them himself. One of his creations was this Lamborghini Huracan with a
That's so ugly. Dude, that looks like a Call of Duty camo I'd get for hitting 40 headshots.
camouflage wrap that hides him from traffic laws when he's driving on the wrong side of the road. He also sent a Lamborghini Aventador to West Coast Customs to get it chocolate dipped, and it looked so sweet that he started doing ad-libs.
For this life I cannot change.
But Travis got in some hot water when he bought a pristine condition BMW E30 M3 for 250 grand and modified it to look like a rally car. Travis Scott doing what he wanted to a car that he paid for was seen as an act of blasphemy to the BMW purists.
Well, yeah, no, dude, the car community, like very niche groups of like car fans will get pissed at famous people for fucking up shit. And I understand it because it's seen as like something where you just have to keep it as base or even just do very light modifications that still keep the car, you know, like its original creator intended. But at the same time, you buy the car, you do whatever the fuck you want with the car.
Travis Scott decides that it's a good idea to build the car the way that you would build a rally car by drilling a light bar into the hood, painting it. Basically desecration of a historical artifact relative to the BMW community.
Then why don't you buy the car? You know, I think that's just like, I never understand that. Then don't sell him the car, knowing that he's going to do that, knowing that Travis Scott mods the cars. Whoever the fuck sold him the car should be the one that's like getting shit. You knew Travis was going to do that to the car. Just be like, oh, I'm not going to sell it to you.
It's a decent A tier. In the late 70s, Jackie Chan made a business partnership with Mitsubishi to exclusively feature their cars in all of his films. In 2005, the pair teamed up to make a Mitsubishi Evo 9 Jackie Chan edition. Only 50 of the special models were produced, with one of them going to Mr. Chan himself. The Mitsubishi Evo was known for dusting Lamborghinis on racetracks, and it quickly became a classic enthusiast car. But none of the death-defying stunts of Jackie Chan can compare to the stunt Mitsubishi pulled when it decided to jump off a cliff. The Jackie Chan.
Wait, the fuck? Their cars are 17 grand? That can't be true. That is so cheap. The 2024 Mirage G4 is only 18 grand.
Off a cliff. The Jackie Chan cars beat.
Why is that so cheap?
Tier. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson struggles with cars. When filming a scene for the movie Red Notice, Mr. Rock realized that he didn't fit in the set's Porsche Taycan, and the entire shot had to be rearranged. During a premiere event, he pulled up in a
He's too big that they had to change the car for him because he couldn't fit comfortably in
Pagani
it.
Huayra that apparently took him 16.8 seconds to exit. The Rock really likes the LaFerrari, but he would like it even more if he was physically capable of driving it. Thanks to genetic determinism, the
Bro called himself daddy.
Rock drives Ford pickup trucks. He recently picked up a Ford Raptor R. The truck's price was in the mid-100,000s, but The Rock probably doesn't mind, since his deal as a Ford spokesperson
Isn't he a billionaire?
is in the mid-10 millions. Being too buff to fit in a Pagani Huayra sounds like a tough life. Ex-President Ronald Reagan drove a car that
No, yes the fuck he is. Isn't The Rock one of the most paid actors ever? What is Dwayne Johnson's net worth? 800 million. Random for the three. First time I caught stream, so happy I caught it. I've been watching your videos of VODs for about a year now. I'm 15, fully support my family financially. I've been editing since I was 10. I was wondering if I could use one of your VODs as editing practice and something to add to my portfolio so I could find more editing jobs. I'll credit you and everything. I just need more videos for my portfolio. I would prefer you to not post my content on another platform, Charlotte for the sub, unless it's mine. But I mean, you could edit it, but I don't need a new editor, and I don't know. I would kind of need more detail on what you're trying to say you want to edit my video for, just so you could send it to people as something of like, oh, I edited this, or what? I would kind of need. Bro said weirdo. That's not a weirdo. It's not weird that he wants to do that. You're just being a dick. Now I'm timing you out for that shit. Fuck you. What are you calling him a weirdo for? That's fucking rude. He just said he wants to edit my video to fucking help his portfolio. I would say, I don't know. Like, I would prefer to post it if I thought it looked good on my own channel. I would credit you. But I don't know. I don't like when people post my stuff as the main discrepancy. That's why I have to go through like copyrighted stuff, because I have a lot of channels that just re-upload my shit. Charlotte for the sub.
He had to keep secret. In the 1980s, American automotive manufacturers were under attack as Japanese.
I think he means like a TikTok edit. That's different.
These companies like Toyota and Honda began flooding the market with more reliable, efficient, and affordable cars. The US responded to this foreign threat the same way it responded to the COVID-19 epidemic: government policies and beating up Asians. Disgruntled US auto workers started taking their grievances out on Japanese cars and Japanese-looking Americans, so it makes sense that the President of the United States wanted to hide the fact that he had a Japanese-made Subaru Brat. This is a D tier
$4,000
with
car.
S tier lore, so it's going in B tier.
Pull up that video of Joe Rogan's Sick Fish 2.0. Bro. Let's fucking go!
Joe Rogan likes the performance of...
What is that image, dude?
Let's fucking go!
Joe Rogan.
Yo, that is a fucking prime image, though. That's fucking hilarious. He just bent over, doing a little duck lips to the camera.
Likes the performance of modern cars, but the styling of vintage cars. And with infinite money, you can have both. Joseph's 1970 Plymouth Cuda was fully upgraded with all new internals and a 750 horsepower Mercury racing engine. He's also got a Gunther Works Porsche 911, which is an older 993 model that got an expensive reboot. He has some other cool resto mods too. It's a crazy collection, but definitely not God tier. F1 legend Lewis Hamilton says he hates sitting in a car for more than a couple hours. If he's out driving one of his toys and he suddenly loses interest, he calls up a tow truck to bring it back to his garage. Inside that garage, you'll find a McLaren P1, two Lop
because he doesn't want to drive it anymore?
Ferraris, and a Shelby Cobra. But his coolest car is his Lewis Hamilton edition Pagani Zonda 760. The $2 million hypercar has a 760 horsepower V12 mated to a 6-speed manual transmission, and Lewis Hamilton hates it. The Zonda is terrible to drive. It's the best sounding car I own, but handling wise, it's the worst. That might explain why he crashed it in 2015 and sold it a few years later to a new owner that also crashed it. It's a strong A tier. Ford has beef with John Cena.
Dude, I don't care how much money I ever have. If I ever crashed a car that expensive, I think I would actually just break down in tears on the side of the road. Like, knees on the ground, fucking screaming to the sky. Dude, fucking a $10 million car, you fucking total it.
In 2017, Ford made a new generation of their legend.
Even, like, hitting a curb, I feel like I'd freak out. That's why I like having a Jeep, dude. You hit a curb, don't even matter. I rear-ended somebody. I told y'all about that like a year ago. I had to pay for their fucking bumper. It was like $3,000. It was $2,000, some shit like that. It was fucking annoying as shit. My car was fine, bro. Rear-ended the shit out of them. Jeep was fine, dude. Handled it like a beauty. Not even a scratch, right? I hit a curb. Doesn't matter. I got fat-ass tires. Just goes right over it. Fuck. You could probably run into a wall. The Jeep would just be chilling.
Legendary GT supercar. But
hit anything severe, the car shredded? Okay, yeah, no shit.
Since it was in such limited production, you had to apply and get hand-picked by Ford if you wanted one. One of the lucky few that was granted the privilege to buy the $450,000 car was WWE legend John Cena. But there is a catch. Every buyer had to sign a contract that required them to keep the car for at least 2 years. So
why?
When John Cena sold his for $1 million profit after 1 month, Ford said, "I'll see you in court." Cena agreed to pay Ford an unspecified amount, all of which will go to charity. In terms of his current collection, he has a lot of ridiculous cars, but his daily driver is surprisingly reasonable.
My daily driver is a Civic Type R.
Shut up.
The Type R is a wise choice. Elvis Presley bought a
Why do they have a daily driver? If you're that rich, just daily drive a supercar. Like, I'd just be driving the Ferrari every day. Why the fuck do I need a Civic Type R? Oh, I don't want to put miles on it. Brother, you could buy 10 of these fucking cars.
$2,500 pre-owned De Tomaso Pantera in 1974. The $10,000 mid-engine sports car competed with $20,000 Ferraris in terms of performance, but it struggled with reliability. One night, Elvis got into a heated argument with his girlfriend and
God, he looks terrible in that. You know Elvis died from constipation.
hopped in his Pantera hoping to blow
On his toilet, he had a heart attack.
off steam.
Trying to take a shit.
When the car didn't start, he took out a gun and shot at it. Bullet holes add character. Many tall tales have been told about Cristiano Ronaldo's car collection. When the one-of-one Bugatti Lavatoire Noir sold for $18 million, news headlines claimed that the buyer was Ronaldo, which turned out to be false. When a Lamborghini Aventador went airborne in London, people claimed that Ronaldo was behind the crash, but it wasn't actually him or his car. When an ultra-rare 1957 Ferrari 335S sold at auction for $35 million, news headlines claimed that Ronaldo had tried to get the car and was outbid by Messi. But Messi debunked this rumor with an Instagram post. Although much of the folklore surrounding Ronaldo's car collection is false, his real collection, valued at over $20 million, is still pretty cool. He's got some of the rarest Ferraris, McLarens, and G-Wagons, but his $9 million
Bro, the G-Wagon's so fucking ugly.
Ferraris, McLarens, and G-Wagons.
Oh my God. I don't know, man. Like, if you're gonna own a car that looks like this, just get a Jeep, dude. Like, I know it's like fancy and it's like just like a fancy Jeep, but like either just buy a Jeep or just buy a different car. It looks good. His looks pretty decent in terms of the coloring and like the fucking light bars on top. But most base G-Wagons just look ugly.
But his $9 million 1 of 10 Bugatti 110 is his most legendary. Ronaldo's mythical collection must get S tier. Paul Walker didn't like flashy cars. According to his friend, if a car was too fancy, he was embarrassed. Most of the time he would drive around in a pickup, but for special occasions, he kept some things in his garage. He had a few American performance vehicles, one of them being the ultra-rare Saleen S7, a car with so much downforce it could theoretically be driven upside down. He had a fleet of E36 M3 lightweights because he believed the special edition cars would go up in value, which they did. But Paul's legacy is most embodied in his Nissan Skyline R34 GT.
Wow, he bought like 7 of them so they would sell for a higher value. That is actually fucking crazy. He probably didn't drive like most of them either. Dude, rip Paul Walker, man. I remember when he died. I was so young, though. I mean, all of us were fucking young as shit. When did he die? It's like right after what? Fast 5? Fast 6? When did Paul Walker die? 2013, yeah.
TR. The R34 is the holy grail of Japanese car culture, with a powerful twin-turbo inline-6 and telepathic levels of handling. The fact that it was never officially sold in the US added to its allure, and its use in the Fast and the Furious movies brought it to legendary status. Paul's R34 sold
Paul Walker dated a 15-year-old. Is that facts? I actually did not know that.
In 2023 for $1.3 million. Solid S tier. Little Uzi Vert buys expensive cars.
Now I need to fucking fact check you, dude. I feel like you're just... I mean, I only see a Reddit post. Which is what's annoying. Like, there's no, like, news article. Which is why I just never want to just be, like, immediately cave to that and be like, oh, yeah, you're right. You know what I mean? So Reddit post is not definitive. Charlie SSA for the sub, Woot for the three. Since today I'm officially cancer-free. Dub! F cancer in the chat. Watching you distracted me a lot from the fact that I actually had cancer. I wanted to say thank you for providing all of this content and making it easier. Well, I'm glad I was able to help, and fuck cancer, dude. Congratulations that you fucking beat that shit. Great that you're cancer-free. Charlotte for the sub. Random for the three. We do have to do another cancer charity stream soon. We're doing Chatterproof Friday for drug abuse. Then I'm doing one with Brooke in either late November, early December for women's reproductive rights. Then I don't know what we're doing. Maybe a cancer charity stream?
And covers them with anime characters. D tier. Jamie Foxx drives a tank. It seems pretty inconvenient, I'd say C tier. After getting dropped by Thanos in 2019, Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man days were over, and he started putting his focus on protecting the environment. He began investing in environmentally friendly companies, he changed his diet, and started a—
Bro, Robert Downey Jr. is... I know he has a lot of hype, but I still want to say he's one of the most underrated actors ever. His Sherlock Holmes is one of the best movie series. Chat, it's Sunday. I'm going to put y'all on a movie. Don't leave the Joe Bart stream. Don't leave the Joe Bart stream. But when you're done the Joe Bart stream in like 2-ish hours, go watch the Sherlock Holmes series. So good. Such a good series. Such a good film. You know, let me know tomorrow what your thoughts were for the 2 people that decide to watch. Don't leave now, please. No, chat, stop. Stop! Stop! No, don't watch it. It's a shitty movie. Don't watch it. Stop, stop, stop. No, it's bad. It's not. This is the Joe Bart stream's better than. Fuck you guys.
a rescue farm, but he couldn't escape the guilt of owning his gas-guzzling car collection. So to pay for his environmental sins, he decided to convert 6 of his classic cars to be more eco-friendly through electric conversions, biofuel, and engine swaps. He gave away all 6 cars in a sweepstakes, and the proceeds were donated to environmentally friendly charities.
Bro.
Ellen,
why you can't throw that in F tier, dude? The first one where it was like, oh, he only drives electric cars? Okay, bro. Ellen DeGeneres, bro. I have never liked Ellen DeGeneres. I don't know about her as a person, but I hated the Ellen show. Oh my God. It was always just so bad. We talked about it years ago, like 2 years ago, whenever the show was ending. But did she die? No, bro. It was so annoying when she would just bring on, anytime there was anybody that was under the age of 30, she would be like, what's this? What's this? And she'd hand you a rotary phone. And it would be like a kid that would just be like, oh, I don't know. And then the whole crowd would just be like, like laughing like geese. It was just NPCs, dude.
DeGeneres has a fleet of Porsches, and she likes to drive them fast. Luckily for
I liked Oprah more. Oprah gave everybody cars.
her, she's too...
Remember that onesie? Hey, you got a car. Hey, you got a car. You got a car.
too famous to get speeding tickets.
Literally, they will walk up to the car and go, "Oh my God, Ellen, I love you!" And then I get a selfie and. Oh, awesome! Yeah.
The rich get richer. At 7'1" and 325 pounds, Shaquille O'Neal doesn't fit in normal cars. His Ferrari 355, Dodge Challenger, and Mercedes S550.
Yeah, how does he buy cars at that size? Does he have to get them like customly modded?
All had their roofs permanently removed to make way for his human-sized head. Most of his cars were extended to give him more legroom, like his Lamborghini Gallardo and Vanderhall Venice Roadster. Some of his cars fit him
Dude, it literally looks like he's driving a toy vehicle.
to give him more legroom, like his Lamborghini Gallardo and Vanderhall.
Dude, like that actually looks like a toddler, like Ford electric car that goes like 5 miles an hour.
And his Roadster. Some of his cars fit him perfectly, like his armored Dodge Ram. But Shaq...
That is a sick fucking car.
And Vanderhall Venice Roadster. Some of his cars fit him perfectly.
Wow, dude. Is that a Cybertruck?
Like his armored Dodge Ram. But Shaq's most legendary car is something more fun-sized.
No way. That's your car? How do you drive? Look at that. I gotta go, man. Bye.
The smart car gets him...
I gotta go, dude. I got an appointment. I'll see you later. He's sitting there with his knees over his fucking hands. He's like, all right. Hold up. I get a K-turn. Can you back up?
In A tier. The undefeated champion Floyd Mayweather spends his money the way that God intended, but 2 of his coolest cars are no longer in his collection. Floyd bought a 1 of 2 Koenigsegg CCXR Trevita. This fully hand-built 1,000 horsepower hypercar has a sparkling carbon fiber body that looks like it's covered in diamonds. Floyd sold it for $2.6 million. I'm guessing he really didn't like the car since that's a lot less than what he paid for. Floyd bought a $3.2 million 2003 Ferrari.
I don't know, dude. These cars, like old Ferraris, they just look boring, dude. Like, I know they're hype and like people love them, especially like car fans, but if I had like Floyd Mayweather money, I would not be buying these cars. Like, I wouldn't be buying like old supercars. I'd be buying old classics. Like, dude, one of the cars that I've always wanted to own is Dean Winchester's car, and it's probably not even expensive. What is Dean Winchester's car? A Chevy Impala from 1967. What are they priced at? Oh, they're only worth 10 grand. Okay, either way, chat. Either way, I would love to own this car. I would love it. This is like a beautiful looking vehicle. Is it high quality? Probably not. No, but like this is just a fucking sick car. Like this is a dope car that you could own. That's so nice. I know. Nice ones are probably really expensive. Damn, dude. I feel like I should get that next car, dude. If it's that cheap, that's like not even that bad of an investment. It's not an investment because it's never going to go up in value. It's a sick car, though.
Ferrari Enzo. Named after Ferrari's founder, it has a beautiful Japanese-designed body, lightweight materials, F1 technology, and a naturally aspirated V12, making it an iconic car. Floyd sold it in less than a year.
Cheap? Question mark? Yeah, dude, it's a classic car that's less than like 30K.
I think Floyd's more of a money enthusiast than a car enthusiast. He's still
cheap relatively.
It's a ridiculous collection, but it's far from God tier.
This is my first time driving stick. To it.
Haksua?
I actually like it. It's fun.
2000s pop culture icon Paris Hilton has a car collection that reeks of Los Angeles. Her Mercedes SLR McLaren is best known for its involvement in historic paparazzi shoots. Her Lexus LFA was a birthday.
Yeah, they were doing coke in there.
McLaren is best known for its involvement in historic paparazzi shoots. Her Lexus LFA was a birthday present from her rich ex-boyfriend. Her butterfly-doored BMW i8 has a custom wrap inspired by her Burning Man outfits, but none of these cars are her most iconic.
Why is Paris Hilton famous? She had a leaked sex tape with Rick Salomon in 2003. Oh, no, she had a reality TV series, This Simple Life. And a film, Night in Paris. The Hilton Hotel. Is she related to those people?
In 2008, she bought a $200,000 Bentley Continental, then took it to West Coast Customs to get it murdered out. The all-pink atrocity became known as the Barbie Bentley. S tier. 2 times sexiest.
That is not an S tier car. That Bentley was ugly as fuck.
Man alive winner George Clooney drives an 800 horsepower supercar slaying 0 to 60 in 3.2 seconds beast. The Tango T600 is
that looks like if you turn the wheel 2 degrees, the car would flip.
An ultra-compact commuter car powered by 2 electric motors. Despite being built like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, the Tango is just as stable as a Porsche, thanks to its low center of gravity. Its roll cage meets race car regulations, making it safe for a 200-mile-per-hour collision. But with a 120,000...
I think if you got in a car crash at 35 miles an hour, you would die in that car. I'm going to call cap. That 200 mile an hour roll cage required, blah, blah, blah. This fucking fits all the requirements. Okay. Run into a fucking Ford F-250 on a highway in that thing and you're going to get flattened.
$1,000 price.
Somebody redeemed headset dent. Pack Adam and not for the sub. Mr. Fat SSA for the sub.
Tag, the revolutionary car never really gained any traction. Even the sexiest man alive could not make this car look cool. After buying a Ferrari 458, EDM producer Deadmau5 decided to wrap it in a colorful livery inspired by the Nyan Cat meme, calling it the Ferrari. Everyone loved the funny meme car, except for Ferrari. Ferrari had a mental breakdown. They sent Deadmau5 a cease and desist, forcing him...
Wait, what did that say?
Ferrari had a mental breakdown. They sent
I wonder if the jackass lawyer at Ferrari who sent us a cease and desist letter over the Ferrari is an unbutthurt now that I unwrapped.
Deadmau5 a cease and desist, forcing him to revert the car back to stock. Deadmau5 then bought a Lamborghini Huracan that he turned into the
Dude, if I had fuck you money like that, I would blow it up. I'm so serious. If I was Deadmau5 and I had fuck you money like that, and I wrapped my Ferrari and they gave me a cease and desist, I would blow it up. I would film a fucking Instagram reel of me just chucking a grenade under the fucking bottom of the car and just go like this. Fuck Ferrari. And then, literally.
Lamborghini Huracan, and so far he hasn't gotten sued. This was a legendary PR move by Ferrari. It gets an A tier for cultural impact. will.i.am was the founder of the recession pop music group Black Eyed Peas. He likes to buy normal cars and send them to West Coast Customs to get them tastefully modified. This particular creation began as a
Los Santos Customs
1958 Volkswagen Beetle.
Me pulling up to a LA mechanic, assuming that I'll be able to just custom mod my car on a fucking TV screen. I pull it in. All right, so where's the iPad that I could just choose what I want to do to this thing? How much is it to put a tier 5 engine?
Beetle. It underwent 4 years.
Could you take out the tracker? I stole this from some guy in Hollywood.
Of modifications, which costed $900,000, and it was apparently made to inspire kids to study science.
There's just a will.i.am tier.
What's up, guys? I kind of bought a sports car.
In 2017, as the YouTube checks started rolling in, Mr. Beast decided to buy a $100,000 BMW i8.
Jeez, look at that. Have you ever seen a better looking car?
Unfortunately for Jimmy, at the time he was still living in a $300 a month duplex, and parking a supercar in front of a trap house only ends in one possible way.
Did somebody carjack him?
Today, we are gonna rob this house. Here's a rock. Chandler, smash that window!
I bought that car and then someone robbed my house and then stole everything I owned because they were like, oh, this car is worth more than that house. Let's rob the fucking house.
After getting robbed, stalked, and arrested for street racing, Mr. Beast got rid of his i8.
Mr. Beast got arrested for street racing?
For a Tesla. He now puts all his effort into his business rather than the hamster wheel of materialism. I think Mr. Beast should have bought a Lambo. He still would have got.
Bro, I don't know if it's true. You guys probably know better or not. I saw a video that somebody made saying that like half of the shit people are saying about Mr. Beast is just fake, and they like proved it.
Gotten arrested, but
I don't know if that's true or not, though.
At least he would have won the street race. It's a high C tier. If you look closely at the cover art of Tyler the Creator,
saw that. Did you actually watch it, Brady?
Your second best album, you'll see a McLaren 650S. The 650 horsepower supercar was one of Tyler's favorites until, according to him, he crashed it and bought a Tesla. He then crashed the Tesla and bought a McLaren. This time it was the more track-focused 675 LT, but the other cars in his garage are...
Bro, that's what I'm saying. I don't know, dude. Like, I'll just read a summary because it'll be an hour-and-a-half video, like, debunking shit or just trying. It'll either be an hour-and-a-half video trying to cancel him or an hour-and-a-half video debunking rumors. And I'm like, bro, I'm not watching that. Like, I'm not going to sit down and watch the length of a movie to talk about, like, somebody that I don't know personally.
Much more unusual. He's got a Lancia Delta Integrale Evo 1 and Evo 2, an E30.
Which is also why I don't really speak on it, right? I don't like influencers that don't watch those videos and then talk about it one way or the other versus like motherfuckers that'll actually like sit there and analyze it. Like if you want to speak on that shit and you want to like either accuse somebody or not accuse somebody, you got to like watch all that stuff, right? Otherwise, I'm just going to sit here at a neutral standpoint and be like, I have no idea what the fuck is going on.
M3 and a Fiat 131, all of which are 80s European racing cars that have cult followings for their boxy lightweight designs, competitive history, and raw driving experiences. He's got a LaFerrari now too, by the way. It's a very easy S tier.
Who is he putting in God?
Designer Ralph Lauren has the most expensive car collection in America. He owns 3 McLaren F1s, one of them being an LM edition. McLaren produced only 5 of these special models, and many collectors expect them to appreciate in value, potentially becoming the most expensive cars ever. Ralph's Mercedes SSK is a...
That is a sick car. That's from 1930.
1930 Batmobile.
People drove these in 1930?
Worth around $40 million. He bought his Ferrari 250 GTO for $300 grand
and it just sits there, bro.
The 1980s, and now it's worth more than its weight in gold. But Lauren's rarest car is his 1938 Bugatti Type 57 SC. The supercharged straight-8 engine powered classic is widely regarded as the most beautiful car ever made.
I owned that car in GTA. I remember I won it at the casino.
And only 4 were ever produced.
I have that exact car in my GTA garage.
One disappeared, one guy...
So let's just say I already know what this... I already know the Z-Type.
Hit by a train.
I already know all this stuff. I already know. I know the specs. You don't need a yap to me.
One's in the museum, and the last is owned by Ralph, making it easily a 9-figure car.
Is he putting... Okay, if he doesn't put him in God tier, then he's putting Drake in God tier.
What's up, everybody? You're chilling with me, Aubrey Graham. This is my baby, I guess. It's a 2004 Acura TSX. It's a nice first car, I feel like, as opposed to a Mercedes or BMW. I think that's pretentious, personally. But hey, if you have the money to buy it, then feel free.
Aubrey Drake Graham used to drive a 1998 Chevy Malibu before upgrading to a 2004 Acura TSX. A few years later, he was the biggest artist in the world, and all the cars he ever wanted were spawned into his possession. A 1 of 12 Bugatti Veyron Sang Noir, a Maybach Pullman limousine, a custom Rolls-Royce Phantom.
See, that's a badass car. Rolls-Royce Phantom? Dude, any Rolls-Royce, that's a rich people car. Just own one of those fuckers, dude. The customization, that's like the luxury shit that I was talking about. Like, if I ever bought like a really expensive car, I would want to own something like that.
A Veyron Sang Noir, a Maybach Pullman limousine, a custom Rolls-Royce Phantom, a LaFerrari. But there's only so fast you can drive your supercars when you're surrounded by a Secret Service level security entourage.
What are we doing? Now I'm stuck in the fucking... Fuck you.
Drake's traffic-cutting presidential blockade seems pretty pretentious. But hey, if you have the money to buy it,
then feel free.
Damn, that was a good-ass fucking video. They have a house tier list. Did we watch that? I'm not watching that today. We'll watch that another day. Oh my god. I gotta sub to this guy. Jack Pockets. Makes good-ass videos. All right, next. AK for the sub. Loga Suspect. Adam Pack. Not Daisu, Mr. Fat for the sub. SSA and Charlie for the sub. Next. The ideal male body throughout history. Lock in.
A creme de la creme of masculine beauty.
This was the world's most perfectly developed man in 1922. Today, it's called a dad bod.
Yo, you ever see like old bodybuilders from like 1930 and they're just sitting there going, but they look like the most average. I'm not body shaming, right? But I'm saying like old bodybuilders just look like the average person today. Just like literally just sitting there like fucking like flexing like they're the shit, and you're like, dude, you're probably like 6'1", $160. Like you just look like fairly literally. Like the cream of the crop bodybuilder in 1920 was me. They would go like this, and people would go, "Are you from the heavens?" Some shit like that. It is kind of cool to see that. The reason I wanted to watch this video is because depending on the society you live in, or like the culture as well, what men are attractively seen as drastically changes. Women, it's very similar. I don't know if they do a video about women specifically, but I feel like the ideal woman body has fairly stayed the same more than men. Like, fat men used to be, like, desired, right? Because it meant that you had money and that you were able to take care of yourself, in that, like, the more obese or overweight you were, the more money you had.
Over time, the idealized physique has changed.
That's not true. I mean, yeah, it's not, in the sense of, like, if you go back to, like, medieval times, how women were wanted to look is different than now, right? I think people now go more for, like, the idea of an hourglass figure versus, like, way back when it used to just be, like, oh, thin women versus, like, you know, maybe slightly heftier women, depending on what you were talking about. But I think with men, it's changed more.
From bulky to fit.
Like, what is the ideal male body today? I feel like it's dad bods, dude. I feel like women like dad bods now. Now, I'm not saying dad bod in the sense of, like, overweight, but I'm saying, like, a little on the heavier side.
Angly to dumpy. Flabby to enhanced.
Gwenna said, I like twinks.
If we can make sense of some of the most bizarre trends throughout history, we can make predictions for the future.
Doesn't that not make sense? Isn't a twink a skinny gay man?
And come closer to understanding what the ideal male body really means.
You, TBH? Oh, I'm a twink, you're saying?
A gleaming chest, bright skin, broad shoulders, tiny tongue, strong buttocks, and a little prick was the ideal physique.
Oh my god. They blurred it, but I had a fucking good, I had a good switch there. I don't know if statues are TOS, though. Probably not. I don't think a Greek statue. Yo, you know I learned this the other day, not the other day, like a year ago, and I thought it was fascinating. The reason they give all Greek statues tiny dicks is so you stare at the rest of their body. It's so you ignore it, right? Because if they gave them absolute hogs, you'd just be staring it down. You know what I mean? Versus, like, they give you, like, when it's like a 7-foot figure of like a Greek man just like this or some shit, they always have like a 1-inch peen because it's like, then you don't look at it, right? Like, then you'll look at other stuff and you're supposed to like admire their body. Whereas like if they just had like an actual just fucking hammer, you would just be staring it down.
Physique, according to ancient Greeks. This was symbolic of someone more noble and civilized, as opposed to lustful and depraved.
Is this TOS? Is this TOS? Is this TOS? I gotta look this up. Is art nudity TOS Twitch? I don't know. After this, I'm gonna scan the rest of the video. I don't think this counts as TOS. We'll see. Oh my god. No, they actually just show a straight dick there. It's in a statue, but I don't know if that counts as... I mean, dude, come on. I was going on field trips to fucking museums that had fucking Greek dicks when I was in like 3rd grade, bro. Like, there's no way that we're gonna fast forward past. We're gonna go past the Greek god area, okay? Why don't we do that, chat? How about that, okay? Because that's the only one. We're gonna move past that one, all right? Just remember, ideal male body in Greek times, kind of a shredded guy, all right? That's all you need to know. Sometimes naked. Okay. I want to see it. Stop.
In the Elizabethan age, intellectual power was more important than upper body strength, as this was associated with the peasants, who had to work manual jobs. The upper class would wear angular clothing and raised heels.
Yeah, it's so weird to think that the people that were in shape were the ones that were peasants.
Accentuating the only body part on display, the calves. In high society...
Oh, did they have good calves? Wow, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. The nobles were just flaunting the calf muscles. Do you think they had parties where there would be like women that would be like, please just show me the calf, and he would whip it out. He would do a flex. There would be men that would admire each other's calves.
Society, men saw strong legs as a height of physical perfection. When he wasn't executing his wives, Henry VIII was posing for frightened painters who portrayed him with massive calves.
Wow, so they just did calf raises?
This look was clearly popular, with Shakespeare deciding to take it further, flashing his quads.
Just the smallest upper body ever. Wow, how times have changed. Where the majority of you guys probably skip leg day.
As the middle class rose, the wealthiest, who travelled Europe for arts and fashion, became known as the flamboyant macaronis, named after their love for the Italian dish. They would wear feminine clothes, tall hair, and were typically skinnier people. It was a statement of wealth, as they didn't need to engage in manual labour. They saw themselves as refined, witty.
I mean, how did they not think they looked fucking stupid? I don't want to be like mean here, but like you're walking out and you're wearing a wig that's fucking this big, and like you're like running into the top of a doorway. I'd be like, dude, what am I doing? Why do I have this on?
And socially important, with the Earl of Bristol's nephew reportedly wearing a photo of himself across his chest. But unfortunately, after public ridicule and attacks on...
Dude, that was the first guy that was wearing his own merch. Started wearing pictures of himself.
...on hair powder, the trend died out. Inspired by the powerful look of the past, Eugene Sandow built a physique through studying Greek statues. He was regarded as a celebrity and admired as a figure of masculinity, popularizing weightlifting. However, this was still a niche look, and more
that guy's fucking jacked.
A circus act. The ideal physique for many was now actually a wide waist and sizable stomach. A look that...
And they brag about it? Dude, that's like nuts.
...signaled wealth and social...
Yeah, just the top hats, big mustache type guys.
...status.
Big beer belly.
As it showed a man could afford lots of food. So the Fat Man's Club trend began, in which had to be over 200...
They had a Fat Man's Club? Bro, so people would make themselves get obese so they could join a club for fat people?
£100 and learn the secret handshake to join.
Over how much?
Trend began, in which you had to be over £200.
Oh, that's not that bad. Getting over 200 isn't that crazy, unless you're short. Like, if you tasked me with weighing over 200, I feel like you would give me like 5 months. I'd just eat like shit.
And learn the secret handshake to join. I've got to be...
Yeah, in that time it was. Yeah, in the 1900s, you're right. Because food was... Because we didn't have like the gluttony-esque food that we have now, like fast food type shit. So you would probably have to eat a lot to get that big.
Good-natured. I can't fight and I can't run was their motto. A 1904 Boston Globe article described their arrival. The natives, who are mostly bony and angular, have stared with envy at the portly forms and rubicund faces which have arrived on every train. Clubs popped up in America and France, where men stuffed themselves with huge breakfasts and then headed out for friendly Olympic-style contests of strength and virility.
God, they probably would have loved if League of Legends was around at that time. No even tug of warring, just like we're gonna just fucking hop on the game now, dude, because they were talking about not moving around and shit right here. I can't fight, I can't run. Just play the game, dude.
However, as food became more accessible, fat became less desirable. 1920s Hollywood largely shaped the male body ideal. It was believed the camera added about 20 pounds to an actor's frame, and many actors did their own stunts, so a slim athletic build became desirable. The Hollywood icon body...
It's weird that it changes that fast, though, from like it literally being, yeah, we liked absurdly skinny people to overweight, almost obese, back to thin, then muscular.
was born in this era.
Can we please skip? No.
Meanwhile, marketers realized that emotion invoking...
Buddy, some things you gotta learn shit. I know not everything. Oh, car tier list. Oh, this, that, other shit. I like watching that stuff. I want to watch this too.
Advertising was highly effective, so they began publishing classics, such as I Could Never Fall in Love with a Skinny Man, Don't Be Half Man, and my personal favourite is a story about a skinny guy with his girlfriend. A muscular man Hadoukens him in the face for being skinny, so he buys Charles Atlas's program.
Damn, then he got cucked at the beach.
Bulks up, only to return to that same beach to knock the guy out. What a man.
Was this like the same era as Popeye?
At San Francisco, they found a tribe of strong, silent, and almost perfect men.
Muscularity was becoming more popular.
Wow, that's the worst curl form I've ever seen in my entire life. I would diss that guy if he fucking pressed me. I'd be like, dude, buddy, you are doing fucking...
Strong, silent,
those curls are awful.
Almost perfect men.
Muscularity was becoming more popular.
He is fucking bringing it up here, and he's doing like a weird motion. You gotta be stiff, dude.
Popular.
Oiled up, just lifting right now. Rocking the fucking puffy haircut.
Better resources and information.
The creme de la creme of masculine beauty.
Okay, these guys are jacked.
However, the Hollywood lead was still a lean, muscular, healthy look.
The creme de la creme. These creme de la creme. The fucking announcer.
The likes of James Dean.
Oiled up and muscular. Some of these ladies want to go home with these men, but who knows who will be the lucky gal tonight.
And Clark Gable. With more people owning televisions, a young Elvis Presley was idolized for his music, his physique, healthy and moderate. And in 1951, the first ever diet and exercise program aired.
Good morning, happy Monday morning to you. My name is Jack LaLanne, and I'm here for one reason and one reason only, to show you how to feel better and look better so you can live longer.
Boo, boo, boo. You should have been like, my name's Jack, and I'm here to fucking teach you how to get absolutely fucking shredded. You'll be able to kill somebody in one punch.
The ideal
Some Napoleon Dynamite-esque training video.
Body type was healthy and athletic. However, with various wars brewing and the rising popularity of competitive sports, there was a massive push for the development of performance enhancements that would change everything. My internet
People started taking roids.
History while making
It's when the game changed.
Video became increasingly suspect. To prevent judgment while compiling hundreds of photos of shirtless men, I dimmed my screen and made sure I was
naked Greek man statue. Greek man statue. Butt showing.
using today's sponsor, NordVPN.
Oh my god.
The Vietnamese War largely divided America, which sparked a counterculture wave. The slim physique represented a rejection of the previous generation's more traditional masculinity.
And so I think that a generation of kids which says, we don't care about your concepts of cleanliness is a revolutionary generation.
Instead of strength and conformity, the counterculture embraced ideas of freedom, non-conformity, and natural living. Influenced by movements like hippie culture, anti-war protests, and the rise of rock stars like Mick Jagger, Bob Dylan, David Bowie, and Hendrix. But
I mean, they were just like skinny guys.
Masculinity was still prominent in Hollywood, with action stars including Paul Newman, Steve McQueen, and Clint Eastwood.
You mean you don't admire peace? It's not really easy to like something you know nothing about.
With a more muscular Steve Reeves, featuring as a Herculean character in many Hollywood films. Meanwhile, Joe Weider took Charles Atlas's advertising to the next level, featuring bodybuilding champions to sell fitness products, and he was about to meet an Austrian that would make him a fortune.
Bro, how old is Arnold today? The golden era of bodybuilding was the 70s.
Dylan, you son of...
That is when everybody was on fucking roids, dude. Literally, like, not, I mean, all IFBB pros are on roids today, but I'm saying, like, everybody that was getting into bodybuilding was like, yeah, you just gotta start taking fucking juice, dude.
A bitch.
Get big. Holy shit.
Popularized by iconic figures like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone, bodybuilding and pumping iron became mainstream, with chemically enhanced physiques perceived as the epitome of masculine perfection. With more people taking performance enhancements.
Bro, it was also crazy that at the time in Gold's Gym, people that were just really big got famous. Like, you didn't even have to be like a big bodybuilder, no name. People just work out at Gold's Gym, and some guy would approach you and be like, hey, do you want to fucking act in this movie?
Shows like wrestling became more popular.
Hey, I have a job for you. And then now you're rich fucking 3 years later.
Insanely muscular people. With the likes of...
Are you on steroids? Buddy, I've been the same weight for fucking 6 years.
Hulk Hogan, Brutus
No.
Beefcake, The Ultimate Warrior, Rocky Johnson, and Lex Luger. Other male icons included Chuck Norris, the Batman, and Superman, with Bruce Lee still incredibly popular for his impressive martial arts displays and lean physique.
Is Bruce Lee alive?
As bodybuilders began chasing more and more mass, its mainstream appeal faded. The effects of steroid abuse...
Yeah, that shit's terrifying. Ronnie Coleman. You ever fucking watch a Ronnie Coleman workout video? That shit makes you... That puts the fear of God in your fucking eyes. Watching him front squat fucking 595, just going, yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Just fucking picking that shit up. Now he has, like, terrible back problems.
Became more well known, so the idolized physique became less extreme in comparison to the golden era of bodybuilding.
Bruce Lee died at 32?
Hollywood leads included Keanu Reeves.
Really? From what? What did Bruce Lee die of? Cerebral edema, swelling of the brain caused by an allergic reaction to a headache medication. What?
Reeves, DiCaprio, Patrick Swayze, Tom Cruise, Johnny Depp, and perhaps most representative of the idolized male body, Brad Pitt from Fight Club. More attention was focused on the male body in advertising, such as with Mark Wahlberg's campaign with Calvin Klein.
No, the best protection. There's stuff in those shorts. I've always said it. I've always said it. Every time I see a Calvin Klein video, there's stuff in those shorts. I'm not trying to get into TMI here. They gotta be. They gotta be, bro. It's just not.
Just to keep the Calvins on.
The number of male cosmetic procedures increased 256%.
Bro, it's like there's a boulder in there, dude. It's like, what the fuck?
To 2001, while the paid circulation of Men's Health went from 250,000 in 1990 to more than 1.5 million in 1997, hinting at a new trend.
What's the first rule of Fight Club? Don't talk about Fight Club.
With the rise of social media sites such as Facebook,
you think I ain't ever seen Fight Club?
Instagram, and forums, the aesthetic era arose with more of an emphasis on
leanness
and
Ziz, dude, rip Ziz.
proportions as opposed to sheer mass. championed by the likes of Z's and the Aesthetic crew, which spawned a wave of fitness influencers, but this somehow became—
Yeah, instead of just being big, it was more of like the beach body aesthetic.
Became normal.
Like tan with nice hair and just like good shoulders and chest.
Gymshark was formed, and they would sponsor the most idolized younger men in the
God, dude, I used to watch David Lade every day.
bodybuilding social media industry. For me,
All of those guys, bro. Like the early the bodybuilders.
this is where my goal moved.
Now I feel like modern for a lot of you guys, like the modern person that like I used to watch David Lade when I was like 15, 16. I feel like a lot of people now watch Sam Sulek. I feel like that's the correlation.
From Ronaldo to fitness influencers, as I quit the sports I enjoyed to spend more time in the gym. Hollywood included more muscular actors, such as Chris Hemsworth, The Rock, Henry Cavill, Tom Hardy, and Hugh Jackman. Even action figures were being produced with more muscle. There was clearly a demand for increased muscularity. And this shift was further demonstrated with the remake of Baywatch, and films like Twilight, which began portraying more muscular teenagers. Popular influencers began photoshopping their photos to have more extreme proportions so they could stand out on social media.
Yeah, photoshopping's actually fucking wild, dude. Photoshopping a photo. I would get it like in the sense of like, oh, if you have like a scar or something on your body that you want to like remove for the image itself, but just making yourself look larger.
And for some mystical reason, the fitness influencer became synonymous with self-obsessive, dishonest, and narcissistic, kickstarting a new
Well, part of the problem was the fact that the early 2000s Gymshark, not even Gymshark influencers, early 2000s bodybuilder influencers, nobody cares if you're on roids if you say you're on roids, right? Like the Trend Twins are on roids. I think Sam Sulek's on roids, right? Like if you say I'm on steroids, nobody gives a fuck. The reason they got so much flack is because all of those influencers were on steroids and saying they were natural, which was just, it didn't make sense. I think it was just because the idea in that time in like from like 2012 to like 2016 was like, you have to be natural to be like, you know, a respected bodybuilding influencer, but none of the guys at the top were fucking natural. They were all just on juice, or not, maybe not even trend, but like SARMs or HGH or something of those sorts.
Trend.
It's the dad bod.
Popularized by celebrity figures such as Chris Pratt, DiCaprio, and Seth Rogen, which many believe represents a
I think Seth Rogen is the epitome of dad bod.
More approachable form of
like he just looks like a father.
Masculinity that balances attractiveness.
Joe got a dad bod? I don't think I have a dad bod.
With the demands of daily life.
After I eat a lot, I do have a bit of a gut.
Prominent actors such as Zac Efron and The Rock.
God, I hate Zac Efron's hair in that one movie.
Even more, with Chris Hemsworth achieving his peak physique.
Flip too hot!
We're done that video. I gotta delete the VOD. Bro, like, I mean, this shit's just... Why does this happen every other... Dude, I swear to God, it's like every other fucking week, dude. Like, I'm just watching a video and then they just show somebody's ass. Oh my God, bro. Let me message my manager. Watching a video on men's physique legit just showed Chris Hemsworth's ass in a clip of Thor. Unpublished VOD. Am I gonna get a violation? Bro, like, come on, dude. Chat, stop sending videos in the video section tab that have fucking nudity. Please. Like, why did they have to show that? It's not TOS on YouTube because YouTube knows that it's not like a fucking big deal. But it's like Twitch is so fucking stingy with that shit that it's just like, now I have to fucking delete the VOD. Like, it's just so annoying. Brady, cut out this entire video on the VOD channel. Actually, no, leave it in on the VOD channel. On the fucking VOD channel, it doesn't matter. Because YouTube doesn't give a shit. It's fine. On YouTube, it doesn't even fucking matter. Because it's not even actual nudity. But it's like fucking on Twitch, dude. That's where they fucking give a shit. How am I going to download it? I'll fucking send it to you. I'm still going to download the VOD when we're done streaming. But I can't fucking... I can't leave it published. God damn it, dude. Fuck. That is so annoying. I'll send it to you after. After stream, I'll download it. Alec for the sub Schnaw and Birds for the sub UO for the sub Brody for the 3. Haven't done a leg day in at least 6 months. Got to go to the gym five times a week. Bro, you got to do leg day. I love for the 3. Lost my V card with your stream playing in the background. Don't need to tell me that. Uwu and Jack over the sub. I got to pass. Chat, count me down 30 seconds. Then we're hopping into the next video. Well, that video was good while we were watching it. Maybe I should have listened to the fucking chatter that said skip. God damn it. I scanned the video too. I didn't even fucking see that. Oh, dude, the song didn't fucking play. Oh, my God. Chat, do you think we're fine from TOS, though? Bro, it's like the amount of shit. That wasn't that bad, right? But, like, oh, my God. I got a warning when Tyron Woodley's ass got shown, like, 2 years ago. It was a movie clip, though. I didn't know that would fucking happen. What happened? We were watching a video about men's physique over the years. And it just fucking cuts to a clip of Thor and his fucking clothes get ripped off. It shows his butt. Alec for the sub. You had to pee like 3 times in 30 minutes? I've peed twice in 2.5 hours. Fuck! It's fine. It's fine. Lock in. I also have to send this to my mod. Spy Hunter, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you if you got a sub. Thank you for the fucking 5 gifted. Appreciate the fucking subs there, brother. Thank them if you got a sub. Also, hold up. Okay. Sorry, I was sending my I send my mods free merch and I had to fucking send one of them the address that I missed. Scullyfoo, are you here? Did you not send me your info from last merch drop? Scullyfoo spamming in the Discord this fucking emoji of fucking. He just keeps spamming this emote. What's the sizing on the sweatpants? It's unisex. I wear large. And I wear large sweatpants anyway, so I think it fits fairly normally. Is Scullyfoo here? Bro, you gotta send me the address to send it to. Not on stream, obviously. I didn't send it. Do I have you friended? I do. Send where to send. You guys are going to get it later than everybody else because I already shipped it out. That's their payment. I fucking spend, what, like $1,000-something sending 15, 20 mods merch. Dent. Spy Hunter for the 5. Thank you for the 5 gifteds. Appreciate it. Is it the same? What do you mean? 50% off for VIPs? I could try and rip a code, but I don't think they actually have codes for that. What about VIPs? Brother, I'm sorry. You're not getting merch. All right. Lock in, chat. Next video. The kid who stole $230 million.
No way. Oh my god, $242 million. You know?
Alec for the 5 gifted. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I think the original problem with this was that they did this on a Discord call. I know very rough details of this story, but I'm pretty sure they convinced like a billionaire that they needed a code for something for their wallet, and then they ended up getting sent like 240 million in Bitcoin. You want to show chat the SMP website? After this video, I can. Can you remind me? Pavo for the sub. No, they didn't have a VPN. They knew they would get caught. Then why'd they do it?
How much money, brothers?
Yo, honestly, if they didn't like buy all this shit, put some of the money away, and then be like, oh, error, send it back, they probably wouldn't have been caught. Because, like, obviously, yeah, if you see, like, 21-year-olds splurging this amount of money that had no money previously, you're going to assume they got it in some illegal manner.
Like it's game time. I wake up, flex on down that check. No drip this. Tell me running.
I would never be going to a club, though. Fuck spending even 230 mil, bro. I would never be going to a club. Fuck clubs. I hate nightclubs. They're so ass, dude. They're boring and everything's overpriced. There's like a few good nightclubs, and I've been to like one that I liked, but even then, bro, every drink is like $25.
It's the 19th of August, 2024, the day a group of young adults carried out one of the largest crypto heists ever recorded. 20-year-old Malone Lem, 18-year-old Vir Chatal, 21-year-old Jendiel Serrano, Danish.
That's crazy they're smart enough to do this, though.
Can and Chen. These kids targeted a single Genesis creditor who had no idea they were about to lose a staggering $230 million worth of Bitcoin. But how did they pull it off? Were they expert hackers with advanced coding skills? Well, it was much simpler than it seems. These scammers did something very clever. They hacked into basic human nature.
Social engineering execution of the heist.
It all began with a phone call, a seemingly harmless contact from Google support. But this call wasn't from Google at all. Using a spoof number, Vichatel, also known as Wiz, convinced the victim that their personal accounts had been compromised. With this false sense of urgency, he gained access to the victim's Gmail and iCloud, where he gathered key security information. Another call followed, this time from Jendiel Serrano, aka Box, claiming to be a representative from Gemini, the crypto exchange the victim used. The victim was tricked into believing their account.
So they convinced him to give them a bunch of... Wow, so they didn't even really hack it. They basically convinced the guy to hand over all the information they needed to just log into his account and steal his money.
Was under attack. Under pressure and convinced they needed to act fast, the victim reset their...
Bro, somebody with $230 million, I feel like that's like an amount of money where you would have somebody handling your finances that wouldn't fall for this. Like, this is obviously like a really good system they had set up, but like somebody that's 230 mil getting conned, like you would have, this is like some shit like grandmas fall for.
Their two-factor authentication settings, giving the thieves the access they needed to take control of the Gemini account.
He unlocked 2FA for them,
sending funds to a compromised wallet. The situation was spiraling, but the victim had no idea. When he was asked to use AnyDesk, a remote access software, it seemed like another step in securing their assets, but in reality, it was the final blow. As the victim unknowingly shared the screen, the private keys to their Bitcoin wallet were exposed, and in just a few clicks, the digital fortune was transferred into the hands of the thieves.
Dude, 4,000 Bitcoin. That reaction is kind of funny, though. Oh my god! Oh my god! It's like winning the Powerball.
No way. No f***ing way. I see it, bro.
Dude, what's hilarious is in this call, there's probably one of their friends that's just like playing video games, listening to them do this. That's now like an accomplice to the crime. Like they're just in a Discord server and like 5 out of the 8 people in the call are like actively just trying to rip 230 million. The other 3 are just like in a fucking ARAM match in League, just like listening in.
The blockchain. It's on the blockchain. Oh
No way.
my god! Oh my god!
In a private video, they recorded the live reactions to the successful transfer of 4,064 bitcoins valued at over $230 million at the time. Clearly excited as they watched the million.
That's probably even more now. How much is 4,000 Bitcoin now? Because Bitcoin spiked in price.
Flow into their wallets.
Is that like 400 mil now?
How did they manage to pull off such a heist? How could someone with that much wealth be deceived so easily? And why will they record themselves in the act of committing such a massive crime? These are questions that might never be fully answered, but one thing was clear. The money was now in the hands of the criminals, and they knew their work wasn't done yet.
Bro, but what do they do now? Like, the problem with this level heist, and I mean it is crypto, so it's easier, but now they have to money launder that to themselves. Which they didn't do. They just ended up spending it. But, like, for them to be able to, like, get that money and now keep it, crypto, it's probably easier. But, like, for the most part, they would probably have to launder that through something.
Exactly 17 minutes after, they quickly set about laundering the money. To make it
Oh my God. Wait. How did they get caught then? If they laundered the money correctly.
Harder for authorities to track the stolen crypto, they split the Bitcoin into smaller amounts and transferred it across 15 different exchanges, a common tactic known as pill chains. The idea was to break the large transactions into smaller ones, making them harder to trace. Bitcoin was swapped for Litecoin, Litecoin was swapped for Ethereum, and Ethereum was swapped for Monero. The process...
Oh, wow. So they weren't even doing it through like a business. They were just money laundering crypto by taking the stolen Bitcoin, sending it to a different wallet, converting it, sending it to a different wallet, converting it, and then always just converting it back.
It took several days.
I'll just keep a few mil for myself and then return it. I don't know, dude. I feel like that. Well, obviously there's 5 of them, so they're probably gonna split it. So they want more money. At the same time, though, if they had just done it with like 3 mil of the 200 mil. Like it might have just been like kind of swept under the rug.
With constant swapping between different currencies and exchanges.
This is crazy high IQ though.
Further obscuring the trail.
Go to the top right, the settings bar. Settings, no, not that. Like the swap settings.
Oh my God, they recorded the whole thing too.
Set custom recipient. No, bro, what the hell? Do 998.
Alright, bro, you're so horrible.
You can't.
Bro, I'm clearly busy, Caleb.
Wait, the way that I'm hearing this is that like one of them seems to be more of the mastermind and the other ones are like helping him. Cause like he just needed to be taught how to transfer the money.
Soon enough, all the stolen money was now clean money, ready to be spent, and the criminals didn't hold back. The day before the
XQC's in the back? Wait, where?
Planning a heist.
Soon enough,
998.
Alright, bro, you're so horrible.
You can't.
Bro, I'm clearly busy, Caleb. Planning a heist.
Soon enough,
wait, where was XQC in the
stolen
back?
money was now clean money, ready to be spent.
Yeah, that's fucking hilarious. Did XQC watch this video? And he just hears himself in the background. He had no, but unbeknownst to him, 4 of his viewers just pulled off the biggest crypto heist known to man while watching him fucking play like GTA or something.
And the criminals didn't hold back. The day before the heist even took place, they were already planning on how to spend their fortune, sharing links with each other on Telegram of expensive luxury clothes they wanted to purchase, from brands like Louis Vuitton, Givenchy, and Philippe Lane. While most of the crew chose to play it safe, keeping a low profile and resisting the temptation to splurge, one man couldn't help but stand out. His name? Malone Lamb.
Oh no, wait, so did they all actually do what they needed to, but one guy splurged? Dude, if they just stayed in the dark for like a few years.
Like it's game time.
Because then you could just write it off as like, oh, I put a lot of money in crypto early on.
Locked in when it's game time.
I don't know though, even if they money launder it, at some point the government's gonna say, where the fuck did you get this money? You know, unless everything's just straight crypto to crypto transaction. Like, especially in the US, they're going to be like, where did you come about this, have $50 million and you're 22. Like, how do you have this money?
Malone was based in LA, and the moment he got his hands on the money, he wasted no time diving headfirst into a luxurious lifestyle. Everything he had once watched wealthy people enjoy was
POV, when you see them spend $100K at a club before they got caught by the FBI for a
now
crypto
within his
scam.
reach, ready to become his new reality. Nightclubs became his second home. Almost every night, he hit a club, spending ridiculous amounts of money on VIP sections and bottle services. His bar tabs were unbelievable, some nights costing $260.
Oh! No tip! Oh my god! $187,000 for about 265 grand. What is admin fee? Oh, is that just like the base tip that's already required?
$65,000.
Oh my god, those bottle girls made so much money that night. Holy fuck, dude. Wow. That bottle girl, one of those bottle girls went home that night with 10 grand in a pocket. Just like, yeah, some guy just spent fucking $250,000.
$300,000, and even more than $500,000.
A 600, dude, 600 grand on a piece of paper as a fucking receipt. 30 Grey Goose bottles at $700 each. Was he just handing these out to people at the club? Like, you wouldn't be able to I didn't even know clubs had this inventory. Like, I wouldn't think that a regular club you could go to would have this much. 100 bottles of Casamigos Reposado, $700 each. 12% gratuity, 50 grand. I feel like this is the only time where it's really acceptable to tip like 10%. If your tab's $500,000, I'd be like, boss, I'm sorry, I'm not tipping 20. I'm not tipping 20%.
$1 million in a single night. If you were in one of those clubs, you couldn't miss him.
Who the is Malone? Hey, yo, Malone, you going real crazy like it's your birthday.
His name will be flashing on signs, and DJs will shout his name, giving him all the attention.
But how did they transfer the money? Did the club accept crypto as a form of payment? Oh my god, do you think those clubs gotta keep the money that was paid to them? Like, I wonder how that works. Because that's fucked up if the clubs have to give that money back. Credit card? He wouldn't be able to apply for a credit card in that amount of time. With 100K? Dude, most credit cards have limits. And even then, it's still just gonna, even if it doesn't, it's gonna get flagged if you spend fucking $500,000 at a club.
She quickly became...
Dude, he bought enough bottles to just hand every single person in the club an entire bottle of liquor.
everyone's favorite, because whenever he was around, everyone got to drink for free. He threw around cash like it was nothing, and one time he even handed a DJ a massive 6-liter bottle of Golden Ace of Spades champagne, which could cost anywhere from $25,000 to $60,000.
I mean, this is like a nice thing that he's doing.
Another time, he tipped a DJ $2,000 and had all the unopened bottles in the club sent straight to his house.
He even tipped me $2,000. When I tell you the amount of bottles he sent me that I took home, brand new, everything sealed, brand new.
But as fun as LA was, it still didn't feel like enough. He craved more attention, more luxury, more extravagance. So what did he do? He chartered a private jet to Miami. There, he took his spending to a whole new level. In Miami, Malone said,
"Bro, are they playing poker for ones? Nah, if I'm Malone, dollar poker night is no longer a fucking thing with the boys, dude. What the fuck? I would be like, yo, this shit's just not even fucking, there's no, you're playing for fucking $15.
A private jet to Miami. There, he took his spending to a whole new level. In Miami, Malone settled in a waterfront mansion. This place wasn't just any house. It was a $10.5 million estate with a $62,000 a month rental price tag. This mesh.
What do you think his do you think his parents knew? They had to have. There's no way the kid just goes from like chilling at home to being like, yeah, dad, I'm gonna go live in fucking a $10 million mansion.
Was massive, covering over 8,500 square feet, with 25-feet ceilings, 10 bedrooms, and a huge pool with a jacuzzi. It had 2 big front gates and a garage with a spacious driveway that was later filled with expensive supercars and luxury vehicles. Malone bought a black...
Yo, I'd be buying, if I was Malone's friend seeing him do this, I'd be like, buying gold before shit hit the fan. I'd buy just bars of gold and then fucking bury it in the middle of the woods. And I'd be like, the money's gone, man. I don't know what to tell you. I'd be like, I didn't get any of it. Literally honestly, a good idea. Just buy gold. Literally buy physical gold, bury that shit in a fucking duffel bag in the middle of nowhere. Know that you're going to serve 10 fucking years. Say that you were a part of it. You weren't given any money, though. They have no proof that you had the money. And then just fucking, when you get out, you're only, you know, they were fucking 19. You're 29 when you get out. And now you're set for the rest of your life.
Mansory SF90, a white Lamborghini Urus.
Not financial advice, though. Not financial advice. If you ever scam $250 million out of a crypto billionaire, this is not financial advice for you.
A fully kitted out white Mansory
Just what I would do.
Lamborghini Urus with baby blue interior, a matte black Lamborghini.
How I would do it? I have no idea. How do you even purchase gold without it being traceable? I have no idea.
Revuelto, the new Porsche 911 GT3 RS, the new Ferrari SUV in black, 2 Mercedes-Benz G-Class, 1 in grey, 1 wrapped with matte black.
Honestly, you might just loop yourself into the fucking cartel at that point. I'd just be like, hey, can I be an investor and you guys just shelter me?
Black camo, a convertible matte black and pink Rolls-Royce Dawn, a blue BMW M4, another Lamborghini Revuelto in matte grey, a blue Lamborghini Urus, an all-white wide-body kit Lamborghini Aventador SVJ with Malone's name written on the bottom of the door, a matte black Ferrari 812 Superfast, another Lamborghini Aventador SVJ.
CIA runs the cartel, bad idea. I don't know, bro. I'm just saying, if you got yourself involved into something even more illegal, where they would protect you because the FBI would be scared of them at some degree, then maybe you would be like, okay, now I'm chilling.
In blue, a pink Urus.
But now you're also looped into the cartel.
Which Malone originally bought as a gift for his ex-girlfriend to try to get her back.
What? They weren't even dating? Early birthday gift. I appreciate you so much. Bro bought her a car to get back together with him.
But got rejected again.
I am taken once again. No way. No way. Yo, if I'm the boyfriend in this scenario, I'm saying, I'm going to be, this is the plan. I'd be like, say we broke up. Get the car written in your name. Get the title. And then break up with him. And then leave. I'd be like, yo, get that car first. Come back. Right. Get that car, get the title, dip, and then now you're good.
A fully black carbon fiber McLaren 765 LT, a blue Pagani Huayra, and many more cars. If you didn't realize it by now, Malone was always rolling with fashion. He rocked high-end designer pieces like Louis Vuitton and Givenchy. He was always
what was he buying there?
Rolling with fashion. He rocked high.
Are those cookies, dude? What are those cookies called? Those are actually good as fuck.
High-end designer
the little mini ones.
Pieces like Louis Vuitton and Givenchy. His style was expensive, with the most expensive piece of clothing being the Moncler Maya 70 by Paul Manges jacket, which alone cost $50,000 or more. But after all this
Is it glow in the dark?
wasted money on clubs and cars, Malone finally decided to invest his money in timeless pieces that would hold the value over time, like these Cuban link chain bracelets filled with diamonds, a Rachel Millie covered in diamonds, and a diamond ring for each one of his fingers. One Rachel Millie wasn't enough, of course, so he bought multiple. Even his glasses had diamonds.
Yeah, if you don't know what time it is. Maybe his right arm's tired. He's got to pick up the left arm. Vice versa. Oh, what time is it?
Diamonds.
Yo, don't take no video.
Malone wasn't just a millionaire obsessed with himself. He had a generous side, often using his wealth to give back to others in need. He bought 5 Birkin bags and gave them away to random girls at the club. One of these lucky ladies.
He just walks up to a homeless man. Here's a Rolex. He just starts making like Mr. Beast videos, but just like horribly out of touch. Just like not giving food or money for an apartment. Here's a fucking Louis Vuitton bag that you won't be able to sell, but it's worth a lot of money.
Ladies was a model named Olivia Allen.
Guys, I can't even make this up when I say that I just woke up to a Birkin in my bedroom because a man gave it to me in the club last night. This is your sign to go clubbing.
Another lucky lady who got a Birkin bag was famous TikTok star Sky Bree.
Me and my 2 girlfriends walk over to the section.
Fuck! Sometimes, you know, at the end of the day, I have white man privilege. I can't complain, right? I am in a society that is directly helping me, which is entirely unfair, which is also why I have the political opinions that I do. But some days I do wish I was a hot woman. Someday, in situations like this, where it's like, fuck, man, you know? But that's like, that's the only time, right? And then I understand, and that's entirely, I'm not sitting here saying I don't have the privilege that I have. I'm not trying to make any statement. I'm saying, damn, would it be nice to be given a fucking Birkin bag at a club? Yes, right? But I understand everything else. So I'm not going to sit here and say anything outside of that. White girl privilege is crazier? I don't know. I think being a guy in the United States and also being white makes you at an incredible advantage comparable to other people, which is unfair, right? But
and this kid, I'm gonna refer to him as like a kid. I mean, he was definitely over the age of 18. He looked pretty young. He comes towards me and he's like, I got this for you.
She ended up saying she didn't.
How much is that bag worth?
Didn't like it.
It's beautiful, but to be honest,
$27,000. Sell it, sell it, sell it, sell it.
It's not really my style.
Why is that 27 grand? That looks like it's literally $100. That just looks like a nice Michael Kors bag. That is $27,000. I wouldn't even know, right? Like, if I bumped into somebody and they had that bag and they yelled at me, I'd be like, dude, relax. Your bag's like $50. I would have guessed at most $2 grand.
While Malone was busy making his name known, flaunting his wealth at every turn, he was also drawing the wrong kind of attention. His outrageous spending, paired with his desire to be noticed, made it easier for authorities and blockchain experts to track him down. Investigators, including prominent figures like Zach XPT, were closely watching the flow of the stolen funds, tracing each move as he splurged on cars, clubs, and luxury items. The more he
wow, this guy, this random dude on Twitter traced his funds.
spent, the more obvious it became that his newfound fortune was linked to the heist, and soon enough, the walls started closing in. Malone thought he was untouchable, but behind the scenes, law enforcement and experts like Zach XPT were already connecting the dots. Through his flashy spending, investigators...
Isn't he also still blowing all of the money? Do you think it was like a means of knowing like, oh, this is going to be over soon? Or... because if they had $230 million split amongst 5 people, maybe the split was different, like a GTA heist where like not everybody's getting the same amount of money. But even so, if he's spending $400,000 at the club every day, like if he only has 1/5 of the money, he has like what, like $40-50 million? Like, wouldn't he still run out of money?
Tracked large transactions linked to this.
They all got 47 mil. Yeah, but he bought a $10 million house. He bought like 4 cars, diamond rings, diamond jewelry, spent fucking $4 million at a club, bought bags, bought different cars.
Stolen Bitcoin, using blockchain analysis to map out the movement of funds. What's more, both Box and Wiz slipped up during the process of laundering the funds. On several occasions, they accidentally leaked the stolen funds with their personal assets. Wiz, for example, also leaked his full name during a screen recording, while Box reused deposit addresses, making it easier to trace the funds back to them. These mistakes, combined with recorded conversations and digital footprints, painted a clear picture of the criminals' activities. By mid-September 2024, the FBI and other authorities had gathered enough evidence to act. On the 19th of September, federal agents raided Malone's Miami mansion, where he was arrested, surrounded by all the luxuries he had bought with a stolen fortune.
We hear boom, and we thought that was shooting in the neighborhood, and we saw a lot of police. This was
why is the phone so shaky?
Something that never.
Put it up somewhere. Put it on a piece of like. Put it on a fucking platform or something. Why is they always interview somebody and they're always just going, and then this thing happened. The camera's moving around. The fucking lighting's terrible. The mic's horrible.
What happened in this neighborhood?
Just put your phone against, a fucking bag or something to keep it up. And then just talk.
Most of the time was a lot of party. It was party because I can hear from my house the music.
It was a stark contrast. Malone, who had lived like a king for just a short while,
almost as bad as Joe's vlog camera work. Don't diss that, Cloak. That makes me insecure.
Was now a big...
I was watching the vlog that I did from F1 the other day and how heavy my breathing was when I was high at the end. And I was literally just breathing into the mic while Brooke was talking like this. Just loud as fuck. Everybody in the comments was like, he did that on purpose. No. I was just breathing. I didn't even know. I was just breathing like that, dude.
Being led away in handcuffs. Authorities were able to...
Your vlogs are fire. My vlogs are terrible.
freeze over $9 million in stolen funds, with $500,000 already returned to the victim. However, a significant portion of the stolen money remains in cryptocurrency wallets. At the time of making this video, $21 million linked to Box is still sitting in one wallet, while Virche Tao, also known as Wiz, has around $39 million tied up to his account. Additionally, $4 million of Malone's funds remain untouched in another wallet. But what happened to everything else he bought? The cars,
So does that mean they get to keep them?
the clubs, the private jet?
Oh, they all just probably get taken by the government. Buck for the 3. Ask my mom for your merch. Also, you inspired me to get a tattoo with its mouth open and says Memento Mori inside. Dub. Mass for the sub. June for the 3. I would actually crash out if I was one of the bottle girls. They made me return the money. I'm ready for the sub. Flame for the 3. I figured I would join the stream. How's it going? Thank you. And thank you for the 3. And you're saying you watch pretty much every VOD. Thank you for that. And it's going good. How are you? I'm up for the sub. I love for the 3. Lost my V card with your stream. I already read that. Yeah, you don't need to tell me when you lost your V card with my stream in the background. No need to tell me.
And all the flash stuff. See, when a criminal buys luxury items,
I think every once in a while I just need to start making weird noises for people that come and tell me that. The amount of people that have told me they've lost their V card watching my videos, it's just like, why? Like at some point I just gotta go, stop, stop, stop. Or just make like door knocking noises like somebody's walking in.
like cars, with stolen money and later gets arrested, the government steps in and seizes those assets through a process called asset forfeiture. This allows law enforcement to take control of anything purchased with illegally obtained funds, such as cars, houses, or expensive jewelry. Once these assets are seized, they are usually put up for auction. In many cases, dealerships or buyers, including the same dealer who originally sold the cars, can purchase them again, often at a lower price than they were initially sold for. The money made from these auctions then is used in a couple of ways. A portion of it will go toward compensating the victims of the crime, helping to recover some of the stolen funds, while another portion could be used to cover the cost of the investigation and legal proceedings. If the victim is lucky, he can get 50 to 65% back after the auction and
What? He only gets fucking 65% max back at 230 mil? That fucking sucks.
administrative fees, the cut the investigators will get. However, in Malone's case, 3 of the cars he purchased, the Mandarin Lamborghini Urus, the Lamborghini Revuelto, and the Porsche 911 GT3 RS, were later transported to LA following his arrest. These cars were spotted by EFF Spot, a popular YouTuber who is known for his rare and expensive car spotting videos. In this particular video, both the Revuelto and the Porsche appeared with noticeable damage. The Revuelto had significant front-end damage, while the Porsche was dented in the rear, suggesting that the Revuelto had likely rear end.
How many times did he crash the cars?
The Porsche. This kind of damage will undoubtedly decrease the value of these cars when they go to auction, significantly reducing the amount the victim could recover. The same process will apply to the clothes, jewelry, watches, and designer glasses that Malone purchased. These luxury items are likely to be seized by authorities and auctioned off as part of the asset recovery process. High-end watches, such as his Richard Mille pieces, are particularly valuable and could bring in significant amounts at auction. While designer clothes typically depreciate in value, Malone's expensive pieces will still hold enough worth to help recover the funds for the victim. As for the wallet spending in clubs, that money is pretty much gone. When you blow $500,000 in a single night on
Okay, so they're not making the bottle girls give the money back.
model services and VIP sections, the clubs aren't held responsible for giving it back, especially if they had no clue the money was stolen. Same goes for the private jets. Those jet companies provided a legitimate service, so the money Malone spent on his flights is long gone. In conclusion, while most of the big ticket items can be seized and auctioned, much of what Malone spent on
Wow, like anything that's experiential, he just loses.
services, like clubs and private jets, is lost for good. This story isn't just about a major heist or the luxurious lifestyle Malone enjoyed for a brief moment. It's a lesson in greed, the dangers of showing off wealth that wasn't earned, and how quickly everything can come crashing down, despite all the money spent.
How much is he getting in jail?
The nights out and the flashy purchases, Malone's dream life was built on stolen funds, and it was only a matter of time before it fell apart. Authorities might recover some of the stolen money, but the damage done to the victim and the recklessness of Malone's spending spree are a reminder of how easily things can slip away. For Malone and his friends, what started as a wild ride of lavishness ended in arrests and their names tied to one of the biggest crypto crimes in history. In the end, this heist shows us that no matter how clever the crime or how big the payout, the law always catches up, and the price they paid was far greater than the short-lived luxury they enjoyed.
Yo, if he might, since all that money's still missing, he probably did. I don't want to say, like, if he was smart enough to do that, yeah, he was, like, you know, dumb in the sense of, like, him just kind of splurging to make it more obvious that it was him. But he could have also just gifted a lot of money to family members and friends in terms of, like, assets or other, like, weird valuated based things that they could just hide and keep. and then they wouldn't be able to find them or make you take them back. They could have easily gotten away with that. You think they could have gotten away with this, Brady? Like $230 million heist? Imagine buying your ex a really expensive car only to get rejected. This kid's going to life. I think it was easier to get away with, too, just because it's crypto. And crypto's so vague in, like, getting tracked and it also like, it's harder for somebody to get away with, like, money that's, like, physical money rather than, like, crypto. Just because you could just keep transferring it. Moth for the 3. My friend stole some of that money. How? Buck for the 3. I already read that. All right. Next. All right. We are going... Yeah, we should actually have time for most of this. Let's watch... I know you guys are going to want to watch the Vsauce video. But we might watch... Brady's saying it's going to get copyrighted. We might watch the Boys Don't Cry one and skip through it. Today, at least. But we're going to watch the other one first. Hold up. We're going to watch CIA's Scariest Weapon. And then we'll hop into the CTE video. Moth for the 3. He stole some from that guys that originally stole it. You're saying your friend stole money from the dude that stole 230 mil. How? Hold up. I'm asking Brooke to get me some food. All right. Lock in. The CIA's Scariest Weapon. Moth for the 3. I don't know, bro. He doesn't even show his face, but he shows us the money. Brady said SMP website. Yeah. Can you send that to me? I don't actually even remember the fucking website. Hold up. Sorry. Was sending the fucking Scully Foo merch to my manager. All right, here it is. Chat, here's the website for the SMP that's starting on the 2nd, which is actually fucking fire. Brady made this. JSMP. Shows you who's online. You can see everybody. You're allowed to put bounties on us, which is pretty cool. These are the players that are going to be in it right now. Zeusy, Zafo, Sneak, Small Fries, Philza, Nolan, Jojo, Handsome, Fit MC, Foxman, Cloak, Cheap, Big Puffer, and me. And this is like the website. I think this is just like some showcases of also just like parts of the mod, which is sick. But you can see everybody that's in it. We'll probably add more people as it goes on, but this is just who we're launching with, and then we'll go from there. Click the top right. Oh, you can see the map, members, bounties. Let's go to map. Oh. Says you need a username and password for authorization. I'm assuming that'll open up later. That is locked off at the moment? Yeah. All right, but that's the website. It's a fucking sick-ass website. That'll be Brady and Cloak for fucking working on this shit, too. That'll be December 2nd. We're going to be playing the... I do an SMP every year. Everybody knows that. Normally, or not an SMP. I do a world usually. The first 2 years I did a hardcore world. Last year I did a modded world. This year we're doing a modded SMP. So it'll be a bit more, you know, energetic. I try to switch it up every year rather than just doing like vanilla Minecraft. It'll run from December 2nd through whenever we want to end it, likely like mid-March-ish. It'll be on Mondays and Saturdays, probably the whole day. I'll likely run it every Monday and Saturday, the full stream for the first 3 weeks, and then I'll run it on Mondays for the full stream and Saturdays for a half stream. So I'll be playing it a lot. I know a lot of people want Minecraft soon. If you're not that big of a Minecraft fan, I wish that you would give the SMP a chance because I think it'll be fun. A lot of it'll be solo content. A lot of it will be, you know, working with other streamers, fighting bosses, doing stupid shit, making shops and such. So that'll be cool, but we'll do stuff like that. That's December 2nd, though. So the Monday after Thanksgiving. Today we're doing reacts, obviously. Tomorrow is going to be OG Fortnite and some sim games, maybe Arctic Eggs finish, as well as TCG Pokemon. Tuesday I'm doing Unbanned's Mario Party with the guys. Wednesday's horror. Thursday I'm off. Friday's reacts and the Shatterproof charity streams. Saturday is going to be either driving sim games or games to chat choice. Next Sunday's reacts. Next Monday is the last day of OG4. And then we're going to go from there. I'm off for the 4. My friend's a piece of shit. He deserved to be locked up. Sorry for snitching. Chat over the 3. Could you read my previous bits? I thought I did. Did I miss somebody else? Chowder. Could I get some advice? I'm really insecure about my body. I want to start working out. I have no idea what to do. I don't know if this matters. I'm 14. I'm 5'11". I have Planet Fitness really close to me. I'm going to start not eating junk food and shit all the time. But other than that, I don't know what to do. It's not even just not eating junk food. You got to eat the right food in general. Get a fitness calorie tracker, like MyFitnessPal or something of those sorts. Just because it's easy to track your calories. And see what you need to eat macro-wise. Outside of that, you could just probably get a trainer, even for like one session to teach you form. And then, you know, just weightlifting, putting on muscle, eating a lot of protein, cutting out a lot of saturated fats, a little bit of regular cutting out a lot of saturated fats, carbs, stuff like that, high caloric foods. Co-roll for the sub. All right, next video. Lock in the CIA's scariest weapon.
This is the CIA's scariest weapon. The CIA has been called before Congress. They are about to reveal a very unique gun.
Does this pistol fire the dart?
At first glance, this pistol looks like any other, but it is the ultimate assassination tool. You won't realize if you get hit by it, and it will kill you in seconds, but no one will be able to tell.
As a murder instrument.
Bro, and the fact they made this in 1975 is insane. And I think they say in this that they've never used it to kill somebody. But if they made this weapon basically 50 years ago, what the fuck do you think the CIA has now? Even if they have more stringent, or not stringent, strict rules, like, what sound were you just make? Can I have my rice? Thank you. Love you. Do you want to say hi to chat or no? Brooke said hello. Love you. Got some rice here. Lovely. So excited. I'll eat it in the next video for CTE. We'll watch. No, I'm not. I'm doing a test. My mouth's watering. Oh.
That's about as efficient as you can get, isn't it? It is a weapon, a very serious weapon.
How did the CIA create this pistol, and how does it work? It's the 70s. This scene is a product.
Are you sure you didn't watch this, Joe? It came out 8 hours ago.
Of 3 events.
My God, motherfuckers doing that shit just, we've watched this. We've watched this. I wasn't even live when this came out.
1. After enjoying a good image for decades, the CIA turns out to be involved in 2 major scandals. In both, they spied on American citizens. 2. As a result of said domestic spying
with the birds are government drones.
And public outrage, the Church Committee is set up. They are to investigate what this omnipotent agency is actually up to. 3. As part of their investigation, the committee searches through CIA locations. In a little-used vaulted storeroom, they find 11 grams of shellfish poison, saxitoxin to be precise. It is extremely deadly and one of the fastest-acting poisons on the planet. It blocks the transmissions of nervous system impulses. With sophisticated equipment, the 11 grams hoarded by the CIA could kill hundreds of thousands of people.
11 grams of this poison can kill hundreds of thousands of people. How expensive? How much did this cost for them to get this?
Due to this and other findings, the committee questions the agency in various hearings. Most of these are held privately to protect intelligence sources and methods. But this one is public and televised. It is meant to educate the American people of the CIA's various misconducts. Senator Frank Church of Idaho leads the hearing as chairman. He thinks the agency is a rogue elephant rampaging out of control.
Why did the agency prepare toxins of this character in quantities sufficient to kill many thousands of people? What was the need for that in the first place?
Across
just in case.
Some church sits then.
You don't know whenever you're going to need to be able to shoot 100,000 poison darts at people.
CIA Director William Colby. He explains the agency supposedly wanted a better, more pain-free alternative to cyanide pills for agents in the field. Church doesn't buy it.
Have you brought with you some of those devices which would have enabled the CIA to use this poison for, we have indeed, for killing people?
The CIA brings the committee the weapon. It is a result of 2 decades of development. Luckily, not every powerful tool has to be deadly. With Udu's all-in-one platform, you have 2 decades prior, 50s. The Cold War is already in full swing. Tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union are high. Both sides are always testing the limits, showing their power, but are careful not to go too far. In 1957 and 1959, this man, Bogdan Stashinsky, kills 2 people for the KGB. At first glance, both victims appear to have died of natural causes, but it turns out he used a special weapon, a mysterious poison vapor gun. The U.S.
Oh, so then the CIA just wanted to make one themselves.
becomes aware of these
Bro, he had a gun rolled in a fucking newspaper and he would just shoot it at you.
incidents in 1961. It is unclear if the CIA already thought about working on a similar weapon at the time, or if they only started developing one to catch up. Whatever the reason, the agency starts looking for a poison, one that can kill a person but makes it look like a natural death. And there is a woman who may have helped them find it. This is Mary Embry. She started working for the CIA as a secretary.
I went to technical services where I was in charge of finding documents that you don't find in libraries. One time they wanted me to find if there was such a thing as a poison that was undetectable that would kill someone, but it would appear that they had a heart attack. I did find.
Isn't that ricin? I thought ricin just kills people and you can't see it. Core for the sub.
Find such a thing.
Next, the CIA needs to figure out how to effectively get the poison into the victim's body. They task the Army Special Operations Division in Fort Detrick, Maryland. CIA and SOD have been secretly collaborating for years and will do so for almost 2 decades. The SOD experiments with different types of delivery systems and ultimately lands on this design. The weapon is named the Non-Discernible Microbionoculator in a CIA memo, but it is more commonly known as the heart attack gun. This is
I mean, how far is this thing fucking shooting now? Because you can't just walk up to somebody and prick them with it.
how it works. The gun itself is practically a normal .45 with a round sight attached on top, but inside it's quite unique. It works by electricity. Here in the handle of the gun is a small battery that powers everything.
They got fucking AA batteries powering this thing.
The gun fires a small dart. You put the dart in
The Energizer Bunny is responsible for the death of people.
here. When the trigger is pulled, it shoots out almost silently and reaches its target over a surprisingly long distance.
What range does it have? 100 meters, I believe, about.
These darts are a key part of the weapon. They come in different sizes.
Dude, you can't do shit either if you fucking miss. Imagine you're in like the middle of New York, standing 100 yards away, you shoot, somebody walks in front of the dart and goes, I just got stung by a bee. Just immediately dies.
One of them is so thin that the target doesn't even realize they've been hit.
A special one was developed which potentially would be able to...
They wouldn't even feel a fucking prick. It would just hit them and they'd die.
Enter the target without perception.
The darts are coated with the shellfish poison, which gives the target an apparent heart attack. In a later iteration, the CIA found a way to freeze the deadly poison into a tiny pellet, so they could fire it directly.
So when it reached the person, it would melt inside them, and the only thing would be like one little tiny red dot on their body, which was hard to detect. There wouldn't be a needle left or anything like that in the person.
But also the toxin itself would not
Bro, that's wild they fucking made this shit.
appear in the autopsy?
Yes, so that
He's trying to see how it works. It's fucking loaded. Accidentally kill somebody in the room.
there was no way of perceiving that the target was hit.
No way of perceiving that the target was hit. a truly powerful tool in the hands of trained agents. In the hearing, the CIA only presented this one pistol. In reality, they developed a range of poison guns. Little is known about their exact design. Presumably,
or
they could
what they have now, bro. Nobody's ever talking about that shit. 50 years ago, they had an undetectable poison dart. Dude, now they gotta have some other insane shit.
hit targets at an even greater distance. By the time of the hearing, the heart attack gun was already illegal under U.S. law. President Nixon had ordered the end of all chemical warfare and the disposal of all bioweapons and agents.
Bro, it is crazy. The CIA could literally be spying on you and you have no idea. Like at any time. Like right now. Like some dude's listening to me yap.
But some people at CIA and SOD disobeyed the president's command. They kept the 8 milligrams of cobra venom and 11 grams of saxitoxin in storage, first at Fort Detrick and later in the little-used storeroom in Washington, D.C. Manufacturing shellfish toxin is not only expensive, but also a very time-consuming and complex process. The CIA chemist, Dr. Nathan Gordon, wasn't prepared for all this work to be for nothing. He made plain that the prospect of destroying it troubled him greatly, so he just took one of the world's most dangerous poisons in a quantity to kill hundreds of thousands
and just put it in a drawer.
Hid it. Who knows when you might need it? The Church Committee's final report is damning for the CIA at the time. It is over 2,700 pages long and paints a disturbing picture of the Secret Service's operations. The report shows that the CIA had planned political assassinations. They orchestrated mind control experiments that sounded like straight conspiracy theory.
Mind control?
Assassinations versus operations. The report shows that the CIA had planned political assassinations. They orchestrated mind control experiments that sounded like straight conspiracy.
Well, yeah, it's not that crazy that the government's worked with. I mean, the Russian government does it too. That every big nation works with criminals to do shit for them. I don't know if the U.S. does it anymore, but I know Russia still does it, where they'll pay like gang members in Russia and like high-powered like crime like families in Russia to like kill people for them or like do shit for them.
Conspiracy theories, MKUltra. And in a wild test, they flooded the New York City subway with a harmless
The Unabomber was a part of MKUltra.
Stimulant of a disease-carrying gas. The final question would be if the CIA ever used the heart attack gun on anybody. Mr. Colby said there were no records of any actual use. But just because there are no records of it, has it really never been used? What became of the gun after the hearing remains a mystery.
Wow, do you think they just... I did not mean to click on that. Do you think they meant to, like, do you think they destroyed it afterwards, or do you think it's just, like, sitting in a basement somewhere? Like, in somebody's case, in a drawer. I don't think they got rid of it. I think it's in some unit or something. Like, I doubt they destroyed it. It's too powerful to where they wouldn't just throw it out. Not even just throw it out. Obviously, they wouldn't just fucking throw it in the trash. But, like, blow it up. Matt for the sub, Cora for the sub. All right, next. The Hidden Killer in Contact Sports. This is the video about CTE we wanted to watch the other day.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about...
Is this our last video? We're probably going to watch some of this afterwards. Or some sort of philosophy video.
Little brains. There's a little professional boxer named Ryan Garcia that's been in the news lately, and it's kind of got me thinking about something. If you know Ryan Garcia, there's a video floating around of him breaking into his ex's house, harassing her, and basically destroying the house, everything.
I didn't see that. I always just see his tweets where he just like yaps about how he's like God now and like understands the universe and shit.
Thing around it, whatever. It doesn't feel like anything that's extremely new. I mean, he's like a pretty big controversial character talking about Bohemian Grove, the elite, all kinds of weird stuff.
Yeah, Elon Musk is the Antichrist.
Doesn't seem mentally all there, is what I would say. He's been on a downward spiral recently, and things don't seem to be getting better. He's been making irrational claims on social media and interviews about witnessing disturbing acts by powerful...
Attention to those who sold their soul. There is a way back. You can't sell your soul. Your soul belongs to God. So it wasn't yours to sell anyway. You didn't read the contract, just signed, probably because didn't care. 3 a.m., even in dark light, dark, I light it up. You see everything coming out now. What?
Elites. And he got arrested.
Imagine saying that. You sign a contract to sell your soul. Actually, you can have my soul.
For causing $15,000 worth of property damage at a Beverly Hills hotel. In some interviews, he's appeared
15 grand in property damage at a hotel? What the fuck, did you just start punching the walls?
confused or had difficulty recalling information about his career or even his personal life. He was banned for the World Boxing Council for tweets on July 4th. And finally, we had the latest events with his ex. Now, a lot of this could be, you know, people could say drugs, people could say alcohol, and even Ryan himself said that he was going to rehab for such things. But I think maybe
probably a mixture of drugs and then also brain damage from getting punched in the head hundreds of thousands of times.
just maybe it made me think of this, is that Ryan could be experiencing some forms of CTE. I don't know for sure. I don't want to say for sure because CTE
Who's Ryan Garcia? Pro boxer. It's a little quiet. I'll turn it up.
requires a post-mortem examination, but I've been wanting to talk about CTE because I think it's fascinating and it's insane some of the cases that have come out of people actually having it. You just don't know, and especially because we didn't know CTE was even a thing until like 10 years ago, which is insane. So I just want to talk about some of the most disturbing cases found from CTE.
Well, because it's not something you can study actively. Like, you're just going to literally look at their brain after they die. Honestly, no, you could do, like, a brain scan to see if certain parts are deteriorating, but...
CTE, or chronic trauma...
He's only, like, 20. Ryan Garcia's not 20. He's 26. He's been boxing since he was, like, 16. You get punched in the head for fucking 8 years straight. That's not good math. You get punched in the head for 10 years straight.
Encephalopathy is a brain disease that develops over time as a result of repeated head trauma. Bang, 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 bang. This trauma triggers the buildup of tau protein, which slowly spreads throughout the brain, killing brain cells. The distribution of tau in CTE typically follows a unique pattern, affecting the frontal and temporal lobes, which are areas of the brain involved in decision-making, impulse control, and emotional regulation. And the most common cause of people getting CTE is contact sports. And we're talking about...
How do you even get CTE outside of that? I thought you were only able to get it from repeated head trauma, which is mainly in the NFL, the MMA, or UFC, boxing, and then hockey. Rugby? I don't know. Do rugby players get CTE? Not really. Because, like, rugby, there's big hits, but I feel like most of rugby tackles are, like, wraps, and then, like, you make them fall. Yes, what? I don't know. I feel like rugby players probably don't get CTE as much. Do rugby players get CTE? CTE has been linked to repeated hits in the head endured by football, rugby, hockey, boxing, and military. Okay, so it is in rugby as well. What? University of Sydney looked at post-mortem brain examinations of 31 former amateur and elite rugby players and found CTE in 68% of their brains.
About football, boxing, wrestling, hockey, rugby, MMA, and I guess soccer.
I would not say soccer. I would say soccer players are not getting CTE. For the most part. If you're somebody that's always just headbutting the ball or running into other players, maybe. But I would say for the most part, soccer is probably not getting CTE.
They get soccer from faking getting hit and then doing that. That's how they...
From actually falling down and acting like somebody just cut off your leg because they stepped on your toe.
I get the CTE. Oh,
oh, ref! Oh!
I heard doing the front flip. But it's not just athletes who get CTE. No. Being a military veteran also increases the odds of getting CTE from repeated blast and explosion exposure. The shock waves rattle your brain around in a similar way like you were hit in the head playing a sport. And in short, if you repeatedly get blows to your head over and over again, then you are likely to develop CTE. You know, and I'm sure that there's a lot of different cases of it, but I'm talking about people who it is part of their normal, regular routine of getting...
Foot Sniffer says soccer's for gay Europeans. Soccer is the most popular sport in the entire world. Like, every country plays soccer.
Bashed around, having their heads scrambled. Your brain, no likey.
You think headbanging causes CTE?
I will never criminalize headbanging to that extent. I would say moshing probably does and getting hit like that, but I don't know.
Yeah, getting hit in a mosh pit. I don't think headbanging would give you CTE.
Do you think when you do that, do you think your brain is doing...
At the concert, I could feel my brain rattling around, moving.
I don't think I've ever experienced that before when headbanging. Interesting. If you could feel your brain moving in your head?
A little bit.
You got a lot of empty space in your head, my guy. It is generally a slow disease with symptoms that don't appear until
Maybe
later
if
in
I
life.
really
But
fucking whirled it.
first symptoms that do appear are mood and behavioral changes in your 20s and 30s. Impulsiveness, aggression, and depression are the most common symptoms of CTE. From here, the symptoms get progressively worse and are comparable to symptoms of dementia. That's fucking crazy. At first, you're just a little more irritable, and then after a while, yeah, you just start forgetting shit. It's like a weird curse that just plagues you.
Well, because it's like your brain fucking rotting from the inside out.
Over time. Because you could just wake up one day and you're like, why can't I remember this or that? And then especially with the emotional regulation, you're just like, you get more irritable or upset that you can't remember things. It's just a fucking downward spiral.
Well, there's a correlation too, because it's like, going back to the Ryan Garcia thing, it could be like CTEs causing drug abuse, because it's like you can't deal with your emotions.
Yeah, you can't like fucking get the puzzle right in your head, so then you turn to things.
He might not even have CTE at his age. Brian Garcia might just have something where it's like, he is having repeated trauma that's not getting treated, so he doesn't have CTE yet, but he's still having brain problems from the level of brain damage that has occurred.
It'll help you escape for a bit.
Is there levels of CTE? I believe so, but if you get CTE, you have CTE.
Drugs, alcohol, whatever it is. Your brain tissue begins to deteriorate, and slowly you become a completely different person. Which
this is the stages, low to high.
I don't know if anybody's ever...
But I think once you get it, it just keeps getting worse.
Had a grandparent or something go through dementia, but it's like one of the scariest things of all time.
That's one of my many nightmares.
You are going to get
many nightmares. I'd say that's my biggest fear, dude, is getting fucking Alzheimer's or dementia.
Yeah.
Forgetting who you are.
If you said you went to a concert and you felt your brain move, you physically felt your brain moving around. How do I fucking know you don't already have CTE? He's gonna kill us. We're gonna show up one day and he's gonna shoot us in the chest. It's gonna be fun. There are 4 stages to CTE. Stage 1, short-term memory loss, mild aggression, depression, and headaches. Stage 2, short-term memory loss, severe depression, outburst, and mood swings. Stage 3, short-term memory loss, aggression, apathy, lack of spatial awareness, and executive dysfunction. Stage 4, short-term memory loss, paranoia, difficulty with language, and even muscle movement. Wow, so you're like, I can't even like move my fucking arm right. Some other symptoms include tremors and rigidity, similar to Parkinson's disease, confusion, and self-harm ideation, and just general self-harm in general. Again, there is no way to confirm if a patient is...
Wow, dude. Honestly, the football player's head looks worse than somebody with Alzheimer's. That's insane. That's insane, dude. The football player's head looks brain looks worse. Like, that's regular. Alzheimer's looks bad. That shit's just fucking red.
A CTE without a brain autopsy.
I gotta quit football. Dude, if you only play football in, like, high school, I doubt it's gonna be that big of a deal. But, like, it's people that are playing football through high school, college, and then the NFL. It's also what position you are. You know? If you're a kicker, you'll be fine. You know? If you're the old fucking kicker, you're good, right? But if you're somebody that's repeatedly getting tackled or tackling and having to fucking full go from motion to stop, then yeah.
Posthumously. Post-mortem.
I'm a lineman. I feel like lineman is probably not as bad. Like, what position of football most gets CTE? Oh, lineman.
Which is just, how the f do we not...
My bad.
Get the technology there. Is there even a way to reverse CTE?
I didn't think they would get it the worst. Maybe it's just because every play, it's like you're not getting full throttled. Like, you're not going from sprinting and then fucking wham. You're just every single play, you're going and hitting somebody.
No, I don't think so.
So yeah, it's like if you got it, you're just like, oh, hey, it's just a ticking time bomb right now.
It's similar to like Alzheimer's in the sense that I don't know what the protein is, but plaque forms for Alzheimer's and there's no way to reverse it.
That's even worse. Almost actually, never mind. Just figure it out when I'm dead. That'd be a fucking nightmare. Hey, you have it. Sorry, your brain's gonna turn to goop. And you're like, Sounds good. But here is the history of CTE. It's pretty fascinating. It always baffles me how long it takes to actually find out that this is a thing. The earliest descriptions of what we now call CTE can be traced back to the 1920s. Dr. Harrison Martlin coined the term punch drunk to describe a syndrome observed in boxers who
Yeah, he got his head. He actually can't speak or walk. He got fucked up that bad in a fight. Oh, don't worry, he's punch drunk. Give him about 3 days, he'll be better than ever. Just give him some alcohol, maybe a Ritalin, and get him back up and ready to go again.
exhibited cognitive and motor impairment after repeated.
He's sitting on a stretcher and can't move. He's just punch drunk. Somebody hit him in the head repeatedly so many times that he can't think right.
Blows to the head.
Give him a cigarette, unfiltered. That'll bring him back.
Punch Drunk Love. Great movie. In 2002, after 77 years of research, Dr. Bennett Amalu published the first evidence of CTE in an American football player, former Pittsburgh Steelers Mike Webster. After retiring, Webster exhibited severe cognitive and behavioral issues, including memory loss, depression, and erratic behavior. He also struggled with homelessness and financial difficulties. Dr. Amalu requested an autopsy and upon examination of the brain, discovered the presence of tau protein deposits. It was the first hard evidence that playing football could cause permanent brain damage. However, his findings were met with considerable backlash, particularly from the NFL and other stockholders who invest.
Well, yeah, hasn't the NFL done like multiple studies to try and like literally ignore other evidence against brain damage and try and like kind of insinuate that football's safe when in reality it's not?
In the sport. They argued that his study had flaws and lacked scientific rigor. This professional pushback was part of the broader effort to undermine his credibility and maintain the NFL stance that football was not inherently dangerous.
Lose money.
We can't lose that sweet dollar. Even in the
I mean, you gotta be a dumbass to not think that football. If you think football's not dangerous, you just gotta be stupid. Literally, you're watching people full force run into each other. That fucking plastic helmet you're wearing, at the end of the day, is not helping you when every day you're just running into other people and going from fucking 25 miles an hour to 0 in half a second. Or as a lineman, just constantly fucking pushing against other people.
The NFL published studies that concussions were not as significant.
That'd be like watching the fucking Oliveira fight yesterday where he's getting punched in the back of the head 30 times and going, I think he's just punch drunk. Maybe, I think he's just a little punch drunk. Maybe give him a cigarette and he'll feel better in no time.
Issue towards players' health. You just get a couple of them. I tell you what's fucking horrifying is here, and I think I've said this multiple times. I met Trent Green, who was the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs, and he was like this giant man. I was like, you know, like just a kid. Ooh. And they had like these little red plastic footballs, and you could have him sign it. And he could like barely grab the thing. And I think I said something like, "You're an awesome quarterback," to him like that. "You're an awesome quarterback," and he did. Like barely.
That's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. The impression he did, though. Was insane.
Said anything. And he had a person there. He's like, okay, thank you. And it moved me along. And at the time,
why are you laughing at that, bro? Because the voice that he made.
I was like, holy shit, this guy's fucking wasted. You know, because I'm like, this guy's fucking been sipping a little something. I think even like my parents thought the same thing because you just had no idea. But no, I mean, the motherfucker had like 4 concussions in his. I forgot.
Holy shit, dude.
How many concussions Trent Green had?
He had 5 concussions in his NFL career.
Before he retired. It was a lot. I mean, and it was like every year you're just like.
How many causes like permanent brain damage? Because if you get like 1 concussion, that's not that bad. How many I feel it's also the severity of the concussion. How many concussions is too many? 3 concussions or more is linked to a worsened brain function later in life. Jesus Christ, I can't speak.
Like, you're gonna put that motherfucker back out there? Okay, all right. Despite the backlash, Dr. Amalu continued his research and advocacy, publishing additional studies that confirmed the presence of CTE in other former athletes. The CLF co-founder, Dr. Chris Nowinski, began reaching out to the families of former NFL players and other athletes who had recently passed away to arrange brain donations to the world's first athlete brain bank. That's fucking tight. Dr. Chris Nowinski sounds like a fucking like Transylvanian doctor or something like that.
Do you mind if we dig up your husband?
Could we have your husband's brain? I just want to experiment on it. He was a wonderful athlete. scored more touchdowns in the NFL than any other athlete. I would love to see what the inside of his skull looks like.
And then grab his brain.
No. No. Are you sure? What if I give you some Ritz crackers in return?
For research purposes, of course. They just slam the door in his face. Wait!
Do you think they made players' cards of their brains?
Dude, if the fucking brain bank made actual cards that you could open, like packs of cards, and you got like a picture of their brain, how sick would that be? Do it, Tops. Don't be a pussy, Tops. Run it. Through donations made from the families of deceased athletes and—
Oh my God, I got Aaron Hernandez. It's just literally an image of a brain.
Veterans. They have studied over 1,300 beautiful, beautiful brains. We need more brains. I mean, there's no such thing as too many brains, but still, 1,300 brains is pretty sick. It wasn't until 2016 that the NFL acknowledged a link between American football players and being diagnosed with CTE. 2016. That is insane. 8 years. 8 years ago, they're just like, okay, fine. Football players might be able to get CTE. Maybe. The stockholders like, oh God, okay.
And no one cares. Football.
Yeah, exactly. I don't give a put them out there. That's the thing too, is like no one gives a shit. They're just gonna be like, of course, they're slammed into you. I don't give a if I was getting paid that much, I wouldn't care if I got CTE.
Oh, I'd give a fuck if I got CTE. I wouldn't give a fuck if I like broke my arm though. Whenever if I ever bet on a football match, this is fucked up. Whenever I bet on a football match though, when they get injured, I'm like, get him back out there. All right, his fucking kneecap flipped. All right, pop it back in and get him back out on the field. All right, he needs 6 more yards for me to hit this fucking parlay. He better get back out there for one more play.
Is what they'd say. This came after a season in which the NFL players sustained at least 270.
Put some fucking icy hot on it and get him back out on the fucking field.
1 concussions. One season, almost a crisp 300. This led to a number of lawsuits involving thousands of players suing the NFL over head injuries. The NFL reached a $765 million settlement to compensate affected players and fund medical research.
I would rather have CTE than a chronic knee injury or back injury, TBH. That's an insane take. You would rather have permanent brain damage that's going to result in your death and also you forgetting literally everything, having mass mood swings and depression, than just have knee problems.
The league also implemented new concussion protocols and rule changes aimed at reducing—
That's actually the dumbest take that I've heard today. I'm sorry. I don't want to sit there and sit on that, right? But you're telling me you would rather have permanent brain damage than fucking not be able to walk right. I have back problems. It's ass, TBH. Well, Mito, I'm sorry you have back problems. Okay? What would be worse is if you weren't able to understand English well and not remember your family, friends, and also be severely depressed.
Head impacts. They're like, hey, by the way, it's gonna you get a 5-yard penalty if you hit the fucking guy in the head.
CTE is like Alzheimer's, but way worse.
Coaches are just like, take him out, hit him as hard as you can.
Would you rather have? I'd rather you fucking give me a knee problem, dude. The hell?
In the head. The coaches are just like,
take him out, hit him as hard as you can.
Which now I want to go into some of the notable cases of CTE because it's an interesting horror story, a real life horror story of people whose brains basically just mentally deteriorated into soup and did some crazy, crazy dark shit. And we'll start off with Aaron Hernandez, who signed to the New England Patriots as a tight end in 2010 and quickly established himself as a key player for the Patriots, which I don't know if you remember that. Are you a big football guy at all?
We watched that documentary.
No, man, were you back then?
No.
Oh, man. Aaron Hernandez, Gronkowski, and fucking Tom Brady together, or especially just Tom Brady and Aaron Hernandez, disgusting, like so good. Aaron Hernandez was fucking amazing.
Did you say Baby Gronk?
Baby Gronk, dude.
Baby Gronk going into the NFL. Baby Gronk already got an offer from Miami.
Despite his success,
Baby Gronk getting signed by Texas A&M.
On the field, Hernandez's off-field behavior remained problematic. His involvement with violent incidents and connections with gang-related activities raised concerns, though these were often overshadowed by his athletic achievements.
Just posted up with a fucking iPod shuffle.
Connections with gang-related activities
Whatever phone that is that an iPhone?
Raised concerns, though these were often overshadowed by his athletic achievements. The turning point in Hernandez's life came in June of 2013 when he was arrested and charged with the murder of Odin Lloyd, a semi-professional football player. Lloyd was dating the sister of Hernandez's fiancée, Cheyenne Jenkins. Lloyd's body was discovered in an industrial park near Hernandez's home. Surveillance footage, text message, and witness testimonies placed him at the crime scene, and Hernandez's behavior around the time of the murder was increasingly erratic. Reports indicated he was paranoid, believing his phones were bugged and that he was being followed. His actions suggested a man grappling with severe psychological issues, possibly exacerbated by substance abuse and a history.
Dude, it's CTE literally gives you the same. It's like just straight fucking paranoia, not like schizophrenia, because that's an entirely different disorder. But like it's literally like hardcore paranoia, like fucking borderline, like you're hallucinating paranoia matched with Alzheimer's. Like, that's just bound to make somebody do some crazy shit.
History of head trauma with his football.
Weed does the same thing, depends.
Career. In April of 2015, Hernandez was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. Hernandez's behavior in prison continued to
Did OJ have CTE? I don't know.
Be erratic and unpredictable. He was involved in multiple altercations with other inmates and prison guards. He displayed extreme mood swings, ranging from bouts of aggression to periods of deep depression. His mental state deteriorated, raising concerns among those close to him and prison staff. On April 19, 2017, Aaron Hernandez was found dead in his prison cell at the Sousa Baranowski Correctional Center in Lancaster, Massachusetts. He left 3 handwritten notes next to a Bible in his cell, addressed to his fiancée, his daughter, and his lawyer. Reports mentioned Hernandez had drawn several symbols addressed to his fiancée, Lancaster, Massachusetts. He left 3 handwritten.
You've always been my soulmate, and I want you to live life and know it. I'm always with you. I told you what was coming indirectly. I love you so much. I know we are an angel. Something we split into two to come change the world. Your characteristic is that of an angel. In definition, God loves you. Tell my story fully, but never think anything besides how much I love you. This was the I don't know what that says. The Almighty's plan, not mine. How much I love you. Did he kill himself?
Written notes next to a Bible in his cell, addressed to his fiancée, his daughter, and his lawyer. Reports mentioned Hernandez had drawn several symbols on the wall of his cell in blood. These include references to the Illuminati and a pyramid with an eye. He also wrote John 3:16 on his forehead, a verse from the Bible which states, "For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life."
Do you think he thought he was going to come back to life after that?
I don't know. I think it's just more symbolic, and I think John 3:16 is just a very
not even come back to life. I think more so maybe thought that that was just like a reference to him trying to maybe be accepted into heaven.
Popular Bible verse. He was also.
How do you kill yourself in jail? With your blanket? Fucking hang yourself on your bunk bed?
Implicated in a 2012 double homicide.
Doesn't weed give you worse side effects than CTE? Where have you heard that? The official Gab. Are you just trying to gaslight me right now? Are you just trying to gaslight me now? Where have you heard that weed is worse than CTE? Let me do 2 experiments. Let me give one person, right, marijuana every day for 10 years, and then punch the other person in the face 2,000 times, and see which person's worse after a fucking 20-year span. Like, bro.
Boston, although he was acquitted of those charges in April of 2017. His death occurred just days after he was acquitted in the double homicide case, leading to speculation about his mental state and motivations. After Hernandez's death, his brain was examined by researchers at Boston University who diagnosed him with severe CTE. The extent of CTE in his brain was unprecedented for someone his age. So,
wow.
I mean, he was not the oldest guy.
He died at 27?
But his brain was just, unbelievable. I mean, you can see it in the photos of it or whatever evidence they have. It's pretty fucking unbelievable. It's a fucking shame, man. Especially, I feel like it's one of those things too where your brain starts to deteriorate and then you just start giving into all these impulses or whatever, like the gang activity. Why would you do that if you have an NFL contract? Why would you risk that? You're not concerned with the outcomes, but it's like such a petty little pleasure to get out of that. I don't know. Next up, we have Jovan Belcher.
Yeah, I think a lot. I mean, some of it might be on the individual's character, but I think a lot of the things that, like, it's hard to argue whether or not Aaron Hernandez would be in the situation he was in if he didn't have CTE, right? Obviously, yes, it would definitely be drastically less bad, but you can't confirm or deny specifically that, hey, CTE is the cause or not the cause of why this happened. I would assume, though, that seeing how relevant these cases are and how many people within the NFL that got CTE ended up, like, killing their family, it seems more like that sort of brain injury kind of pushes them over the edge to where maybe they have, like, weird thoughts here and there, but if they didn't have CTE, it would have never surmounted to anything dangerous.
He was signed on as a linebacker for the Kansas City Chiefs in 2009. Belcher and his wife Perkins had a tumultuous relationship, marred by frequent arguments and allegations of infidelity. Friends and family noted that the couple often quarreled over minor issues, and their fights had become more intense. Perkins had reportedly considered leaving Belcher due to his behavior, but the birth of their daughter Zoe seemed to offer a temporary reprieve. However, the stress of the new parenthood and unresolved conflicts continued to strain their relationship. Belcher exhibited increasing paranoia, believing that people were out to get him. He expressed concerns about being followed and suspected that his phone was being tapped. That's like an ongoing theme. Like the paranoia.
Dude, I feel like they should does the NFL have like dedicated therapists and psychiatrists for their players? Like, I feel like every team should have somebody dedicated to literally making sure these people are mentally okay. Yes? Well, then how does this happen? Livney, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank them if you got a sub. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Purple, Dylan, and Jimmy for the sub. Kellen for the sub. The Rando for the sub. Risk Bella, Matt, Core for the sub, Moth for the I already read that. And Liv, thank you for the 5 gifteds.
Of like somebody's listening to me, somebody's following me. Why do you think that's always a repetitive theme? If you think that someone's like following you, do you think it's just?
Well, I think the repetitive theme of paranoia of somebody's listening to me, somebody's following me, is just the innate human fear of their own life. And in modern society, it's like kind of brings itself up in the secrecy of, oh, somebody's watching me and I don't know. They're after me and they're gonna get me and there's nothing that I can do about it. It's like a survivalistic fear, I think. I don't know for sure.
Just like people, it's the idea that's like malicious. Like
it's giving them PTSD. I don't think it's PTSD. Because PTSD is linked towards some sort of traumatic event. I think it's literally just straight paranoia.
Someone is trying to...
Oh, you know what? It might be... I should have looked into this because that's a good question. But it might be because your frontal lobe is like damn.
Oh, the temporal lobe of the brain is partly responsible for our ability to recognize faces. So if that starts deteriorating, they think that people they may know or have seen before are random individuals that are just following them.
Image that maybe you can't read people's faces. You
Oh,
might think they're suspicious or something. Like they might look at you.
Yeah, you can't read people's like body posture, like because your frontal lobe, like you're saying, yeah, you're able to see like, oh, that person's generally happy, whatever. So now if you like, you could drive by somebody and you're like, what were they? What was that? So now you're just confused by everybody.
Also, your anxiety goes up too. So
yeah, I think that's just a survivalistic anxiety going up. So now you're just tweaking that everything's out to kill you.
Wondering if it's just like that's just a side effect of the anxiety. You're so anxious, you just think like everybody.
Yeah, I mean, if you think everybody's out to get you, that just has to be a direct thing. He became more agitated and short-tempered, often lashing out verbally and showing signs of extreme stress. Friends noticed that he would drink heavily, which sometimes led to further arguments with Perkins. And on December 1st, 2012, Belcher and Perkins had a heated argument at their home in Kansas City. The fight escalated rapidly, fueled by Belcher's intoxication and ongoing tension. Perkins was reportedly trying to calm Belcher.
I would also assume that CTE is deteriorating the part of your brain that controls logic as well, where your emotions are heightened now. You have mood swings, you have heightened emotions, you can't control those emotions. So now small things end with terrible results, right? A big argument doesn't end with you just sleeping on the couch. Now you kill your wife, right? Like not saying that if that part wasn't there, you would emotionally still be thinking, oh, I need to kill my wife, but it's gotten that high of a degree where it's like you feel as if that's the only solution. The happy for the sub.
Belcher down, but
that's also the frontal lobe.
Agitation only grew, and around 7:50 a.m.
No, that was the temporal lobe for recognizing faces.
Belcher shot Perkins multiple times in the master bedroom. Their 3-month-old daughter Zoe was reportedly in the house at the time, but was unharmed. Thank God. When you hear about that stuff, it's like always the ugh. After the shooting, Belcher's reportedly kissed Perkins.
I mean, but that also sucks, dude, because now that kid's gonna have to fucking grow up without parents. And it's just like, you're gonna grow up knowing that, like, your dad killed your mom.
And apologized to her. Perkins. And on December 1st, 2012, Belcher and Perkins had a heated argument.
Did you see roughly 30% of weed users develop schizophrenia? I feel like that is just not a statistic that's true. What percent of weed users develop schizophrenia. Dude, schizophrenia is not common. Increased risk of developing schizophrenia. 47% of people that have used cocaine and 44% of people that have used weed experience psychotic symptoms during the use or withdrawal of those specific substances. But that's not that's more of like a weed-based disorder than schizophrenia. Cannabis, cocaine, LSD, and amphetamines can increase the risk of developing schizophrenia. It is not clear if using drugs causes symptoms who are susceptible to schizophrenia or more likely to use the drugs. I've been told through my own herbal psychopharmacology class that if you are predisposed to having schizophrenia, then using weed is a terrible idea because that will bring it out either at a younger age or bring it out in general, right? Rather than you just not getting it. But I've also been told that if you don't have a family history of it, then you're much less likely to be able to develop something like that. Happy for the sub.
Argument at their home in Kansas City. The fight escalated rapidly. Fueled by Belcher's intoxication and ongoing tension, Perkins was reportedly trying to calm Belcher down, but his agitation only grew. And around 7:50 a.m., Belcher shot Perkins multiple times in the master bedroom. Their 3 month
watch this.
Stuff, it's like always the ugh. After the shooting, Belchers reportedly kissed Perkins and apologized to her. This act of remorse indicated a moment of clarity amid his violent outburst. It's fucking tragically sad, good God. After killing Perkins, Belcher drove approximately 5 miles to the Kansas City Chiefs training facility. He parked his car and entered the facility, where he encountered General Manager Scott Pioli in the parking lot. Belcher explained to Pioli what he had done, expressing regret for his actions. He thanked Pioli for all he had done for him and asked him to take care of his daughter. Pioli, and along with 2 other coaches, attempted to calm Belcher and talk him down. Despite their efforts, Belcher remained resolute in his decision. And at approximately 8 a.m., police sirens approached. Belcher knelt behind a vehicle, made the sign of the cross, and shot himself in the head in front of 3 chief officials. Emergency services arrived shortly after, but it was too late to save Belcher. His death was pronounced at the
wow, dude.
Scene. It's always hard to say too.
Yeah, it's like the part of, there was like a part of him that like recognized post event, like, wow, this is terrible. But like he couldn't control himself in the moment. I don't know. Like you want to blame the person as well, but it's also just like, dude, the CTE is literally overtaking their consciousness to a degree.
With these things, with like drugs and alcohol playing factors and having like ongoing tension already. The CTE.
What is CTE? Oh my God, you just keep fucking spamming this. I'm sorry I'm timing you out. I'll explain it. But brother, we are 15 minutes into this fucking video. You just haven't been paying attention. When you have repeated fucking brain injury from rugby, boxing, football, right, whatever. If somebody comes up to you and you get fucking 5 concussions, you're more likely to get CTE. It's going to start fucking basically rotting your brain from the inside out. You're going to have symptoms of dementia, paranoia. You're going to be having heightened emotions, depression. You're more likely to be violent. All these other things. It's mainly in NFL players.
This feels like the missing link of like, that's the thing.
You literally, also, the reason I'm getting upset is because like, you literally could be watching this and then just Google what's CTE. Instead of literally asking for 5 minutes straight.
To push people over that edge, over that hurdle to not be able to come back. Because I feel like a lot of people, it's like you get separated and you're like, I'm just going to move on, or you can go to counseling, do whatever. But how the can you when your brain is just literally rotting inside your head? If you have no actual way of controlling yourself, it's just like, yeah. Next, we have Philip Adams. In 2010, Adams was drafted by the San Francisco.
Yeah, it's hard because it's like it's horrible, right? And it's like, it's literally murder, but at the same time, they literally can't control themselves.
49ers. His professional career spanned 6 seasons, during which he played for multiple teams, including the New England Patriots, the Seattle Seahawks, Oakland Raiders, New York Jets, and the Atlanta Falcons. While Adams showed flashes of talent and versatility as a cornerback, his career was marred by injuries, including multiple concussions, which ultimately hindered his ability to secure a long-term position with any of the teams he joined. The repeated head trauma he sustained during his career likely contributed to his mental health struggles. Friends and family members noted changes in his behavior over the years, describing him as increasingly paranoid, agitated, and withdrawn. And on April 7th, 2021, tragedy struck in Rock Hill, South Carolina. Philip Adams embarked on a violent rampage that would end in the death of 6 people, including 2 children. The victims included Dr. Robert Leslie, a well-respected local physician, his wife Barbara, their grandchildren Ada and Noah, who were 9 and 5 respectively, and 2 HVAC technicians, James Lewis and Robert Shook, who were.
But why did he kill them? Like, did he even know them, or he just walked up to like a random family and killed them?
Working at the Leslie residence. At approximately 4:45 p.m., Philip Adams arrives at the home of Dr. Robert Leslie. Adams forcibly entered Leslie's home, where he opens fire, killing Dr. Leslie, his wife Barbara, and their grandchildren. God.
What the fuck?
Outside the home, 2 HVAC technicians, James Lewis and Robert Shook, are working. Adams shoots both men. Lewis is killed at the scene, while Shook, despite being critically wounded, manages to make a desperate call for help. Police arrive at the Leslie residence. They find Dr. Leslie, his wife, and their 2 grandchildren dead inside the home. Outside, they find James Lewis dead and Robert Shook critically injured, but still alive. Police track Adams to his parents' home, which is located nearby. They surround the house and attempt to negotiate with him. Despite attempts to negotiate and...
Bro, so he just pulled up on a random family and killed them. Like, there was literally no relation. He just, like, you just driving down the road, picking a house, barging in, killing them, and then dying.
De-escalate the situation. Adam remains inside, refusing to surrender. A single gunshot is heard from inside the house. Officers quickly enter the residence and find Philip Adams dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The standoff ends with Adams taking his own life, and an autopsy was conducted afterwards and concluded that Adams had CTE. I mean,
Wow.
we didn't go into... I'm confused of, like, why he chose these people.
It said it just random. Literally, he would just, like...
So he was just like, oh, this
Oh,
is...
he might have been a patient. Yeah, he might have gone to that doctor.
Close by house, so it was just all random. So almost every single person, which regardless, it's horrible, but to have it be so uncalculated and to have it be so... It makes the HVAC workers, you have a grandparents with their grandkids there, and it was just like, you're just unlucky today. It's just...
Yeah, it
fucking
being uncalculated almost makes it worse. In that it's like you literally just like it's just you lived here and it's just a fucking bad draw, dude. Bad fucking poker hand, man. Like now you're just he killed you.
Absolutely tragic.
Unfathomable. Why would somebody do something like this? Thinks the way they do. Well, this video is about CTE kind of prompting people to act or do terrible things.
And especially, too, what's crazy, too, is I would like to think...
Ad for the 3. Sort of reminds me of addictions. I'll literally cry after relapsing, say never again, but eventually it's like a switch, turns on your brain, and you're forced to do it again. Yeah, it's like it's like a primal instinct operates over your human logic, right? President and the happy for the sub. I think addiction is a bit different, though.
A world that these people, if they could see themselves before their brain was just completely rotted, you would hope to think that they would never come to that conclusion.
Bro, I'm literally banning you. I'm literally banning you. Yo, the official Gab. The official Gab. The official Gab. Go to The Guardian. You get your news from The Guardian. That's where you get your fucking news from. The Guardian literally says weed is worse and kills more people. Brother, does weed kill more people than CTE? Yes. You know why? Because way more people fucking smoke weed than get their head smashed in every fucking day. Oh my God, bro. What the fuck, dude? Like, what is this logic, man? Holy shit. What even is The Guardian? Some fucking news website. Lock in.
Conclusion. You know what I mean? In a way, I feel sympathetic for the people who have CTE as well, who do these horrible things, because that's like all you're going to be known for as well forever. And you did a horrible thing. And obviously the victims you have the most sympathy for. But in a way, I also feel bad for people who they did a thing that they loved and then they get transformed into a fucking monster. But lastly, I want to talk about probably the most notorious one, which is Chris Benoit. Chris Benoit was a Canadian professional wrestler known for his technical prowess and intense in-ring style, which if you were in the 90s for wrestling, you fucking know Chris Benoit. I mean, he was like a superstar. 90s, early 2000s, crazy popular. Over his career, Benoit earned a reputation as one of the most respected and skilled performers in professional wrestling. However, behind the scenes, Benoit...
Bro, but you think people in WWE get CTE? Because a lot of it's fake. Do you think they're still getting mass? I mean, yeah, if they're jumping off the ropes and shit every day.
Struggled with various issues, including injuries, substance abuse, and mental health problems. Benoit sustained numerous injuries throughout his career, including repeated concussions. He was also known to use steroids and other substances, which may have exacerbated the mental problems that he already had. Friends and...
Oh, yeah, and also just flared the emotional issues as well. If you have CTE, which is making you more agitated and aggravated, and on top of that, you're on fucking steroids, which is pumping you with testosterone.
Colleagues noticed changes in Benoit's behavior over the years. They also noted that Benoit had become increasingly isolated. He distanced himself from other wrestlers and even from close friends. He often stayed at home and avoided social interactions, which was a marked change from his earlier, more sociable personality. Benoit developed a deep-seated distrust of those around him, and he was suspicious of people's intentions, believing that others were out to get him or harm his career. This paranoia extended to his personal relationships as well, causing strain and conflict. Benoit's mood mood swings became more pronounced and unpredictable as he would alternate between
Wow,
periods
bro.
of deep depression.
And it's not in like you literally can't get to them because it's not like, oh, somebody just acting illogically. Like there's something wrong with his brain to the point where it's like you could try and convince him of something and he's just not going to believe you.
And intense anger. Benoit's marriage to Nancy Sullivan was tumultuous, especially in the years leading up to their deaths. There were reports of domestic disputes and instances where Benoit's aggression turned towards his wife. Nancy had reportedly filed for divorce in 2003, citing domestic abuse, though she later withdrew the petition. On June 22, 2007, Chris Benoit bound Nancy's wrists and ankles and then strangled her. The autopsy revealed that she died of asphyxiation. She was choked to death. There were signs of a struggle, and she had internal injuries consistent with being restrained and attacked. Nancy was found wrapped in a towel in an upstairs bedroom, and a Bible was placed next to her body. And the following day, June 23rd, Chris Benoit sedated his 7-year-old son, Daniel, with Xanax, rendering him unconscious before strangling him to death. The toxicology report indicated that Daniel had been given a high dose of Xanax, which would have sedated him to the point of being unconscious at the time of his death. Daniel was found lying in his bed with a Bible placed next to his body. Then on June 24th, Chris Benoit hung himself using the cord from a weight machine. He fashioned a noose from a cord and attached it to the high pulley on the machine, and then released the weights to hang himself. His body was found hanging in the basement of his home gym. On June 25th, 2007, WWE officials requested a welfare check at the Benoit residence after he failed to show up for the WWE Raw event. Police officers arrived at the home and discovered the body.
Bro, that is really make me cry, dude. This is so sad.
Of Nancy, Daniel, and Chris. In the days leading up to the murders and his suicide, Benoit sent several cryptic and disturbing text messages to his friends and colleagues. These messages included his home address and information about the location of his dogs, which seemed out of context and raised concerns among those who received them. Benoit's behavior in his final days were increasingly erratic, and reports indicate that he missed a WWE event, which was highly uncharacteristic of him. Post-mortem examinations of Chris Benoit's brain revealed that he had severe CTE. We talk about a lot of like weird horror and disturbing.
My God. Why do you think he killed his kid? Because like the other guy, did you think he killed his kid because he knew he was going to kill himself and then his kid would have to live with that?
Things in this channel sometimes, usually in a joking manner, but this, if it would feel a bit wrong to be that playful with something like this. But I will say that there's just something so deceptively scary about a disease that we really hadn't even acknowledged until the 2000s came around, and even then that the NFL or a lot of sports associations didn't really take seriously till the 2010s, 2016s, or whatever. It's just kind of crazy, and to think that people's brains are just literally melting inside their body from these concussions that keep hitting in their head, and these proteins keep building and just deteriorating their thoughts. And it's happening to people who are top of the top in terms of physical condition.
Well, physical condition, very well in shape physically. They probably have access to good medical care, and there's just nothing you can do about it, dude.
Literal powerhouse monsters that are walking around. It's pretty wild. And to me, I feel like people don't even still know a lot about CTE. It's just a weird disease that's plaguing all of professional contact sports, and I guess it's scary too, knowing that will probably be more and more cases like this.
Oh, definitely, dude, because football's not going to stop. Rugby's not going to stop. Boxing's not going to stop. People are still going to play it
in the future. It's like a looming cloud coming over. You just know it's going to happen, but just who, when, and luckily
there's no cure. No, dude, it's like brain damage.
They're doing more rules and implementing things to hopefully curve that, but I'd be curious to see what.
Does Tyson have it? I don't know.
Ryan Garcia's thing, if there is.
Curious about Ryan Garcia having CTE. I would be curious how many UFC fighters have CTE. Like strikers. Or people that get struck, not even submission people, because if you're a submission, like if you're somebody like watching, did anybody here watch the UFC 309 last night? Like for if this becomes a YouTube video for the people that are here, it was like John Jones fighting fucking Bo Nickel, Oliveira, and dude, there's like some scenes in that fight. I don't know if my editor would be able to throw up a clip here because it's probably copyrighted, but even like a small 3-second clip, dude, they just fucking beat the shit out of each other. Like it's not like boxing's brutal, and then bare knuckle boxing's also fucking a whole nother story. But like, dude, you watching a UFC fight, like they will literally push somebody against the cage and elbow them in the fucking head 25 times in like 10 seconds, just nonstop, and they don't even pass out. They keep fighting for another 3 rounds before they get knocked the fuck out. Like those people have to have permanent brain damage. Turtle Hunter for the sub. But yeah, that was a good video, dude. All right. We're going to save the boys don't cry to another day. because it's too long. But we'll do a little fucking philosophy video. What do y'all want to fucking watch? What type of philosophy video do we want to watch, chat? We got one more video. Hold up. I was responding to Brooke. All right. Why do we have emotions? You want to learn about why do we have emotions? The Vsauce video. Yo, chat. How about we get into the Vsauce video? Skip around a bit. It is really long though, but we'll skip around. I'm down to watch Vsauce because this VOD's already scuffed because of the fucking Chris Hemsworth's ass getting shown on stream. So it doesn't matter if this is copyrighted. Yo, Brady, you're gonna have to cut this out. I'm sorry, bro. AVD for the 1,000 biddies. Tua has already 3 concussions. They were all scary to see. He's still playing. We only pray for him. Shit is scary as fuck. It's not like a definitive that if you get these concussions or you're getting injured that you're gonna get CTE, but it's just like the likelihood. It's the same thing as like smoking cigarettes, right? Like you could smoke cigarettes every day and never get lung cancer, but the odds of you getting lung cancer are now drastically higher. Illusions of Time, Vsauce video. Ad blocker for the 3. How much do you think it's their fault for murders versus the CTE controlling their brains? This scares me particularly because I worry about thoughts about things like that. So I have no control is just terrifying. I don't know. Like those guys are already different level of, you know, masculine testosterone filled. They already have a lot of it. Like even people in the NFL that don't have CTE. There's a lot of people that have emotional problems or have gotten in domestic abuse with their wives or family and have beat people or hurt somebody or assaulted someone. So in that sense, I think some of it is, you know, just them. But at the same time, CTE removes their capacity to step back and realize that the thoughts they're having are insane, you know. And then on top of that, their logic just gets literally inhibited and their emotions get skyrocketed to where they wouldn't even be having this level of anger if they didn't have CTE. So you would argue that, you know, maybe if he didn't have CTE, he might be in an abusive relationship domestically, but it would never surmount to the point that they would get killed, right? That's what I would argue, right? CTE, I think the individuals that have CTE are not murderers if they didn't have CTE, but I think they would still have relationship issues, right? And problems that would exist regardless. All right, lock in. Illusions of Time. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here.
Pre-watched.
When something becomes part of the past, can it ever truly be experienced again? Obviously, my beard will grow back, but it won't be the same beard, and it won't be on...
Have we watched this? I don't know.
...on the same person. It will be on a slightly older, different Michael. But of course, the bearded Michael of the past isn't completely gone.
Oh, I heard you. You're dipping? You're wearing your cowboy boots? Cowgirl boots? All right, you leaving now? She's leaving. She's waving. Love you. I gotta get back to this room. Love you. Shut the door. Yep. Love you. All right. Harry for the 5. Watched an armed carjacking from my dorm room last night. It was like Wild West in Toronto. That's insane. All right.
No, he still exists in our minds as a memory and in the form of records of the past, like images and video. Hi, I'm the slightly older, different Michael you heard about. I am 130 days older than that guy. Wow, 130 days. You know, it really doesn't seem like it was that long ago. Just as an optical illusion is a distortion of our sense of sight, a temporal illusion is a distortion of our sense of time. Some seem small, like how a minute spent waiting in line can seem to take forever. But an entire...
Nah, we've definitely seen this. We've definitely seen this. We've seen this. we've seen this. Because he's going to say, and it's a very good point, that in the moment, boring things seem to last forever, but in hindsight, they're very forgettable and short. But memorable things like a fun vacation or getting married or any of those other, big events in your life are in the moment very short, but you're looking back very long. Yeah, no, we've seen this. All right. We'll watch a different one. I'm sorry, chat. I didn't know we've seen this. Somebody resent it in the video session tab, and I didn't remember. My apologies. If you have any videos you haven't watched, games you want to play, by the way, video session tab, game session tab, I find most of the videos, watch games I play. So if you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, send those there. How much of you is actually alive? I'm scrolling through the other videos. Let's watch a fucking Kurzgesagt video. We traveled back in time. Now physicists are angry. Still a time-related thing. Same topic. What are all the drugs you've tried? No comment.
You're going forward through time 1 second every second. Congratulations.
Meth. No.
You're a
heroin.
Time traveler.
Crack.
A bit lame, but let's start here to get to the fun, real-time travel to ride on dinosaurs and high-five Einstein. Time isn't really a thing that passes, but a dimension, a direction you can move in. We think our universe is four-dimensional, with 3 spatial and 1 time dimensions smooshed together into a fancy thing we call space-time. What you experience as time...
This is gonna mess up the space-time continuum!
Passing and
what movie do they say that in?
Your life happening is actually you moving through the time dimension. And this dimension is a bummer. While you can go forward, backward, left and right, up and down in the space dimensions, in time you can only go forward. You only get older, never younger.
And you only go forward, you never get younger, and the value at which you get older depends on how fast you're moving. It's relative to speed. What makes no sense to me about time is that if I were able to move the speed of light, right? Not even the speed of light. Say I'm able to move... How far is the Andromeda Galaxy? This is the example that I'm going to give, and it's an example that I've seen people give in the past. Andromeda Galaxy distance. The Andromeda Galaxy is 2.5 million light years away, which means that it would take light 2.5 million years to get there. But, or not even, let's not even use that. Let's just use a far away, say 1,000 light years away, right? That's for us, right? In our viewpoint, it takes light that long to get there. But if you were moving close to the speed of light, it might take you 5 minutes in your time to get from Earth to the Andromeda Galaxy. When you come back, for you, it would have been 10 minutes. You went there in 5 minutes, you went back in 5 minutes. Everyone you would have ever known is dead. It's similar to the, what's the movie? Starts with an I, Interstellar, right? You've seen it in Interstellar. It's on a much smaller scale where they're on a planet where every minute is like a day or something or a year. And so like they were on the planet for 3 hours and the guy that was left on the ship ended up aging like 30 years, right? And had to wait for them. That's not like a fucking cool fictitious thing. That's a legitimate fact that the quicker you are moving, the faster everything ages around you. Speed ages you, no, right? But this is what's weird. Time for you, no matter how fast you're moving, is a stagnant thing that is unchanging, right? A minute to me will always be a minute, right? We base our time and what a minute is off of fractions of how we move around Earth. But at the end of the day, even if I'm no longer living in the solar system that I'm in and I'm not on Earth, a minute to me is 1, 2, 3, 4, right? For me, that's always the same. But for everybody else around me, if I'm moving much quicker than they are, like I'm talking much, much quicker, I will age faster than them, right? They will still experience time the same way I do. They'll live 50, 60, 70, 80 years in their own mind. But 50, 60, 70, 80 years to them will be 1 year to me. 1 minute to me, right? How that doesn't make sense. It's so confusing that that's true, right? It's impossible to grasp. What do you mean, huh? No, I'm not. Like, you could say I'm, like, explaining this wrong. Like, dude, the faster you move, the slower you age. Not you age the same, right? You will always live. Humans, regardless of how fast you're moving, will live 70 years in your mind, right? This is why time's an illusion, though, right? I'm using 70 years of time just as a unit to help you recognize how long you would live in your own mind, right? If you're moving close to the speed of light, right, you're sitting in a spaceship your whole life. To you, you're just going to live, you know, say an undetermined amount of time. It's going to feel like a whole life to you, right? It's not going to feel really slow or really fast. It's going to feel the same as if you were living on Earth, right? But everything around you is going to age so much faster than you that you will watch your great grandkids die before your next birthday comes around. Then this whole argument is stupid. It's not even an argument. This is just a fact. This isn't even, what do you mean an argument? There's no argument, right? That's how it works. Yes, but that doesn't make sense. What really mind fucks me there is that our units of time are based off of how we move around Earth, right? Or not move around Earth, on Earth around the sun, right? It's a year divided by whatever is how we get our units of time. And that's how we live, right? But in reality, we live just an undetermined amount of time, right? You live until your cells die. There's no unit that's attributed to time. We have to give a unit to time. Similar to that, we have to give a unit to everything. So you just live however long and then die. But the quicker you move, that doesn't change for you. You're still going to live however long and die, but everything else around you is going to age quicker and die quicker. Am I making sense? Oh, some chatter's bitching. Bro, just fuck off. If you think it's boring, leave. Whenever I do philosophy, people leave. That's why 500 people left the stream. Right for the ad for the 3. Do we still experience time the same when we dream and sleep and remember, or just forget it? Or does our brain process it at a different speed? No, that would stay the same. Harry for the 5. Too high for this conversation. Gotta lay on the ground, collect my thoughts. Couch for the sub. You never make sense, Joe. It's okay. Neil deGrasse Tyson said it's better. I mean, we'll watch, and then we'll probably explain it better.
You can't make detours.
It's a hard concept to explain and grasp at the same time. So me trying to convey the feeling and the knowledge that I have and the understanding of the topic that I have to you guys is fucking impossible, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson isn't a philosopher. That has nothing to do with this. Time is directly related to astrophysics, which is what his career is.
But this is an illusion. You have far more control over how you move through time. To explain how this actually works, without making a maths video, we have to make a lot of physicists.
You're trying to explain physics to middle schoolers? Half of my chat's like fucking 17. More than that. I like literally, my audience is like 13 to 25. There's probably 24-year-olds in my chat right now that are so confused.
Grumpy, so please keep in mind that we're simplifying and lying a bit. Okay, so there's a very strange rule. Everything in our universe moves at the speed of light through 4-dimensional space-time. Your speed through space-time is the sum of your separate speeds through time and space. It's impossible for you to stay still. Even if you're not moving through space dimensions, you're moving through the time dimension, blasting face first into the future. You can slow down in the time dimension by moving faster through the space dimensions, but in total, you will always move at the speed of light through space-time. If you could somehow truly stand still in space, you'd still move through time at the speed of light, and the other way round. Photons, light particles, move at the speed of light through space. They don't experience any time passing because their speed in that time dimension is 0. In the time dimension, they're frozen in place. If you see
what?
Through space, they don't experience any time passing because their speed in that time dimension is 0. In the time dimension, they're frozen in place. If you see light on Earth, from the photon's perspective, it was just on the surface of the sun and then suddenly crashed into your eye with nothing happening in between.
Oh my my God. So there's literally no... Like, if the light was conscious, it would literally just be sun in your eye. Sun in your eye. Just came out of the sun, I'm in your eye. Pause.
Remember, we're telling a science story here. In real life, things are more complicated. For one, it's impossible to truly stand still relative to space itself. You can only be standing still relative to other things in space. And you can't really define a reference frame for photons as we just did. For details, check out our sources. But now, back to our story. Okay, so everything in the universe moves at the same breathtaking speed, but this speed is split between space and time, which leads to all sorts of wacky things, and where we can see time travel happen.
Bro, and then there's just... Dude, it trips me out how big the universe is. Like, there's a planet thousands, millions of light years away that might have life on it that I'm never going to be able to see, but is actively experiencing something in the same time frame I am. They might be moving quicker, right? And I'm going to age faster than they will. But still, that's just wild to me.
Real and easy time travel. When a bus drives past you,
they wouldn't even experience it at the same time. Well, it depends how fast they're going.
It's moving a little bit faster through space than you are. So, it moves slower through time than you. Or, how it's usually worded, the bus is moving slower through time relative to you. While this makes things feel like weird physics magic, it's very simple. Move faster through space, go slower in time. Move slower through space, go faster in time. And if you had another person moving way faster or slower than you, both end up traveling different.
But you're still going to live and experience the same amount that you would regardless of speed. This is only you aging slower comparable to the rest of the universe. Your own individual experience is locked in at whatever it is, unless you somehow can make yourselves not fucking die of cancer, you don't have a heart attack, and you're able to not have shortening telomeres.
Different distances in the time dimension.
But this, whenever I watch videos like this, it always just convinces me that I'm already dead, and it just doesn't matter. Dude, I have such an ant problem right now. Like, I have ants on my desk, dude. I need to get a fucking bug guy.
The story that's usually told to demonstrate...
Bro, say ill, dude. I'm literally trying to fucking solve this shit. They just pop out of nowhere.
This is to get twins, force one of them into a rocket against their will, shoot them through space super fast while the other twin chills on Earth. And because one twin moves very fast through space, while the other moves slowly on Earth, they move at different speeds through time. When the rocket finally gets home, they're no longer the same age, and the younger space twin is ready to start years of therapy for being abducted by theoretical physicists. This is the twin paradox, and it makes perfect sense within the rules of the universe. If you want to learn more about the paradoxes of time, we made a video about it. But in a nutshell, you're using time dilation, the fact that your position in time is subjective and only true for yourself. With sufficiently fast rockets, you could get as far as you want into the future. Technically, this way you could witness the end of the universe or look at the final thing that will ever happen. We also made videos about that. We should mention that there's another way to jump forward in time. Massive objects bend space-time, causing time to go slower near them.
Bro, the universe makes no fucking sense. Every single time I watch one of these videos, the laws that we abide by, I'm not saying legally, I'm saying like physically, what the fuck? How are we here right now, chat? Like, and what is here? What is here? Where am I? Who the fuck am I? Like, I exist, right? I don't know what the fuck I am. I'm just here. We're just here. We're in some form of thing that is fucking around. And right, and the words that I'm using also just have no meaning to describe this. So it's just the feeling that my brain fucking neurons are firing in me to make me feel better. I exist. How? In what? The universe. But what the fuck is the universe? How do we know this if we've never done it? What do you mean? If this ain't proof that there's something bigger, I hate when people say that, though. Anytime there's something trippy that goes on and they're like, if this ain't proof of God, I don't know what is. Like, if that's what you want to believe, that's what you want to believe. But I feel like it's just saying like, oh, I don't understand it, so I'm just going to attribute it to a higher being than myself. When, where, when, who, what, why, and how are we? Bro, it makes no sense. Do you think we're in an organism? We are an organism. You're just an animal that evolved, right? And you're experiencing the now, but we won't experience the later. We'll all be dead in 80 years, and it won't matter. Then why am I here right now? It just doesn't make sense, right? And I don't think there's an answer to that. I don't think there's an answer, and that's why I always just arrive at, like, live your life to the fucking fullest, man, because, like, I really don't think there is an answer to the why. God? I mean, that's your own belief, right? And I respect that. Personally, I don't think that. I think I'm just here, and it makes no fucking sense, and I don't think it'll ever make sense. And then I think I'll die, and I'll cease to exist, right? And whatever I accomplish in this life will not matter outside of having offspring and raising them to be successful and happy. I'm here to experience and then die. Don't say that. What the fuck do you mean don't say that? People always, whenever I say that, people are always like, oh, that's such a sad perspective. I don't think so. It's like I'm not sitting here like upset about it. I think originally when I had that thought, it was sad. But I think it's just more so something that's like, well, what the fuck, dude? Like literally nothing makes sense. I don't think there's going to be ever truth or undeniable truth. Here doesn't exist because here is a made-up thing. Here is a made-up word. That's here without languages. We have nothing to describe anything other than made-up words. Well, yeah, that's just the definition of language, right? Dude, I really just feel like everything that happens in my life is just fake. And it just doesn't, I don't think anything's real, right? I don't want to say that we're in a simulation because I don't think we are, but I think that literally everything you will ever experience is as if it didn't happen. Because at some point, we'll cease to exist. The universe will collapse. It'll probably expand upon itself again, maybe with another Big Bang theory, big crunch into another Big Bang. And then 1 gazillion years down the line, another form of you, identical to you, but not remembering the previous you, will exist again. Like, in an infinite universe, I've already existed hundreds of millions of billions of times. If the universe has been around forever and will always be around forever, then I have existed an infinite amount of times. And the idea that there's no start or end is so weird to me. Like, we have a definitive start point of being born and then dying, right? And other non-physical conscious life forms don't experience that, right? But something always existing is as illogical as there being a start point. To sit there and say, oh, well, God started the universe and that was the beginning of the universe. Okay, but who created God? Oh, God always was and always will be. Well, both of those are equally confusing and illogical things. To say that God has always been around, but the universe hasn't, or that the universe has been around always and God's new, or whatever fucking formulation or how you want to fucking intertwine it. God is infinite, but how, right? And you could sit here and say, there's no point in me trying to understand it because I'm a human and I'm bound by human perceptions, logic, and my own brain chemistry, which is true. But the fact that I want an answer to that and that I can have every question, I believe, has an answer. And if I'm able to question, then there must be an answer. And that answer might not satisfy me, but I want to know. And the why, maybe the why wouldn't have an answer, right? But I would want to know, has the universe always existed? What was before the Big Bang? And there's an answer to that. It's either nothing or something, right? And then outside of that, I could sit there and go, why? And there might not be an answer, right? And that's the weirdest thing, is like how it just defies all logic that we've built society and human life off of, to think that there could literally be no answer to why the universe exists. It just does. And there will never be an answer to it. Maybe. We don't know. And it's so weird that, like, oh God, I'm literally, I was like on the verge of dissociating there. Oh my God. Like I could feel it coming on where it's like, I'm about to trip out. But like, dude, it just doesn't make sense. It's just, oh my God. And it makes me nauseous, dude, when I feel like I'm going to I literally just low key dissociated, made me want to fucking throw up. It's so weird. And it always sidetracks my thought. And it always makes me, it's like, this is some conspiracy theory ass shit. But whenever my brain and my consciousness can arrive at some sort of monumental feeling, I feel like there's like something innate within me that blocks me. And then I can't keep thinking about it. And that's why people fucking hallucinate. And that's why people take drugs and shit. Right? Like, I'm not saying like meth and coke and stuff. But like people, there's a lot of people that are like, love taking DMT because that's that shit that's just like, okay, now it can't block you. Right? But then you forget everything that happened. And it's impossible to feel that feeling. Right? Like I've had crazy experiences and I can describe them to you guys, and I have. But I can't, even having had that experience, I can't even recreate that feeling. It's impossible. I'm off a shroom bar, Joe. Well, bro, you have the option of tuning off the stream, you know? You don't have to watch this. I don't know. I love thinking about it. It's just, since I was a kid, man, I used to be asking a million questions. Like, I was that annoying ass kid that would just ask fucking 45 different things in 10 minutes. Like, I remember vividly wanting to know at the age of like 6 what the fuck a water tower was and what was the purpose of it being in the air. Right? Like stupid shit like that. But now that I know all that, it's like, now I'm at the point where I'm trying to figure out like why the fuck I exist. And I'm never going to know. Joe loves traumatizing chat. I don't give a fuck, dude. At the end of the day, like, this is the one thing that I'm going to say is like, whenever I have these talks and people are like, this stresses me out. Okay, bro, you're allowed to be mad at me, and I genuinely don't care. This is one of those situations where it's like, I believe the shit that I'm saying is something that people should think about, but nobody does, right? Or people do, and they don't speak about it to each other. And so it's like this thing where we all live in this fucking weird, fictitious society. And at the end of the day, we're all going back to bed thinking, what the fuck am I doing right now? I feel like I'm in the fucking Truman Show. And you never say anything about it. You never talk to anybody about it. And we're all having very similar thoughts. Some people more than others. Some people don't think about it at all. And, you know, part of me is jealous of them because it's like ignorance is bliss. But at the same time, dude, it's like, holy shit. What is happening? I'm like, I pay taxes. I fucking stream as a living. What the fuck am I doing right now? Like, I'm not saying that I don't enjoy it. I love my job. I love being able to sit here and talk to you guys. But like, at the end of the day, I go to bed. I'm like, what the fuck am I? What is my life? Who the fuck am I? And I just go to bed, wake up, and do the same thing every fucking day. And then I'm going to die. Right? And right now it feels like death's so far away. But if you say I don't randomly get hit by a car or have a fucking heart attack, in 40 years time, it's gonna feel like a snap of the fucking fingers. And I'm gonna be sitting here. I could be sitting here at 65 fucking years old, 43 years down the line, and look back at me now and think, wow, this felt like fucking yesterday that I was sitting here freaking out about it. And I'm gonna be in the same goddamn position I was then as I am there as I am now. And I'm going to have no fucking answer to my question. He's having a crash out. I'm not even crashing out. I'm not mad. It's just like, it's upsetting that there is no answer, right? And a lot of people say, like God or religion, and that's fine, right? But like, dude, I wish, I've said this before, I am fucking jealous of the people that can have that faith-based belief and believe in God, right, and believe in an afterlife, because I fucking can't. I wish I could, right? But literally every being, every molecule in my body is like, there's no fucking way. Like, there's literally no fucking way. And I've had chatters be like, oh, that's a demon, or this is blocking you, or some other shit. But it's like, dude, I sit here, and why, if nothing, why would an after, based on everything not making sense and the life that I've lived and the fucking logic that I have, which I'm not saying I'm fucking smart, but I'm saying I'm a human and I'm able to fucking think about shit. Why would there be an afterlife? Why would God exist? Why would God put me here? There's no purpose. It makes more sense for you to just say the universe always existed and there's no meaning behind it than for the universe existed off of God. God always existed, and he put me here to live a moral life, which only applies to human beings, and that's it. Morality is something that is innate and only exists within humans. And at that point, okay, say morality exists to everybody. Why does that matter? What is the fucking end goal here, or the purpose of this grand scheme or experiment? It doesn't make sense. What is you spread more happiness than you think? I know. I'm not, you don't need to tell me that I help people. Like, I understand that, right? I appreciate you saying that. And I appreciate you guys. I'm just sitting here fucking devolving down this rabbit hole of nothing making sense to me. Bro thinks he's special. I don't. That's how I know you're not understanding what I'm saying. I am literally nothing. I have no value outside of me being a thinking thing. That's why when I see people with prejudice and racism and homophobia and all that shit, you just look like a fucking idiot, right? Because at the end of the day, I'm as meaningless as you, right? We are all just fucking existing brains that inhabit a body and fucking think and live, and everything that we know is based off of our own logic, which we've derived ourselves in language. You understanding what I'm saying right now, right? All of these other things that we've built to make the universe make sense, only to realize with those tools that we've used that nothing makes sense, and that everything that we've built is in part meaningless. Not meaningless if you make it meaningful. I'm not saying there's no purpose in life. I believe that's why I'm always a heavy suicide prevention advocate. Nobody should ever kill themselves. Nobody should ever see that their life has no meaning, right? I think that I think your individual life and your individual purpose is, your own thing, right? That's whatever you want to do, right? I think everybody's is just to experience life, but at the end of the day, why? I have no fucking idea. And it's just like, oh my God, bro. Like, it upsets me, man. You just said nothing matters. In the sense of your own, nothing matters outside of, how do I put this into words? Nothing matters as a whole, yes. But if we all agree that nothing matters, then the only thing that matters, in my mind, is existing together, realizing that we all agree that nothing matters, and just moving forth peacefully with one another, right? That's the only thing that I think life has any fucking purpose for, is that, like, literally, hey, why the fuck are we fighting over this shit? Why is there any sort of... Obviously, things need to be argued about. I'm not saying there's no purpose in these things, right? I feel like people aren't understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying the whole scheme of life and the idea of living in a society and growing and being alive in this random fucking 60 to 80 year span the average person's going to live in an infinite universe that has an infinite amount of time before and after us. There's no fucking purpose in that. You just exist. You exist now and you won't exist later. That's it, right? What is meaningful is what you do to enjoy yourself within that time frame. The point is to come together, but why? And I can agree that that's a good thing that should happen, but there's no, at the end of the day, the why can continue down an endless line until you can't give me an answer, right? Which is why I think that it's hard to give life meaning, right? in that sense. Where if you say, well, the purpose is for God. Why? Because God wanted it that way. Why? There has to be a reason, right? And if you can't give me one, then I'm just going to immediately default back to the original answer of, well, we're just fucking here, dude. And I'm not saying this in a nihilist perspective. I would not say that I'm a nihilist. I don't think that there is no value in anything. I think things have innate value, but I don't think that the universal idea of human existence matters at all. I don't think the universe cares about us in any way whatsoever. I'm as cared about by the universe, if it's sentient or not, as something else with the same amount of matter as my own. I'm a number, right, at the end of the day. That's all and a number is also just derived by us. So no one cares about anything. I don't know, dude. I don't even have, I sit here and I battle with my own opinions day to day. So it's hard for me to answer a lot of the questions because I don't even know, right? Like I'm sitting here and I'm sharing my opinion, but I can't even answer half the questions you have about my opinion. You're a number that means a lot to us. Dog, going back to what I was saying, I'm not depressed, right? This is not me coming here. I feel, again, I don't know, man. It's just like sometimes I talk about this stuff and I feel like a lot of people just don't get what I'm trying to say. And they sit here and watch me talk about this and then perceive it as like me being depressed and like that I just feel like I have no purpose. No, man. Like I'm not upset about it. I just think like, dude, I don't think that there is any point to any of this outside of me just experiencing and being as happy as I can with the time that I have. And then I die. And that's it. I mean, what else? I don't know. It is upsetting. But at the same time, it's not something where it's like, oh, I need to get fucking professional help for this shit. But that's all we know. Yeah. Yo, the Pac-Man, stop spamming, bro, please. Trade for the sub. If you're a Christian, a God, and God is real, you're going to heaven, and if not, nothing happens. But if you're an atheist, if your God is real, you're going to go to hell, and if God is nothing happens. So if you're a Christian, there is no bad endings. Are you trying to convince me to be Christian, or are you just trying to ask me a question right now? If you commit suicide, you can't get into heaven. Okay? That's not what we're talking about right now. No, both. You're asking me a question or you're telling me an answer. I don't know. I have always, the biggest thing that I've battled with in the Christian perspective, I've talked about this a lot, right? Coming from somebody that used to be Christian, I used to go to mass. I used to fucking believe in God. I used to pray every night, right? I don't pray at all anymore. Ever. Like, I could wish for something to occur and put a good energy out into the universe, but I have not prayed to God years, man, years. I mean, like, there's times where I'll be upset and I might kind of say something, right, out in the world to myself and kind of expect if there's anything else there to hear me. But I kind of perceive God as just the universe. Outside of that, the biggest just problem I've had is like being saved and being one with God in Christianity requires a belief and acceptance of Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. And I can't do that, right? And if a lot of Christianity is based on morality and there are people that live very good moral lives, I don't see how they can be cast to hell or a place without God if they did everything else right. Like, at least in Catholicism or the Christian, theology that I've read, you do not go to heaven, regardless of how good of a person you are, if you do not accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior. And I don't understand that. And then you could argue, I remember I had arguments with my teachers where I would say, well, what if somebody didn't know about Christianity? And they would say, oh, well, they have the innocence of a child. And then my counter argument to that is, well, then Christian missionaries are condemning people to hell because the majority of Christian missionaries are not converting the people that they speak to for the most part. And so they're telling them about Christianity, explaining it to them just for them to not agree and then now they don't go to heaven. I just don't understand that. And every time I ask that, it always just gets diverted. How are you so smart? I'm not, dude. Like, and this isn't even like some humble shit. Like, I'm not a genius, man. I had like pretty average. I think I have a good work ethic. Like, I mean, I used to really procrastinate in high school, man. And then I just started doing more shit. I just think about this all the time because it bothers me. I don't think I'm smart. I think I just fucking think about this shit. If you give anybody enough time to fucking think about stuff, they're going to make some valid point. Even if at the end of the day, there's going to be something that I said that still doesn't make sense. But I don't know. Yo, Scrumpy for the 5,000 biddies, bro. Keep your mind positive. It's best not to think about this stuff. I disagree, bro. I disagree. I really do. I think not thinking about it is similar to the guy in the Matrix movie that agreed to live in the simulation, right? And I hate using that movie as an example because there's so many like obscenely right-wing conservative men that have like kind of devolved that phrase to like attack like the woke media and stuff. And like, I'm not going to get into like the valid or invalid points that they may have, but it's more so just, I feel like it's been used in a cringy way that's like, dude, you're getting red pilled, bro. You're getting blue pilled. You're getting fucking something. Like, I hate that. But I think that just to be like, oh, I'm not going to think about it is just like purposeful ignorance to just not care, right? Of course, everyone thinks about it, everybody once in a while, but the more we think about it, the more we start to doubt ourselves and our well-being. I get that aspect, but I don't know. I just like thinking about it, dude. I like reading philosophy. I like all that stuff. I know you're always thinking about us and supporting your chat, but you need to be considerate of yourself more than us. I don't know how your life is off stream, but we love you and Brooke, and keep it positive, man. That almost made me cry. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the biddies. Holding that one down. JP for the 3. I understand what you're saying in sense of how vast our universe is. Life is essentially meaningless, but in the sense of our life on Earth and your consciousness, it has meaning that you are living and feeling. I get that, and I'm a part of the universe, so I in part matter, and I think that makes me feel a little bit better about me not believing in an afterlife, in that matter cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed. So when I die, I will cease to exist as I give the definition of I, but the matter that is me currently will continue on in the universe forever. TGT ASAP for the sub, TCAN for the 3. What's your opinion on the philosophy of absurdism? I need you to be more specific. Lot for the 3. Love you. Here's my POV. I know you're not religious, but I feel like you're looking for something, but I could be way wrong. Love you, Joe. You helped me through a lot. Have a good day. ASAP for the sub, Hayden for the 3. Do you think maybe we don't know about our past species because it was like us dying off, but advanced enough to understand concepts such as evolution consciousness and gave an organism consciousness, which evolved into humans, which would make sense why we have technology? No. I think we're conscious the way we are because of language. I think it's literally cut and dry scientifically. The more access we had to food, the more free time we had, the better we were able to communicate with each other, small grunts and phrases to relate to certain ideas and objects and things. And then those things slowly got connected with inner sentence words and connecting words, adjectives, verbs, all these other things. And then slowly language was just formed. Tyler for the 5. Life is a cold and uncaring void. So the best thing you can do is fill your life with meaningless bullshit and eventually you'll be dead. Mr. Peanut Butter. Who the fuck is Mr. Peanut Butter? Hi for the 1,000 biddies. Please don't start going through a midlife crisis. I'm not. T-Buddy for the 3. What's worse than a worm in your apple? Stop. Alex for the 3. We're all just limited mentally as human beings to ever fathom that stuff. Scuff for the sub. I think that everything that conducts energy like humans is interconnected to something. Scuff for the sub. Hi for the 5. This is too confusing for me. 1,000 IQ for the 1,200 biddies. Love your content when you're playing BO6. I don't know. Maybe Monday. Or not Monday. Next Monday. Right for the sub. Ad for the 3. Maybe later this week. Experience time the same way you dream. I already read that. JP for the 1,000 for the 300 biddies though. Oh my God. You know the chance of the universe to be formed is 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 123, so it's far more reasonable to believe that there is someone behind it. But that's a flawed statement, dude. You could say the chance of something being formed is 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 123. Number one, how are they getting that number? Number two, over an infinite amount of time, unlikely things become likely, right? Not likely, but probable, right? And outside of that, now you're coming to the other problem of saying the odds of the universe being formed is 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 123. Okay, so you could say God's behind it. Now, what are the odds that God exists? Because if we're going to use statistics to say that the universe is unlikely to be formed, why don't we use statistics to describe or relate the odds of an interdimensional hyper being that has always existed to exist? What are the odds of that, right? You probably can't even factor that, right? And you could say, oh, that's because God exists, right? Or you could say because it's impossible to even try and factor that because there's no scientific basis behind it, right? He's outside of limits. You could say that, but how do you know? I don't know. It's more so just like I can't be given definitive proof that God exists, right? And you could I've read a lot of the Bible. I've read different versions of the Bible. I've read a bit of the Quran. I've obviously read a lot of Jewish texts just from the Old Testament and such. I've read a lot of Buddhist texts, looked into, different philosophies like Confucianism, religions of Taoism, all these other places, different things, Hinduism, of which there's multiple branches. And nothing to me seems solid enough for me to put my heart in it. There's always, every time I've ever learned about a religion or a belief, there's been things that I liked that I took away, but there's always been something that I'm like, it not ruins it, because I think that's a rude term, but more so turns me away from believing that this is the definitive truth. What's your opinions on the Quran? Learning about the history of the Quran and also just the history of Islam as a whole is very fascinating. And the difference between the successors and how the Quran was tweaked after Muhammad's death, whether it should have been Abu Bakr as it was, or what was his not brother, who was it? One of his relatives' names, who should have been passed, not the crown, but more so the control. Ali, yeah. Opinions on Buddhism. I wrote my senior SEM paper on Buddhism, and I related morality from Friedrich Nietzsche's perspective to the moral teachings of Buddhism. And I think Buddhism is, if I'm being honest, the one religion that I could see myself delving more into, because it relates the idea of nirvana as basically the ceasing of existence, and how the goal in Buddhism is to reach nirvana and stop the cyclical life, death, and rebirth that humans and every other species of living thing experience. Buddhism's really fascinating. What is nirvana? There's two different states based on the way that I've learned about it. In that nirvana is something you could reach in your life where you are kind of at peace and in recognition that when you die, you will cease to exist and stop reincarnating in one of, I think, 7 realms. You got to quote me on that, or don't quote me on that. But it would be human, animal, and then there's like ghosts. I think there's some other, I would have to look that up. Isn't that like Dharma? In what way? Alex for the 3. In theory, if time is truly infinite, shouldn't every possible outcome have a 100% chance of happening? Like in one dimension, God exists, in another, he doesn't. Vest for the 3. Read my chats about the probability of Jesus doing what he did on Earth. Robert for the 7. Mister for the 3. At the end of life, hasn't got one meaning. We live on a rock floating around 1 million stars. I just hope that you're spending your time doing what you want to do. Thank you. Loyal for the 3. You talk about this stuff really helps me and makes me want to get answers to stuff and learn more about religion and philosophy. Well, I'm glad I'm able to help. Let me read this one chat. W 5-hour shift. Yeah, I'm having a good time right now, chat. I love talking about this stuff. And thank you to everybody that's still sticking around. I want you to believe so bad. Jesus, in his 33 years of life, fulfilled 360 messianic prophecies. It was calculated the chances of any human in any given life fulfilling just 8 is 1 to 10 in 17th power. And the chances of any human in any given time fulfilling just 48 is 1 in 10 to the 157th power. That's the largest number that number of atoms makes up one planet. I would really have to look into the definitive proof that he has fulfilled those prophecies. And all of them. Right? I don't sit here and I don't believe that Jesus didn't exist. Jesus was a definitive person that existed. Right? What they would teach you in Catholicism or in my Catholic class was that Jesus was either Lord, liar, or lunatic. He was either, you know, as he claims, man and God, you know, or he was crazy or a liar. Right? I don't know if those are the only three that you could kind of attribute to him, but I would say that I don't really think that I don't know. I really don't know. I think the biggest thing for me is kind of the reincarnation, right? I don't know though. It's very weird. I would need more proof, right? I think that's my problem is I'm somebody that can't believe in something unless it's like definitively in front of me. I don't really have a good sense of faith. And that's like, you know, a flaw in me. And it upsets me, but I can't make myself have faith in something. It's really hard to make me believe in something without proof of it definitively going to happen, right? I can't just sit there and be like, okay, I'm gonna put my life towards this. I'm gonna put my life towards this, just kind of out of nowhere saying, okay, yeah, I'm going to believe in this. And when I die, I'm hoping this comes true. Vestrix for the 3. It was testified from over 500 eyewitnesses. I know, man, but that's testified over 500 eyewitnesses from 2,000 years ago, written in a book that's had different translations and been tweaked hundreds of times over the course of the last 2,000 years. That's the problem, man, is it's hard to sit there and think, okay, what was written now is what definitively happened. Also, you believe he really exists, so why hasn't his body ever been found? Because it would be bones, or they could burn it, get rid of it. I don't know. I have no idea, man. I'm not God, right? I can't definitively sit here and say, hey, this happened, right? So I don't know, right? But it's not enough for me to go, okay, his body's gone and it hasn't been found. So that means that he was God, right? It's not enough, right? For me. I personally think he died. Everybody thinks he died, dude. There's no Christian that thinks Jesus didn't die. They think he just got reincarnated. There's no Christian that's like, well, actually, he wasn't even crucified. No, nobody's saying that. Rin for the 3. My entire life, I was raised non-denominational Christian. I had gone to church ever since I was born. I've always questioned within the past year, thanks to you also, realizing I can think for myself. I've realized there is no way I can convince myself that God is real. I've spent many hours of my life trying to ask myself, but I can't. Thank you for your philosophy streams for helping me realize it's okay to think the way I think. I don't want to stray people away from their religion, right? I want to say that first. I've always just been somebody that says, before you've put your life towards something that you've been born into, think about it, you know? Whether it be politics, whether it be religion, whether it be a job or a lifestyle or anything of those sorts, right? Just because you're born into something doesn't mean it's the right thing for you, right? It might, right? I'm not saying it doesn't, but it's something that requires the thought and the agreement or disagreement rather than just going, okay, I'm born into this. This is what I need to do. Appa for the 3. Did you study the Pastafarianism religion? I've heard about it, but we did not study that in like theology classes or philosophy. No. Mr. Move the 3. You don't have to put your faith in anything. All these chat are saying about how God created this. I have a question for them. Who/what created God? Furthermore, who created that? There are some things we will never have an answer to. The argument that priests would give me, because I remember asking Father Jerome about this, who is now dead, so rip in the chat for him. But I remember asking him, what came before God? And I remember he put his hand on my shoulder and he was like, God always was and always will be. And it's not a satisfying answer, but it's the only answer that he can give, right? Because you can sit there and say, well, something had to come before him, but that's also far off of our human logic. I would agree with Christianity in the sense that if God does exist, there is not a need for something to exist before God. He could just be an omnipotent being, right? And the idea of he or giving him a gender, he would likely just be a genderless being, right? He wouldn't be human, right? It's just a thing we need to use to try and stoop him down to our level because it's impossible to perceive God, right? Similar to Taoism, where whatever you say is not it, right? What is that called? I'm forgetting because I haven't learned about Taoism in forever. Taoism, not Wu Wei, because that's the way. Taoism, is it the Tao? Yeah, the Tao. The Tao is a fundamental concept in Chinese philosophy. It's the way or the path, right? But and correct me if I'm wrong, it's kind of this belief that whatever you say or attribute to it is not what it is. It's a concept that we can understand that we have no knowledge of that concept. It's something that exists and is the reason we exist. Or not even that. You can't even say that because anything you attribute to it is wrong because we in our human perspective are unable to grasp the concept of the Tao or God or whatever, or however you would perceive it. Spicy for the 3. The meaning of your life, Joe, is what you make of it. Like how you choose what you use in Minecraft world, what you use your Minecraft world for. Your life is purposeful with what you spend it. I agree, right? Your life is what you make of it. But at the same time, I sit there and look back at the universal perspective is what I'm saying, right? In the sense of I exist, my life is what I make of it. But from the universal perspective, my life is I just exist, right? I'm something that exists. There's no meaning. There's no special... and it's the problem with, I think, a lot of religions have now faced and overcome, right? If you look historically, people always used to say, the earth is the center of the universe. The earth is the center of our solar system, right? We are here and we are special because humans want to feel needed and loved, right? And I think you get that from other humans, but I don't think the universe made the universe for us. I don't think the universe exists for us. I think we are as finite and meaningless as every other planet and every other possible alien being that exists on this earth, right? Or in this world, for that matter. Calling back to this, merch shout out, exclamation point merch, Memento Mori merch, which relates back to this, which means remember that you must die. It's a Latin Stoic phrase that people used to say to each other back in ancient times, medieval times, through art and other, current day where people say memento mori to each other. It's a Latin phrase, though. Latin's a dead language, so nobody really says it that much. But I have it tattooed on my body, and I love it. Not Dominic for the sub is EMD for the 3. I'm a Christian, but I can 100% see where you're coming from because I think that since matter can't be destroyed or created, there has to be some sort of being behind that. That's what I'm saying. That is what I believe. I think it's good to think about this stuff. You should never stress about it. We love you. And Brooke, you probably don't agree, but I just want to say we love you. Well, thank you for the fucking 3, and thank you for the nice message. Spicy for the 3. Trey for the 3. Please start a podcast talking about this stuff. I actually have another episode of a podcast. It's mainly political, but we also talk about aliens just because it was around the election. Me and Sneeg made. I think he's compiling the episode right now. I really want to do like a high production podcast one day, but I don't know if I'm ever going to fucking get around to doing that. I think what's more likely, chat, is that I should create instead of a podcast, I kind of want to create a philosophy YouTube channel. And I already have so many fucking YouTube channels that it's like, Jesus Christ, I don't know if it's smart to make another one. But I would love to just make a philosophy YouTube channel where I could just yap about literally anything, whether it be fucking life, morality, death. It would just be hard to determine what topics I want to talk about specifically. Appa for the 3. Already read that. Ren for the 3. You didn't switch my perspective. You helped me think more for myself and maybe have a better conversation with myself on what I actually believe in. I realize I can and never will be able to convince myself that God exists. Thank you for helping me find myself. You're a wise old guy. You're like a wise old guy. I'm not old. I'm 22. Spice for the 3. Do you think the merch will be sold out before Thursday? No. Ham for the sub, not Dominic for the sub. It's usually made in batches, so you might be on a delay. Like the people that order it in the first like 3-4 days are probably going to get it way earlier than the people that order it later because They basically have an amount that's made, and they might sell out of that amount, but start another batch after, but it's just going to be on a delay. TB for the 3. Most people need to have their own personal experiences with God to know he's real. Hearing other people's testimonies of God and how they help them in life isn't going to sway you into Christianity that easily. I feel like you also have to want/try to believe as well. Yeah, but I can want and try, but that doesn't mean that that's going to occur. You know, it's Tristan for the 4. What are your thoughts on the Library of Alexandria? I've always loved learning about that and how it burnt down because what knowledge we've lost, we'll have no idea. Also, how dumb it was that they stored all of human knowledge in one fucking building. Oh, what a great idea that was. That's just the testimony on, you know, humans were smart back then, but like how fucking dumb that was. We're just going to put everything we know in one building. All of this is flammable. Prime for the sub. And no copies. We're not going to rewrite it. We're just going to have one fucking book. And then now it's gone. And we don't know what it fucking said. That shit pisses me off. Whoopsies, it burned down. Well, looks like we'll never get that back. I'm not finishing this fucking time travel video, chat. I've been yapping. We've been streaming for 5 hours and 10 minutes. I still have to fucking lift today. All right. Do you think we've reached what knowledge they had? To a degree. I think there's been some lost knowledge in maybe other realms. I think the biggest thing is you got to think when you learn something new, right? Or when you know nothing, the route of knowledge is so much different than when you already have preconceived notions of other things, right? If I'm trying to explain the universe, I'm going to use it with knowledge that I've had that was given to me from previous people before me, right? My language, my scientific knowledge, my philosophical knowledge, right? It's hard to create new ideas using pre-existing info rather than new ideas out of nothing, right? If we were to scrap all of our knowledge we have today, revert to the Stone Age, I think how we would develop in the next 5,000, 10,000 years post that, the universe and the society would look drastically different because no one would have preconceived notions of other ideals or things. We probably lost different technology, like they grew up differently from how we grew society-wise. That's what I'm saying, right? Like if you're trying to come up with a new math formula, you're going to use other math formulas to help, make that decision and create that thing. This is a bad example, but I'm going to ride with it, right? But if you didn't know any of that, then you're going to be able to start from scratch and make your own thing. Same thing of like a car, right? We know what a car is today, so we just improve on that idea of a car, right? But if you wiped out all of our knowledge of cars and then just made us start from scratch, how we might come up with a moving vehicle that's going to transport us place to place might be either terribly inefficient comparatively or much more efficient, right? We don't know because all we know and all we're able to do is work off the things that we already know. What are we talking about? Random shit, dude. Thor and Prime for the sub. We have just been yapping. Not even me. I've been yapping for the last hour. Yapsash for real. We had a remake rather than remaster. Literally. But it's impossible to do that. It's impossible to not remaster because you've already been, since you're a kid, you've been ingrained with knowledge that's been passed down to you by generations. So you making a monumental new discovery is going to be something that occurs less and less. I think the reason we have more discoveries as well is there's more people. There's a higher sample size, right? There's less things that are being discovered monumentally, like physics or something like Isaac Newton and all those people, or Galileo and all those other people. I think that's also because it was new ground. But at the same time, I think one benefit of overpopulation is that there are so many more people that someone is bound to do something great. Conversely, someone is bound to do something horrible. Margie for the sub, Trey for the 3. Would you ever make a book? No. Can you react to tomorrow's teachings? Not today. If you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, videos/happy, so I find most of the videos watch games I play. They could be philosophy, scary, funny, whatever. Any video that you think would be good to watch me react and share my opinion on or yap at, whatever. Same thing with games, Could be anything. Tomorrow is going to be OG Fortnite and TCG, maybe Arctic Eggs. Tuesdays Unbans, Mario Party. Wednesdays Horror. Thursday I'm off. Fridays Reacts to the Shatterproof charity stream. Saturday is going to be Driving Sim Games or Games of Chat's Choice. Sundays Reacts. Next Monday is going to be more OG Fort, probably the last OG Fort stream. And more BO6. Des for the sub. Chad, I think we're going to call that there. I hope you guys had fun watching. Hold up. I hope you guys had fun watching. I had a fun time streaming. We got to do another one of these soon because I really do love doing these. The VOD will be on the VOD channel probably later than normal because this stream was longer and I'm going to have to download it and send it to Brady because I had to unpublish the video because Chris Hemsworth's ass was shown earlier this stream. But we will upload the VOD later tonight. I'm going to upload on the main, maybe the gaming tonight. I don't know for sure, so go watch that as well. But outside of that, chat, appreciate y'all, and we will fucking raid. Who do we want to raid? Let's raid. Let's raid Chris Udala. All right, appreciate y'all, and I will see y'all soon. We are going to raid in 5, 4.